Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Master Kiyotaka. A voice called from behind my door. I sat up in bed and replied, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing Matsuo, my butler, holding a large package. "What's that?" I asked, getting up and motioning toward the table. He placed the package down, letting out a sigh of relief. "I'm not entirely sure, but it's marked from the school and it's quite heavy." "From the school? I thought we had 6 months before starting." "Interesting," I said. "Let me see the box cutter." He nodded and handed me a box cutter from his pocket. We both stood over the box as I opened it, curiosity evident in Matsuo's eyes and my own. Inside, I found 3 items: a letter, a yellow device, and an egg in a see-through incubation cube. I picked up the letter first, its envelope embossed with the school's emblem and intricate design of an ultra ball entwined with laurel leaves. Breaking the seal, I unfolded the letter and read aloud, with Matsuo peeking over my shoulder. "Dear incoming student. Congratulations on your acceptance to the Advanced Nurturing High School. As part of our preparatory program, nearly all incoming students have been provided with a Pokémon egg. For those who did not receive an egg, their own Pokémon was pre-approved and will be accompanying them to the school. The enclosed device, a PokeNav, is designed to assist you in raising your Pokémon. Once the egg hatches, the PokeNav will automatically register the Pokémon and provide you with key details, including its move set, ability, experience growth, and nature. To ensure fairness, students are limited to 5 battles against other trainers and 10 battles against wild Pokémon before the semester begins. These restrictions are designed to prevent students from arriving with overly powerful Pokémon. We encourage you to use this time to bond with your Pokémon and prepare for the challenges ahead. We look forward to welcoming you to ANHS. Sincerely, the admissions office." I folded the letter and set it aside, turning my attention to the yellow device. It was sleek, about the size of a small tablet, with a screen that lit up when I pressed a button on its side. The words, "PokeNav activated," flashed across the screen, followed by a menu with options like egg registration and trainer profile. "So, this is a PokeNav," I muttered, examining the device. "Remarkable," Matsuo said, leaning in for a closer look. "It seems highly advanced. Shall we register the egg?" I nodded and reached for the incubation cube. The egg inside was a striking mix of purple and white, its patterns swirling like smoke beneath the shell. It radiated a faint warmth, as though something inside was stirring. Matsuo tapped the screen of the PokeNav, navigating to the registration menu. "Place the cube on the table and hold the device close to it," he instructed. I followed his directions, and the PokeNav emitted a soft chime. "Egg registered," the screen displayed. Beneath it, a silhouette of a Pokémon appeared with the words, "Species. Estimated hatch time, 7 to 10 days. Matsuo mused, his brow furrowing. "No information about the species. I suppose we'll have to wait." "It doesn't matter," I replied, gently setting the cube down. "We'll find out soon enough. For now, what do I need to take care of it?" Egg care was unfortunately not one of the things covered in the curriculum. Matsuo straightened, his usual calm demeanor returning. "The letter didn't specify, but I've read that eggs require consistent warmth and occasional movements to simulate natural conditions. Would you like me to research further?" I nodded. "Do that. In the meantime, I'll keep it here." "As you wish, Master Kiyotaka," Matsuo replied with a slight bow. I stared at the egg for a moment longer, its surface gleaming under the room's light. It was strange to think that in a week or so, the shell would crack open, and whatever lay inside would be mine to raise. Matsuo excused himself to begin his research, leaving me alone with the egg and the PokeNav. I couldn't help but wonder, like I imagined every other student was, what kind of Pokémon would emerge from this. Soon enough, this question would be answered for many of us. The egg rested in its incubation cube, its purple and white shell gleaming faintly under the room's light. I noticed the unusual texture of the shell. It wasn't smooth like I'd expected. Instead, it seemed to have a faintly slick surface, almost as though it was coated in an invisible layer of moisture. Master Kiyotaka. Matsuo's voice interrupted my thoughts as he entered the room, a small stack of books and a tablet in hand. He set them down on the table beside the egg, his expression calm but focused. "You've been busy," I said, gesturing to the materials. "I took the liberty of gathering information on Pokémon egg care," Matsuo replied, straightening his gloves. "Given the school's decision to provide you with this, I thought it prudent to prepare." I leaned back in my chair, gesturing for him to continue. "Let's hear it, then." Matsuo opened the top book, flipping through the pages with practiced precision. First, Pokémon eggs require consistent warmth. While the incubation cube provides this, it's recommended that the trainer handle the egg directly at times. This helps the Pokémon form a bond with its trainer and can also stimulate its development. Handling it directly? I repeated, glancing at the egg. So I'm supposed to carry it around? In a manner of speaking, yes, Matsuo said with a faint smile. Additionally, the egg should be rotated periodically. This mimics the conditions of a natural Pokémon nest and ensures the Pokémon inside develops evenly. Anything else? I asked. Indeed, Matsuo said, picking up the tablet and scrolling through an article. It's also suggested that trainers speak to their eggs. Pokémon are highly sensitive to sound, even in this early stage. Hearing your voice may help the Pokémon recognize you once it hatches. Talking to an egg, I said flatly. That's supposed to help. Matsuo nodded. It may feel strange, but it's a widely accepted practice among experienced trainers. I sighed, crossing my arms. Am I supposed to sing it a lullaby too? Matsuo chuckled in response. Perhaps that could be beneficial. You should give it a try. His expression turned a bit more serious. I've also noted that this egg in particular seems to have unique characteristics. Unique how? I asked, leaning forward, wondering if what he saw was different from what I saw. Matsuo gestured toward the egg. The surface, for instance. Most Pokémon eggs are smooth and dry, yet this one appears to have a faintly damp texture. This could be indicative of the species within, though I couldn't find any definitive answers. I reached out, brushing my fingers along the glass of the incubation cube. The slick sheen on the shell caught the light, almost giving the impression of condensation. It's warm, too, I noted, glancing at Matsuo. Correct, Matsuo replied. This warmth suggests that the Pokémon inside is healthy and developing as expected. However, it also means the egg may require more attentive care than usual. Wonderful, I muttered, rubbing my temple. Anything else I need to do? Matsuo picked up a soft white cloth from the stack of supplies he'd brought. You'll need to keep the egg clean. The moisture on its surface may attract dust or other particles, which could interfere with its development. Wipe it gently with this cloth when necessary. He handed me the cloth, and I took it reluctantly. Anything else? Should I sing it a lullaby while I'm at it? Matsuo chuckled softly. That won't be necessary, Master Ayanokoji. For now, warmth, movement, and the occasional word of encouragement should suffice. I stared at the egg, its purple and white swirls almost hypnotic. This is more trouble than I expected. Raising a Pokémon often is, Matsuo said, his tone even. But it's also rewarding, if you're willing to put in the effort. I didn't respond immediately, my gaze fixed on the egg. It was strange to think that something alive was inside, something that would soon depend on me entirely. Fine, I said at last, standing up and lifting the incubation cube. I'll do what's necessary. But don't expect me to start talking to it like it's a person. As you wish, Master Ayanokoji, Matsuo said with a slight bow. I carried the cube to the living room, setting it down on the couch beside me. Picking up the remote, I turned on the television, flipping through channels absent-mindedly. The egg sat quietly in its cube, its faint warmth radiating outward. For now, all I could do was wait and prepare. The egg rested on the table near my bed, its purple and white swirls catching the faint glow of the moonlight. Matsuo had insisted I keep it nearby at all times, even while sleeping. I dismissed the idea as overkill, but now, lying in bed with the egg just a few feet away, I couldn't deny it was difficult to ignore. I rolled onto my side, closing my eyes and letting the day's events drift through my mind. The letter, the poke nav, the peculiar dampness of the egg, everything about this situation felt unusual. But then again, the unusual is usual in my life. Eventually, my thoughts quieted, and I slipped into a light, restless sleep. A faint glow stirred me awake. I blinked, my vision blurry as my eyes adjusted to the dim light of the room. At first, I thought it was a trick of the moonlight filtering through the curtains, but the light was moving, shifting in a slow, rhythmic pulse. I sat up, my heart beating just a little faster than usual. The source of the glow was unmistakable. The egg. Its purple and white shell was illuminated from within, the light pulsing in a steady rhythm like a heartbeat. The patterns on its surface seemed to ripple and shift, as though alive. I swung my legs over the side of the bed, the cool floor grounding me as I approached the table. The glow intensified with each step, casting faint shadows across the room. What now? I muttered under my breath, more to myself than the egg. I reached out, my hand hovering over the incubation cube. The warmth radiating from the egg was stronger than before, almost comforting in its intensity. I hesitated, unsure whether I should open the cube or leave it alone. My mind raced with questions. Was this normal? Was the Pokémon inside trying to communicate? Or was it simply reacting to something in its environment? The pulse of light quickened slightly, as if responding to my presence. I frowned, unsure whether to feel intrigued or uneasy. Are you trying to tell me something? I asked quietly, my voice barely above a whisper. The egg offered no response, of course, but the glow didn't waver. I sat back in the chair, my gaze fixed on the swirling patterns. For a moment, I thought I could hear something, a faint, almost imperceptible hum coming from the egg. I leaned closer, straining to hear. Was it my imagination? Or was there truly a sound coming from within? A knock at the door broke the silence, startling me slightly. Master Kiyotaka? Matsuo's voice called from the hallway. Come in, I said, my eyes still locked on the egg. The door creaked open, and Matsuo stepped inside, his gaze immediately falling on the glowing shell. His expression remained calm, though I caught a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Fascinating, he murmured, approaching the table. It seems the Pokémon inside is becoming more active. It woke me up, I said flatly. Is this normal? Matsuo nodded, his hands clasped behind his back. It's not uncommon for Pokémon eggs to exhibit signs of life as they develop. This glow could be an indication that the Pokémon inside is responding to its surroundings. Responding to what? I asked, glancing at him. Most likely, to you, Matsuo said, his tone measured. Pokémon are known to form bonds with their trainers even before hatching. It's possible the egg senses your presence and is reacting accordingly. I frowned, leaning back in my chair. So what am I supposed to do? Sit here and wait for it to hatch? For now, reassurance may be the best course of action, Matsuo replied. Speaking to the egg could help it feel secure. And if the glow intensifies further, it may be a sign that hatching is imminent. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. You're really committed to this idea of talking to an egg, aren't you? It's a proven method, Master Kiyotaka, Matsuo said with a faint smile. I turned back to the egg, its glow still pulsing steadily. Fine, I muttered, turning to the egg. If it'll keep you quiet, I'll give it a try. Leaning forward, I rested my arms on the table, my voice low and even. If you can hear me in there, just stay calm. There's no rush to come out. Take your time. The glow flickered faintly, almost as if in response. Matsuo observed silently, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he spoke. "It's remarkable how quickly you've adapted to this, Master Kiyotaka. I dare say you're already forming a bond." "Bond is bold," I said, standing up. "I'd like to get some sleep tonight. Can you monitor it for a while?" "Of course," Matsuo said with a slight bow. "I'll ensure it remains stable." I returned to bed, though the egg's glow still lingered in the corner of my vision. Even with Matsuo watching over it, sleep didn't come easily. My thoughts swirled around the glowing shell and the creature inside. Whatever was in that egg, it wasn't ordinary. And for the first time, I wondered if I was truly ready for what was to come. The morning sunlight poured into the room, illuminating the egg resting on the table. I stared at it while absently stirring my tea, my thoughts drifting back to the events of the night before. The glow, the warmth, the strange patterns shifting across its surface. It felt as though the creature inside was trying to communicate, but I couldn't quite decipher the message. The egg was quiet now, but its glossy, faintly damp surface still caught the light in a way that made it hard to ignore. I leaned closer, my gaze tracing the swirls of purple and white. The texture reminded me of something, though I couldn't quite place it. Matsuo had mentioned the moisture might be significant, tied to the Pokémon's natural habitat. I frowned, setting my cup down and brushing a hand over the incubation cube. The warmth from the egg radiated faintly, steady but persistent. I leaned back in my chair, letting my mind wander. The moisture. The warmth. The way the egg had seemed to pulse when I was near it. If the Pokémon inside was responding to its environment, then perhaps. My eyes flicked to the window, where the garden lay bathed in morning light. The pond outside was small but serene, the water clear and surrounded by lush greenery. It was humid near the pond, the air carrying a faint scent of moss and wet stone. Maybe that was what the egg needed. I stood, lifting the incubation cube carefully. The egg's warmth seeped through the glass, a quiet reassurance that I hadn't imagined the strange bond forming between us. As I made my way through the house, Matsuo appeared from the hallway, carrying a tray of freshly prepared breakfast. He paused when he saw me. "Good morning, Master Kiyotaka," he said, his tone polite but curious. "Taking the egg somewhere?" "To the garden," I replied, not breaking stride. "I want to see if it reacts to the pond." Matsuo's brows lifted slightly, but he gave a small nod. "An excellent idea. Shall I accompany you?" "Do what you want," I said over my shoulder, already heading for the door. The garden was quiet, the morning air crisp and cool. A light breeze rustled the leaves, and the soft trickle of water from the pond created a peaceful backdrop. I made my way to the water's edge, setting the incubation cube down on a flat stone. I crouched beside it, my eyes fixed on the egg. The sunlight reflected off its glossy surface, the faint sheen of moisture glinting like dew. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, almost imperceptibly, the patterns on the shell began to shift. The swirls of purple and white grew more defined, and the moisture on its surface thickened, forming tiny droplets that clung to the shell. I reached out, brushing my fingers against the glass. The warmth from the egg had intensified, though it was still comforting rather than alarming. The droplets of moisture seemed to ripple faintly, as if responding to the nearby water. So it was reacting. I glanced at the pond, the sunlight dancing on its surface. The air here was more humid than inside the house, the faint scent of moss and wet stone mingling with the breeze. It made sense, in a way. If the Pokémon inside was aquatic or accustomed to damp environments, then being near water might stimulate its development. The egg pulsed faintly, a soft glow flickering beneath the shell. I frowned, leaning closer. Was it my presence that caused this reaction, or was it the environment? I reached out and placed my hand flat against the glass of the cube. The glow flickered again, and the warmth seemed to shift, almost as if the creature inside was responding to my touch. It's reacting to my presence after all. Matsuo's voice broke the silence. Fascinating. I turned to see him standing a few paces behind me, his hands clasped behind his back as he observed the scene. It seems the Pokémon inside is highly attuned to its surroundings, he said, stepping closer. This reaction suggests it thrives in aquatic or humid conditions. You were correct to bring it here. I straightened, brushing off my hands. It wasn't exactly a leap of logic. The moisture on the shell was a pretty big clue. Even so, Matsuo said with a faint smile, your quick deduction is commendable. It appears you're already forming a bond with the Pokémon, whether you realize it or not. I turned back to the egg, watching as the glow faded and the swirls on its shell settled into stillness. The droplets of moisture remained, glinting faintly in the sunlight. If it's reacting this much now, I said, what happens when it hatches? Matsuo's smile widened slightly. That, Master Ayanokoji, is something only time will tell. But I suspect the bond you're forming now will make all the difference. I picked up the cube, holding it carefully as I turned back toward the house. The egg's warmth was steady, a quiet reminder of the life growing inside. For now, I couldn't predict what the future held. But as I carried the egg back inside, I felt a strange sense of anticipation. Whatever was in that egg, it was already beginning to change things. The room was silent, save for the occasional rustling of the wind outside. I had barely closed my eyes before a faint, sharp cracking sound broke through the stillness. At first, I thought it was part of the dream I was drifting through, but then it came again closer, louder. The egg. I sat up, blinking away the remnants of sleep as I turned my attention to the table. The incubation cube was glowing faintly, its glass surface trembling slightly. Another crack. I could feel the heat radiating from it, a warmth that seemed to grow stronger with each passing second. Slowly, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, moving toward the table. The egg was no longer still. The shell was fracturing, the purple and white swirls of its surface shifting like the tides of a distant sea. I leaned closer, my breath catching as the cracks deepened, revealing a soft substance beneath. It was almost as if the egg was alive, its movements deliberate, as though it were aware of the world outside. The shell broke apart entirely with one final crack, and a small, gelatinous creature emerged, its body glistening under the light. A Goomy. The Pokémon blinked up with wide, curious eyes, its soft, translucent body wobbling slightly as it adjusted to its new surroundings. A high-pitched "goo" escaped it, almost like a greeting. I stood frozen for a moment, taking in the sight. It was smaller than I had expected, its body slimy and squishy, its eyes wide and intelligent. Master Kiyotaka. Matsuo's voice broke through the silence as he entered the room, his footsteps light but deliberate. He froze as he saw the Goomy, his eyes widening slightly. Ah, it's hatched. Congratulations. Thanks, I replied, my voice flat. I wasn't one to get sentimental over such things, but the sight of the Pokémon was undeniably fascinating. Matsuo moved closer, crouching beside the table to get a better look. A Goomy, sir. Quite rare, and its evolution is quite powerful. They're known for their adaptability and strong bond with their trainers. I glanced down at the creature, which was now exploring the edges of the cube. It made a soft, curious noise. Goomy. Looks like it's adjusting well, Matsuo observed, a slight smile tugging at his lips. I reached down to carefully pick up the Pokénav, pointing it at Goomy. I pressed a button, and the screen flickered to life, displaying the egg's information. As it registered the newly hatched Goomy, the Pokénav provided a detailed report. Let's see what we're working with here, I muttered, scanning the screen. The Pokénav displayed the following: Pokémon, Goomy, Moveset, Absorb, Counter, Tackle, Ability, Gooey, Hidden Ability. I raised an eyebrow. Gooey. That's a rare ability, isn't it? Matsuo nodded. Indeed, Master Kiyotaka. It's a hidden ability that causes opposing Pokémon to become slower when they make contact with Goomy. It's quite useful in battle. Interesting, I said, tapping the screen to close the report. I turned my attention back to Goomy, who had now crawled out of the cube and was wobbling toward my hand. It nuzzled my fingers with a soft goo, before attempting to climb up my arm, leaving a trail of slime in its wake. I pulled my hand back, watching as it tilted its head, clearly confused. "You're persistent, I'll give you that." Matsuo chuckled softly. "It seems to have taken quite a liking to you, sir." "Lucky me," I muttered, wiping my hand on a nearby cloth. The following days passed in a blur of new experiences. Goomy had become a constant presence, its gelatinous body following me around wherever I went. Matsuo had been kind enough to offer advice on how to care for the Pokémon, but it wasn't until the first morning that I realized just how much attention it required. I sat at the breakfast table, a bowl of fruit in front of me, when Goomy appeared, wobbling over to the table. It immediately eyed the fruit, its gaze fixed on a slice of apple. I picked up a piece and held it out to the Pokémon, who sniffed it curiously before slurping it down in one go. "Don't get used to this," I said, holding out another slice. Goomy squeaked in response, its soft body squirming with delight. "Goo." "Master Kiyotaka," Matsuo said from the doorway, watching the exchange with a faint smile. "It appears Goomy is quite fond of apples." "Great," I muttered, watching the trail of slime Goomy left behind on the table. The comedic moment came later that day when I decided to introduce Goomy to ice cream. Matsuo brought a small bowl of vanilla ice cream, and Goomy's eyes lit up as it leaned forward to investigate. It didn't take long before Goomy dove into the bowl, its entire body wobbling with excitement as it devoured the ice cream in record time. When it finished, it turned to me, looking entirely satisfied, its face covered in melted ice cream. "You missed a spot," I said dryly, pointing to the mess on its face. Goomy blinked, then proceeded to try and lick the ice cream off its own face. But its efforts were hampered by its own wobbly movements, and it ended up sliding off the table with a soft "Goomy." I quickly reached out, catching it just in time. Matsuo, who had been watching the entire scene unfold, chuckled. "It seems Goomy is quite the eater." "Energetic isn't the word I'd use," I muttered, setting Goomy back on the table. As the days passed, I began to adjust to the presence of Goomy in my life. We spent afternoons by the pond in the garden, Goomy happily exploring the damp grass while I observed its movements. It seemed happiest near the water, its body glistening in the humidity. One evening, we sat in the living room, watching television. Goomy had perched itself on the armrest of the couch, its wide eyes fixed on the screen. I was flipping through channels when it suddenly squeaked, as if trying to make sense of what was happening. "You're not going to learn anything from this," I said, not really expecting a response. Goomy let out a soft "goo," and nudged my arm with its slimy head, clearly disagreeing with me. We spent another afternoon reading together. I had been trying to read a book, but Goomy seemed determined to climb onto my lap and explore the pages, leaving a trail of slime wherever it went. "You realize you're not helping," I said, holding the book above its reach. Goomy squeaked in protest, wobbling in place as it tried to climb higher. Matsuo, who had been passing by with a tray of tea, paused to observe the scene. "It seems Goomy is quite attached to you, Master Kiyotaka." "Just what I needed," I muttered, trying to turn the page without getting more slime on the book. The more time I spent with Goomy, the more I realized that it wasn't just a passive creature that followed me around. There was something more to it, something that made it feel more like a partner than a mere companion. One afternoon, I sat at the table with a puzzle in front of me. It wasn't anything complicated, just a simple mechanical puzzle that required a few turns to open. I had no real reason for doing it, but I thought it might be a good way to pass the time. Goomy, who had been idly watching me from across the room, crawled over to the table, its slimy tendrils trailing behind it. It let out a soft "goo" as it nudged the edge of the puzzle, clearly curious about what I was doing. I didn't think much of it at first, but then I noticed Goomy's eyes, wide with interest. It wasn't just watching, it was studying the puzzle, following every turn of my hands with intense focus. I raised an eyebrow. "You're interested in this?" I asked, watching Goomy respond with a small, determined "Goomy," as it nudged the puzzle again, its tendrils trying to poke at the pieces. Amused by its enthusiasm, I remarked, "You're not going to figure it out like that." To my surprise, Goomy didn't give up. It kept nudging the puzzle, its eyes narrowing in frustration when it couldn't get it to work. I could see the determination in its posture as it repeatedly tried to manipulate the pieces, only to fail each time. After a few moments, Goomy let out a frustrated "goo," and backed away, its slimy body wriggling as it let out a little huff, resembling a child frustrated by a toy that wouldn't work. I couldn't help but chuckle. "You're persistent, I'll give you that." Instead of giving up, Goomy's frustration seemed to transform into a desire to learn. It watched me closely as I solved the puzzle with ease. "Do you want to try again?" I asked, almost jokingly. Goomy looked up at me, its eyes wide with a new sense of purpose. It reached out with its tendrils, this time much more carefully, and gently tried to turn one of the pieces. Though it still didn't manage to open the puzzle, it seemed to take pride in the effort. I continued to watch, feeling a strange sense of intrigue myself. "You're not giving up, are you?" Goomy let out a small, satisfied "Goomy," and scooted closer, continuing to poke at the puzzle in its own way. There was no real understanding behind it yet, but the way it was trying learning by doing made me realize that this wasn't just a creature here to be fed and cared for. It was a being with its own desires and curiosity. A few days later, I decided to take Goomy outside for a walk in the garden. It had been a while since I'd given it some space to move around, and I figured the fresh air might do us both some good. I placed Goomy on the grass, watching as it slowly inched its way forward, its eyes scanning the surroundings. It wasn't fast, but there was a sense of wonder in the way it moved, as though everything was new and exciting. Goomy paused at a small flower, its tendrils reaching out to gently tap the petals. It let out a soft "goo," and then quickly recoiled, clearly startled by the texture of the flower. I couldn't help but watch. "What's the matter? You've never seen a flower before?" Goomy seemed to think for a moment, then let out a contented "Goomy," before reaching out again, this time more cautiously. It carefully touched the petals once more, its tendrils lingering as though trying to understand the sensation. It was clear that Goomy wasn't just observing the world, it was trying to engage with it. It wasn't a pet that simply followed me around, it was a being that wanted to learn and experience things for itself. Later that evening, after a quiet dinner, I found myself sitting on the couch with Goomy nearby. The television was on, though I wasn't paying much attention to it. Instead, I was watching Goomy as it sat on the floor, its eyes flicking between the screen and the objects around it. It wasn't just sitting idly, it was actively observing, its eyes tracking the movements on the screen. Every so often, it would let out a soft "goo," as though commenting on what it saw. "You're really paying attention, huh?" I muttered, unsure if Goomy understood me. It looked up at me, its eyes blinking slowly before it let out a quiet "Goomy," as if acknowledging my statement. In that moment, I realized something. Goomy wasn't just a companion or a creature I was taking care of, it had its own thoughts and curiosity. It wasn't passively existing alongside me, it was actively participating in the world around it. It was a being that wanted to learn and understand. And it wasn't just a pet, it was a partner in this strange new world I had found myself in. It had been just over 2 weeks since Goomy had hatched, and I could tell that it was becoming more comfortable with its body. Its movements were more fluid, its reactions quicker, and it seemed to have developed a better understanding of its own abilities. I had been debating whether or not to start training for a battle. The letter from the school had made it clear that I could only engage in 5 battles against other trainers before school began, and I didn't want to waste one of those on a simple skirmish. But I knew Goomy was ready for something, and a weaker wild Pokémon was exactly what we needed. I decided to take it to the forest behind my house. It was quiet there, and the dense trees offered a good amount of cover. The area was familiar to me, and I had spent enough time there to know that it wasn't too dangerous. I wasn't expecting to find anything particularly challenging, but I wanted to see how Goomy would perform under real conditions. "Alright, Goomy," I said, turning to the small Pokémon by my side. "We're going to find a wild Pokémon and see how you handle it. Are you ready?" Goomy responded with an eager "Goomy," as it slid forward, its body low to the ground. I couldn't help but admire its enthusiasm. We walked for a while, keeping our eyes peeled for any signs of wild Pokémon. It wasn't long before I heard the faint rustling of leaves nearby. I motioned for Goomy to stay quiet, and we crouched down behind a thick bush. Peering through the leaves, I spotted a Pidgey, its feathers ruffling as it pecked at the ground. It was a couple of levels higher than Goomy, but it didn't seem to notice us. "This will do," I whispered. "Let's go, Goomy." Goomy let out a determined "goo" as it slid forward, its slimy body moving with purpose. The Pidgey looked up just in time to see Goomy approaching, and with a sharp squawk, it took to the air, circling above us. I narrowed my eyes. "It's a bit stronger, but you've got this. Start with tackle." Goomy responded with a soft "Goomy," and launched itself forward, its body twisting as it extended toward the Pidgey. Goomy collided with the Pidgey, and a quiet thud was heard. The Pidgey squawked in annoyance and dove down toward Goomy, its wings flapping hard to generate speed. I could tell it was going for a quick strike. "Dodge it, Goomy!" I shouted. Goomy barely managed to twist its body out of the way, the Pidgey's sharp beak grazing its slime-covered skin. It wasn't a clean dodge, but it was enough to avoid a direct hit. I muttered a compliment about Goomy's reflexes and commanded it to hit the Pidgey with another tackle. Goomy pushed off the ground, charging at the bird Pokémon with surprising speed for its small frame. The collision knocked the Pidgey back slightly, but it quickly recovered and flapped its wings to regain altitude. The Pidgey retaliated with gust, sending a wave of air toward Goomy. The blast caused the small Pokémon to skid back, shaking from the force. Goomy let out a frustrated sound as it tried to regain its footing. I could see that Goomy was struggling. It was a few levels lower than the Pidgey, and the bird's attacks were fast and precise. Seeing an opportunity, the Pidgey dove down towards Goomy using tackle. I called out for Goomy to dodge and use absorb. Goomy twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the attack. Then, lunging towards the Pidgey with its tendrils extended, it absorbed some of the bird's health. The Pidgey took to the air again, using sand attack. I watched as the sand hit Goomy's eyes, causing it to blink in an attempt to see. I muttered to myself that this could be a problem. Suddenly, the Pidgey dove down towards Goomy once again with tackle. "Counter, Goomy!" I commanded. Goomy's body tensed, bracing itself for the next attack. Just as the Pidgey's attack connected, Goomy's body glowed with energy. The next moment, the Pidgey was sent flying backward, clearly disoriented. "Finish it with absorb!" I called out. Goomy launched itself forward, tendrils extended. The energy it absorbed from the Pidgey left the bird struggling to stay in the air. With a final, exhausted squawk, the Pidgey crashed to the ground, unable to continue the fight. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Well done, Goomy," I said, kneeling beside the small Pokémon. Goomy responded with a soft sound, vibrating with what I could only describe as satisfaction. It wasn't just the victory, it was the way it had fought, using its moves strategically and adapting to the situation. I gently patted Goomy on the head. "You've come a long way, haven't you?" Goomy wiggled happily in the grass, reflecting the sunlight as it rolled around in satisfaction. Based on the Pidgey's use of gust, it had to be around level 9, which meant Goomy just beat something 7 levels higher than itself. As I knelt down to praise Goomy, my Pokénav emitted a soft ding from my pocket. I pulled it out, still catching my breath from the battle. I glanced at the screen, confused at the sudden notification. Opening the device, I saw a flashing message, 110 wild battles completed. I blinked, taking a moment to process what I was seeing. The notification reminded me that I had one wild battle under my belt, and the clock was ticking down on the limited number of battles we could engage in before the start of school. The school's letter had been clear, only 5 trainer battles and 10 wild battles. I had to be strategic about it. I glanced down at Goomy, who was still happily wiggling in the grass. "You did great, Goomy," I said, leaning over to pat its head. It let out a pleased sound, nuzzling my hand with its slimy tendrils. Despite its small size, I could see the growth in it not just physically, but in its battle instincts. It was learning, adapting, and becoming more than I had expected. I checked the Pokenav again, scanning through the details for Goomy. The device buzzed once more, showing a summary of the battle stats: species, Goomy, level 4, move set, absorb, counter, tackle, ability, Gooey, hidden ability. I noted how each move had come in handy during the battle. Absorb had allowed Goomy to heal while dealing damage, and counter had been a game-changer when Pidgey tried to dive in for another attack. "Not bad," I muttered to myself, running my fingers through my hair as I looked over the details. The Gooey ability was rare, and I hadn't yet fully seen its potential. But it was a good sign. The battle had been a success, and I was starting to understand just how capable Goomy could be. Goomy bounced back to my side, looking up at me expectantly. "All right, let's head back home," I said, standing up and brushing off the dirt from my clothes. "You earned a rest." We walked back through the forest, the faint squawks of the Pidgey still echoing in the distance as it struggled to recover. It had been a close fight, but Goomy had proven itself, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Despite the limitations, Goomy had defeated a wild Pokémon that was significantly stronger. As we reached the edge of the forest, I looked at Goomy one last time. It was more than just a Pokémon now, it was a partner, one I could grow to rely on. It had been a steady climb, but the satisfaction of finishing it felt unexpectedly empty. I pointed the Pokenav at Goomy, curious to see if anything had changed since my last check. "All right, Goomy," I said, looking down at the small Pokémon, "no more wild battles for now. We've hit the limit." Goomy slid up to me, its body curling in a way that almost seemed like a nod of understanding. It wasn't just the battles that had changed Goomy, it was its awareness of what was happening around it. "We've done the wild ones. Now it's time for the real challenge," I muttered, more to myself than to Goomy. 3 trainer battles left, and we've got 7 weeks to figure it out. The thought of those remaining trainer battles didn't excite me as I expected. It wasn't that I didn't believe Goomy was ready, it was more that the structure of the battles felt limiting. 3 trainer battles in 7 weeks. That hardly seemed enough to test Goomy's growth. We walked back to the mansion in silence. My thoughts drifted to what would come after those battles. Once they were done, what would we do next? I couldn't just keep training Goomy in isolation. The real world would be waiting, and Goomy would need to be prepared for more than just battling. There were only so many ways to test a Pokémon's strength without pushing it to its limits. And as much as I hated to admit it, I couldn't just keep going through the motions with wild Pokémon. They weren't challenging enough anymore. When we arrived back at the mansion, Matsuo was waiting for us in the kitchen, preparing tea as usual. He looked up as we entered, his expression neutral but attentive. "Master Kiyotaka," he greeted, his voice calm as ever. "How did the battle go?" I took a moment to process the question, then answered, "It went well. Goomy's finished its last wild battle. It's ready for something more." Matsuo nodded, placing a cup of tea in front of me. "I see. Goomy has certainly made remarkable progress." I took a sip of the tea, the warmth of the cup grounding me for a moment. "It has. But I'm not sure what's next. We've done the wild Pokémon. The next step is the trainer battles, but after that?" Matsuo raised an eyebrow, clearly processing my words. "I take it you're not concerned about the trainer battles themselves?" I shook my head. "No. Goomy's ready for them. It's just that 3 battles isn't enough. I can't see how it'll be enough to test Goomy's development. We've already fought 2 trainers, and each one was a step forward, but it's not the same as pushing Goomy to its limits. After those 3 battles, we're back to square one. Matsuo gave a small nod, his expression thoughtful. Indeed. You are correct. But perhaps that is the nature of this PRD before school. It is not just about the battles, but about preparation for what lies ahead. I looked down at Goomy, who had curled up on the floor nearby, its slimy body gently pulsing as it rested. It was a far cry from the timid Pokémon that had hatched just weeks ago. But even now, there was a sense of something more, a desire to grow, to learn, to be more than just a companion. I suppose, I said, my voice quieter now, but it still feels limiting. Goomy's not just a pet. It's a partner. And we're running out of time to push it further. Matsuo gave a small bow, his tone unwavering. You will find a way, Master Kiyotaka. Goomy's development has been impressive, and you have always found a way to overcome limitations. I exhaled slowly, setting the teacup down. I know. But I still have to figure out what comes next. After these 3 battles, we'll need a new challenge. I'll find someone to battle tomorrow. A real trainer, not just a wild Pokémon. Matsuo nodded once more. I trust you will make the right decision. Goomy has learned much from you, Master Kiyotaka. It is clear that you are both ready for whatever comes next. I stood up, the thought of the upcoming trainer battle already taking shape in my mind. Tomorrow, then. I'll find someone to test Goomy's strength. We'll make it count. Goomy let out a soft "oomy" from across the room, its body wiggling with what I could only interpret as excitement. It was ready. And, for the first time in weeks, so was I. The sunlight crept through the curtains, its golden rays spilling onto the wooden floor of my room. I stirred, opening my eyes slowly. The first thing I noticed was the soft, rhythmic sound of something bumping against my desk. I turned my head and saw Goomy perched on the edge of the desk, its gelatinous body wobbling slightly as it nudged a pencil with its head. The pencil rolled off the edge and clattered onto the floor. Goomy, I muttered, sitting up and rubbing my eyes. Is this your new hobby? Knocking things off tables? Goo, it replied, its tone suspiciously cheerful, as if proud of its antics. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood, stretching. Goomy slid down from the desk, landing on the floor with a soft plop. It wriggled its way over to me, looking up expectantly. All right, I said, leaning down to pick it up. Its slimy texture was something I'd gotten used to over the past few months, though it still left a faint residue on my hands. Let's get moving. I carried Goomy to the bathroom, setting it on the counter while I brushed my teeth. It watched me intently, its wide eyes following every movement. You're staring again, I said through a mouthful of toothpaste. Goo, it replied, blinking slowly. Don't even think about knocking over the soap, I warned, noticing its gaze shift toward the bottle. By the time I made it downstairs, the scent of freshly brewed coffee and warm bread filled the air. Matsuo was already in the dining room, standing by the table with his usual composed demeanor. Good morning, Master Kiyotaka, he said with a slight bow. Morning, I replied, setting Goomy down on the chair next to mine. It immediately began inching toward the plate of toast in front of me. Matsuo raised an eyebrow. I see Goomy is as energetic as ever. Energetic isn't the word I'd use, I said, pulling the plate away before Goomy could reach it. Persistent, maybe. Goo, Goomy protested, its tone somewhere between a whine and a pout. Matsuo placed a small dish of Pokémon food on the table, sliding it toward Goomy. Here. This should be more suitable than toast. Goomy perked up immediately, diving into the dish with gusto. As I began eating, Matsuo stood silently for a moment before clearing his throat. Master Kiyotaka, there's something I need to bring to your attention. Matsuo's voice broke through my thoughts, and I looked up, curious. What is it? I asked. He raised his arm, revealing Goomy, which had somehow latched onto his watch, its mouth wrapped around the shiny metal band. "Goomy has eaten my watch," Matsuo said flatly, though a hint of exasperation colored his tone. I stared at the scene for a moment before replying, "It's not eating it. It's just holding it. Probably." "Goo." Goomy let out a triumphant sound, as if to confirm my theory. Matsuo sighed, his composure slipping just slightly. "Regardless, I would appreciate it if you could convince it to let go." "Goomy," I said, leaning forward. "Drop it." Goomy blinked at me, its expression unreadable, before reluctantly releasing the watch. Matsuo wiped it off with a handkerchief, muttering about needing to keep his belongings out of reach. "You're lucky Matsuo is patient," I told Goomy as it returned to its food. Matsuo gave me a pointed look. "Patience is a virtue, Master Kiyotaka, but even virtues have their limits." "Noted," I replied. The rest of breakfast passed without incident, though I couldn't help but notice Goomy eyeing Matsuo's cufflinks toward the end of the meal. After breakfast, I decided to take Goomy to the park and battlefield to see if we could find someone to battle. The morning air was crisp and carried a faint chill, though the promise of a warmer day lingered in the gentle rays of the rising sun. The sky above was painted in soft hues of orange and pink, the colors blending together like a watercolor painting. Wisps of clouds drifted lazily across the horizon, their edges tinged with gold as the sunlight began to crest over the treetops. I walked down the long, cobblestone path that led from the front door of the mansion to the main road. Goomy followed close by, its slimy body gliding effortlessly across the smooth stones. It let out a soft goo, a sound that seemed almost contemplative as it glanced up at the sky. The mansion I called home stood behind me, its towering frame casting a long shadow over the sprawling front garden. Perfectly trimmed hedges lined the path, their symmetry broken only by bursts of color from the flower beds. A stone fountain sat in the center of the circular driveway, its water sparkling in the morning light. As I reached the main road, I glanced around. The neighborhood, or what little there was of it, was as quiet as ever. The nearest house was several hundred meters away, partially obscured by a grove of tall oak trees. Its roof was barely visible, a distant reminder that I wasn't entirely alone out here. The road itself was paved and well maintained, though it was narrow and winding, designed more for aesthetics than practicality. On either side, the trees formed a natural canopy, their leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled patterns on the ground that shifted as the wind moved the branches. Goomy let out another "Goomy," and slid ahead of me, its body leaving a faint trail of moisture on the pavement. It seemed particularly energetic this morning, its movements quicker and more purposeful than usual. "Excited to get to the park?" I asked, more to myself than to Goomy. It turned to look at me, its wide eyes blinking slowly before it let out a cheerful "goo." I continued walking, my footsteps echoing faintly in the stillness. The only other sounds were the occasional chirping of birds and the soft rustle of leaves. The air smelled clean and fresh, carrying a hint of dew and the earthy aroma of the forest that bordered the road. As I rounded a gentle curve, the park came into view. It wasn't large by any means, but it was well kept. A grassy field stretched out before me, bordered by a line of trees that marked the edge of the forest. A small playground sat off to one side, its brightly colored equipment gleaming in the sunlight. A single bench stood near the edge of the field, facing a small pond where ducks occasionally gathered. Goomy slid to a stop at the edge of the field, its eyes scanning the open space. It let out an inquisitive "goo," as if asking for permission to explore. "Go ahead," I said, gesturing toward the grass. It didn't need to be told twice. Goomy slid forward, its body bouncing slightly as it moved. I followed at a leisurely pace, my hands in my pockets as I took in the tranquil scene. The park was empty, as I had expected this early in the morning, and the quiet was a welcome change from the usual noise of the day. The sunrise was almost complete now, the sky transitioning from its warm, pastel tones to a brighter blue. The light danced across the surface of the pond, creating ripples of gold that shimmered with each passing breeze. For a moment, I stopped and looked around, letting the peacefulness of the morning settle over me. Goomy was already in the grass, inspecting a patch of clover with great interest. "Don't eat anything," I called out. It turned to me with an innocent "goo," before continuing its investigation. The walk had been short but pleasant, a reminder that even in the quiet, there was always something worth noticing. After spending some time at the park, I decided it was time to head to the nearby battlefield for some training with Goomy. The morning had matured, and the sun now hung higher in the sky, casting a warm golden hue over the landscape. The soft light filtered through the trees, dappling the dirt path ahead with shifting patterns of shadow and sun. The trail to the battlefield was a narrow dirt path that wound through a small wooded area adjacent to the park. Tall oaks and maples lined either side, their branches interlocking overhead to form a natural canopy. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, a quiet, rhythmic sound that paired well with the occasional chirp of unseen birds. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of damp soil, still fresh from the previous night's rain. Small puddles reflected fragments of the blue sky above, creating tiny mirrors scattered along the trail. Goomy slid along beside me, its gelatinous body moving smoothly over the moist ground. It seemed at ease, as though the dampness in the air energized it. "Goo!" Goomy suddenly let out a noise, breaking the serene silence. It paused in its gliding and turned its head toward the trees on the right side of the trail. "What is it?" I asked, stopping to observe. Goomy wiggled excitedly, its eyes fixed on something in the underbrush. Without waiting for an answer, it began to slither off the path and toward the dense vegetation. "Goomy, stay on the trail," I said firmly, but it didn't stop. Letting out a quiet sigh, I followed after it. "You know, if you get stuck in there, I'm not pulling you out," I said as Goomy pushed past some ferns, undeterred. When I caught up, I saw what had captured its attention, a patch of wild berries growing on a low bush. The small, round fruit glistened with dew, their vibrant red and purple hues standing out against the green leaves. Goomy leaned in closer, sniffing curiously. "You can't eat random berries you find," I cautioned, crouching beside the bush. "They could be poisonous or make you sick." Goomy turned to look at me, its expression a mix of confusion and mild disappointment. "Goo." I reached out and plucked one of the berries, inspecting it closely. "These are oran berries," I said after a moment. "They're fine, but next time, don't wander off without telling me." "Goo." Goomy responded cheerfully, as if taking my words as permission. Before I could stop it, Goomy stretched out a tendril and plucked a berry, popping it into its mouth. It chewed happily, letting out a satisfied "Goomy." Shaking my head, I stood up. "Just don't make it a habit," I said, brushing dirt off my hands. Goomy slid back onto the trail, visibly more cheerful after its impromptu snack. I followed, keeping a closer eye on it this time. The rest of the walk was uneventful, though the scenery continued to impress. The trail opened up slightly as we approached the battlefield, the dense trees giving way to patches of open grass. The sun, now higher in the sky, cast long, sharp shadows across the landscape. A gentle breeze rustled the tall grass on either side of the path, carrying with it the faint hum of distant activity. When the battlefield finally came into view, I noticed how quiet it was. The open space was bordered by white chalk lines, the grass within worn down from frequent use. A few weathered benches sat along the edges, their wood faded and splintered from exposure to the elements. In the middle of the field, a lone figure stood with her back to us. She was a girl around my age, her long brown hair catching the sunlight as it swayed in the breeze. Her posture was relaxed but focused, her attention on the Pokémon standing in front of her, a Hisuian Growlithe. Its orange and black fur was striking against the green grass, and it seemed just as alert as its trainer. Goomy noticed the Growlithe immediately and let out a curious "goo," sliding forward slightly to get a better look. "Stay here," I said, placing a hand on Goomy's head to stop it. "We'll wait for the right moment to approach." Goomy wiggled in response, its body vibrating slightly with excitement. I could tell it was eager, but there was no need to rush. For now, I stayed at the edge of the battlefield, observing the girl and her Pokémon from a distance. She looked a bit older than me, probably around my age, but the way she stood suggested she was used to this kind of setting. Her Pokémon, a Hisuian Growlithe, sat calmly at her feet, its amber eyes watching me closely. The Pokémon's fur ruffled gently in the breeze, but it didn't make a sound, almost as if it was waiting for something to happen. As I drew closer, she noticed me and gave a polite wave. "Morning," she said, her voice light and friendly. I nodded in return, unsure of how to respond. I hadn't been around people before, let alone a girl my age. This wasn't a conversation I had prepared for. I glanced at Goomy, who had already started to wander off the trail, distracted by a patch of grass. "Goomy, stay focused," I muttered under my breath, though I wasn't sure if it was for the Pokémon's benefit or my own. The girl giggled lightly at the sight of Goomy's antics, and I couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious. "It's okay," she said kindly. "My Growlithe gets distracted sometimes too. They're just curious." I gave a small, polite nod, but didn't respond right away. The silence between us stretched for a moment before she spoke again, breaking the tension. "Are you here to battle?" she asked, her tone casual but with a hint of excitement. She seemed to understand the unspoken question of whether or not I was ready, and I appreciated the way she phrased it, like she wasn't assuming anything, just offering the option. I glanced down at Goomy, who was now sliding back toward me, its attention finally back on the situation. "Yeah," I said, my voice steady but not particularly warm. "I'm here for a battle." She smiled, a small, knowing smile that didn't feel forced. "Great. I've been looking for someone to practice with. My name's Matsuhita Chiaki, by the way." I paused for a moment, unsure of whether or not to introduce myself. It wasn't that I didn't want to, but the formality of it felt unnecessary. Still, I figured it was polite. "Ayanokoji Kiyotaka," I replied flatly, keeping my tone neutral. Her smile didn't falter. "Nice to meet you, Ayanokoji," she said, giving a slight bow of her head. "How about we make this a good practice match?" I nodded again, stepping into position and preparing myself mentally for what was coming. "I'm ready." She looked down at her Growlithe and then back at me, her expression turning serious, but there was still a trace of excitement in her eyes. "All right, Growlithe, let's show him what we've got." Her Pokémon barked in response, its tail wagging slightly as it took a few steps forward. It seemed eager, though I could tell it wasn't fully prepared for the intensity of a real battle. I glanced at Goomy, who was now fully focused, its body poised and ready. I nodded to Matsuhita as she called out her Pokémon, a Hisuian Growlithe, its fur bristling with energy. Goomy was ready as well, its small form squirming with anticipation. "Goomy, start with water gun," I instructed, my voice calm as I prepared for the next move. Goomy responded with a confident "goo," and shot a stream of water from its mouth, hitting the Growlithe square in the face. The fire type stumbled back, but it quickly regained its footing, shaking off the water. "Growlithe, use bite," Matsuhita called, her voice steady. Growlithe charged forward, jaws snapping. Goomy tried to dodge, but the Growlithe's sharp teeth sank into its slimy body, causing it to squeak in surprise. It wasn't a devastating blow, but it certainly hurt. "Goomy, use counter," I ordered quickly, trying to take advantage of the moment. Goomy braced itself, and as Growlithe lunged again, Goomy's body glowed with a faint light. When the attack landed, the force of the impact sent Growlithe flying backward, the recoil leaving it momentarily dazed. "Nice job, Goomy," I muttered, relieved that the move had worked. The girl didn't seem fazed. "Growlithe, use roar," she commanded. The Growlithe let out a loud, commanding roar, sending a shockwave of sound toward Goomy. The attack caused Goomy to flinch, its body trembling from the noise. It wasn't a direct attack, but it was enough to make Goomy hesitate. Focus, Goomy. I called out, trying to regain control of the battle. Use Dragon Breath. Goomy's body glowed with a deep mix of blue and purple energy as it unleashed a burst of dragon-like power. The energy hit Growlithe square in the chest, knocking it back and leaving the fire-type Pokémon visibly weakened. Growlithe, use Bite again, she shouted, her voice unwavering. Growlithe rushed forward again, this time with more speed, its teeth bared. I could see the determination in its eyes, but Goomy was ready. Dodge it, Goomy. I called out. Goomy managed to twist its body just in time, narrowly avoiding the bite. As Growlithe passed by, I yelled out, now, water gun. Goomy turned quickly and launched another water gun, hitting Growlithe in the side. The attack pushed it back again, and I could see the fire-type Pokémon struggling to stay on its feet. Nice work, Goomy. Now, let's finish this with Dragon Breath. I commanded. Goomy let out a low growl, its body shimmering as it released another wave of energy. This time, Growlithe couldn't dodge in time, and the blast hit it full force. The fire-type was sent tumbling to the ground, unable to continue the battle. I walked over to Goomy, relieved. Well done, I muttered, patting it gently on the head. The girl walked over to her Growlithe, who was still lying on the ground but was recovering. She knelt down and gave it a gentle pat. You did great, Growlithe, she said, before standing up and facing me. That was a good match. I nodded. It was. Your Growlithe is strong. She smiled and extended her hand. I guess I've got a lot to work on if I'm going to keep up with you. I shook her hand. You're strong as is. Just as we were catching our breath, the familiar sound of our Pokénavs went off at the same time. I reached into my pocket and pulled it out, noticing the notification on the screen. You're going to ANHS too? Matsuhita asked, curiosity evident on her face. I nodded, yeah. It's a weird coincidence. We turned our attention back to our screens, reading our Pokénavs. 3-5 trainer battles complete. The normal notification was quickly replaced by an unfamiliar one. ANHS record 1-0 first year ranking, 3. I blinked at the screen, surprised. A ranking? I muttered, glancing at Chiaki. She seemed just as confused, her own Pokénav now displaying her record. 0-1, she said, a little disappointed but not discouraged. I guess that's how it works now. I nodded slowly, still processing the implications. Seems like it. I didn't know about the ranking system. Chiaki smiled, a bit of relief in her expression. Well, looks like I've got some work to do. She held out her hand again. Good match, Kiyotaka. I'll be sure to get you next time. I shook her hand again. I'll look forward to it. We both stood there for a moment, the quiet air around us settling in. The rankings on our Pokénavs weren't just numbers, they were a reminder that soon, we'd both be facing more challenges at ANHS. But for now, the battle was over, and I was content with how Goomy had performed. I walked through the front door, feeling the cool air of the mansion greet me as I stepped inside. The quiet atmosphere of the house was almost comforting after the bright, bustling sunlight of the park. Goomy had been in high spirits during the walk back, its slimy body wiggling excitedly as it followed me, but I could tell it was getting a little tired. The battle with Matsuhita had been a bit of a workout for both of our Pokémon. Alright, Goomy, I murmured, looking down at the small Pokémon, let's take a break for now. Goomy gave me an enthusiastic Goomy, in response, its small eyes gleaming with what I could only assume was satisfaction. It was hard to say whether it had enjoyed the battle more or simply enjoyed the attention it had received, but I wasn't going to overthink it. I gently tapped the button on the Pokeball at my side, and in a flash of red light, Goomy was absorbed back into the ball. The mansion felt empty as I made my way through the hallway toward the dining room. The silence was only interrupted by the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards beneath my feet. It was a large house, and though it was well kept, I often felt the weight of its size. There were no other people around, save for Matsuo, who had been taking care of some errands earlier in the morning. When I reached the dining room, I found Matsuo already seated at the table, a steaming bowl of soup in front of him. He looked up from the papers he was organizing and gave me a polite nod. "Master Kiyotaka, welcome back," Matsuo said, his voice calm but warm. "I trust the battle went well." "It went fine," I replied, sliding into the seat across from him. "Nothing too difficult, but it was a good challenge. Goomy handled it well." Matsuo's eyes seemed to gleam with interest at the mention of Goomy. "It is good to hear that Goomy is developing so well. You've been training it diligently, master." I nodded, pulling the poke ball out of my pocket and setting it gently on the table. "It's still early, but it's showing improvement. I think it's ready for more battles soon." Matsuo gave a thoughtful nod. "Of course, master. It's important to take your time and prepare for what's to come. The school will surely bring its own set of challenges." I let out a quiet sigh, my thoughts drifting toward ANHS. There was so much the school was obscuring from us. This ranking system was the newest news from the school. It had only appeared after battling an ANHS student, which was quite a coincidence. There were countless possibilities behind it that wouldn't be clear until I actually arrived at the school. Matsuo must have noticed my shift in mood because he asked, "Master, is something troubling you? You seem distracted." I hesitated for a moment before deciding to explain. "There's a ranking system," I said, keeping my voice steady but quiet. "It only showed up after I battled another ANHS student. I don't know what to make of it yet." Matsuo looked up from his meal, curiosity evident on his face. "A ranking system? I was unaware of such a thing." "What do you mean?" I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. "It's new. After I battled Matsuhita, this notification popped up on my poke nav. It showed my rank and said I had completed another trainer battle. But the strange part is that I can only see my own rank. Whenever I tried clicking on the ranks, it told me, feature currently restricted." Matsuo's brow furrowed slightly, his calm demeanor unshaken but his curiosity piqued. "So, you can see your own record, but not that of others? That is unusual. Why would they set it up like that?" "I don't know," I replied, shaking my head. "It seems like they're just hiding the rankings until we get onto campus. Maybe they're trying to prevent a security leak of all the names of the upcoming students. It's hard to tell right now." Matsuo was silent for a moment, clearly processing the information. "It's an odd system, to say the least. But perhaps the reason is a bit more kind. If the students only see their own progress, it might prevent them from getting too caught up in competing with others. They might focus more on their own growth." I thought about his words for a moment. It was a reasonable explanation, but something about it still didn't sit right with me. "I don't think so. It's supposed to be an elite school, and they focus on whether or not you can handle knowing others are better. I don't buy it." Matsuo nodded in agreement. "I trust your judgment, master. If anyone can figure out the true purpose behind it, it's you." I appreciated his confidence in me, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that the ranking system was hiding something. It was too new, too strange. I needed to understand it fully before school started, but for now, I had to focus on getting Goomy ready for whatever came next. After a moment of silence, I changed the subject. "I'm going to start looking for more trainer battles. I only have a few left before school, and I want to make sure Goomy is fully prepared. If I can't find another ANHS student, I'll just battle Matsuhita again." Matsuo nodded. "Of course, master. I'm sure Goomy will continue to grow stronger with each battle. If you need anything, I'm always here to assist you." I gave him a small nod in return, feeling a bit more reassured. But the ranking system still lingered in the back of my mind, and I knew I wouldn't be able to fully shake the unease it caused until I figured out what it really meant. The next morning, I stepped out of the mansion, the cool air hitting me as I closed the door behind me. The world outside was quiet, almost too quiet. The streets around the mansion were mostly empty, with only the occasional rustle of wind through the trees or the distant chirp of a bird to break the silence. The sun was still low in the sky, casting long, soft shadows across the pavement, and the early morning light made everything feel still and peaceful. I didn't have a particular destination in mind, but I knew I needed to clear my head. The ranking system still lingered in my thoughts, its strange, unexplained nature gnawing at the back of my mind. I had been thinking about it ever since the notification popped up on my PokeNav after the battle with Matsuhita. Why could I only see my rank and not anyone else's? What was the purpose behind it? The more I thought about it, the more questions I had, and yet the more elusive the answer seemed. Goomy had been in high spirits during the walk back, but I decided to give it a break for now. I released it from its pokeball and let it rest inside my jacket pocket, where it could feel safe and warm. Goomy seemed content, letting out a soft "Goomy" as it snuggled into the folds of my jacket. It was a small comfort, having the Pokémon close to me, even if it didn't understand my deeper thoughts. As I wandered through the streets, the quiet of the neighborhood was almost unnerving. It was a strange feeling, knowing that the mansion I lived in was surrounded by so much emptiness. There were few houses nearby, and none of the neighbors ever seemed to be around. It felt as if the world outside was on pause, just waiting for something to happen. But no matter how long I walked, no one appeared. The streets remained empty, save for the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. I walked for what felt like hours, passing by the same familiar sights: the park, the small convenience store, the quiet residential streets. The more I walked, the more the weight of the ranking system pressed on my mind. It felt wrong, like there was something I was missing, some key piece of information that would make everything fall into place. But no matter how many times I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. It was a puzzle I couldn't solve, and that unsettled me more than I cared to admit. Eventually, I found myself back at the mansion, the familiar sight of the grand building welcoming me in. I could hear the faint hum of the air conditioning inside, the only sign of life in the otherwise silent house. I paused at the front door for a moment, taking a deep breath before stepping inside. Goomy let out a soft "Goomy" from inside my pocket, as if sensing the shift in the atmosphere. I gently returned it to its pokeball, giving it a moment to rest. I wasn't sure if I was any closer to understanding the ranking system, but at least I had cleared my mind a little. There was still plenty of time before school, and I had a feeling that whatever answers I was looking for would come in time. I walked down the hallway, the sound of my footsteps echoing in the otherwise empty house. When I reached the dining room, I found Matsuo sitting at the table, his usual calm demeanor in place. He looked up from the papers he was organizing and gave me a small nod. "Welcome back, Master Kiyotaka," Matsuo said, his voice steady but warm. "I trust the walk was productive?" "Not really," I replied, shaking my head as I sat down across from him. "I didn't find anyone to battle, and I'm still thinking about that ranking system." Matsuo's brow furrowed slightly, a small sign of curiosity. "The ranking system? I take it you've been pondering it since your battle?" "Yeah," I said, leaning back in my chair. "It's strange, but there's no point in thinking about it when I won't get any more information for another 7 weeks, I said, feeling a sense of unease about the ranking system. Matsuo paused, considering my words. "It is indeed odd. But perhaps it's for the best. If the system is meant to help students grow, maybe it's better that you focus on your own progress rather than worry about the system itself." I didn't respond immediately. Matsuo's perspective was reasonable, but something about the whole situation still didn't sit right with me. I didn't trust that the ranking system was as simple as it seemed. There was something more to it, and I was determined to find out what. "I suppose," I said eventually, "but I still don't like how hidden it is. There's something off about it." Matsuo gave a slight nod, his expression thoughtful. "I understand, Master. But for now, perhaps it's best to focus on preparing for school. The answers will reveal themselves in time." I nodded in agreement, though I couldn't shake the feeling that something important was being kept from us. For now, though, I had to focus on Goomy and our remaining battles. There would be time to figure out the ranking system later. I stirred awake to the sound of light footsteps echoing in the hallway outside my room. For a moment, I considered ignoring it, but the creak of my door opening stopped that thought in its tracks. "You're still asleep?" "It's almost noon," Matsuhita said, her tone playful. I opened my eyes to find her standing in the doorway, arms crossed, with her Growlithe sitting obediently at her feet. The sight was almost becoming routine. "Good morning," I replied, sitting up and stretching. My voice was even, though I suspected Matsuhita wouldn't care if it wasn't. Over the past couple of weeks, we had become friends, which was unexpected. After failing to find any other ANHS students to battle, Matsuhita and I decided to stick together. 2 battles later, I had emerged victorious each time, yet my rank remained stubbornly at that meant someone from ANHS had already faced and defeated at least 4 other students or perhaps battled one person 4 times. Either way, it was a subtle but clear message: the competition at ANHS would be fierce. Our second battle had marked a turning point. Afterward, I invited her over for lunch, and Matsuo welcomed her with his usual politeness. Since then, she had taken to showing up at random intervals, with Matsuo eventually learning to let her in without question. Despite the time we spent together, I didn't believe there was any romantic interest on either side. Matsuhita was friendly, cheerful, and occasionally nosy, but she hadn't given any indication that she saw me as anything more than a training partner or perhaps a convenient source of free meals. And I, in turn, felt no inclination to view her in any way other than as an acquaintance who had unexpectedly become a fixture in my daily life. As I swung my legs over the side of the bed, I allowed myself a brief moment of reflection. Matsuhita was, in a sense, my first friend. It was a strange concept, one that felt foreign and almost unnecessary. Yet, there was a certain ease in her presence, a simplicity that didn't demand anything of me. Perhaps that was why I hadn't pushed her away. "Are you just going to sit there all day, or are we doing something?" Matsuhita asked, snapping me out of my thoughts. Her Growlithe barked in agreement, its fluffy tail wagging. "Give me a moment," I replied, standing and heading toward the bathroom to get ready. After a quick breakfast, lunch, if Matsuhita's teasing was anything to go by, we found ourselves outside in the sprawling garden behind the mansion. Matsuo had suggested we get some fresh air, though I suspected he was more interested in having a break from Growlithe's shedding. "Why don't we train Growlithe and Goomy together for a bit?" Matsuhita suggested, tossing a small ball in her hand that Growlithe's eyes followed intently. "Not battling, just something lighter." I nodded, releasing Goomy from its pokeball. It appeared with its usual wiggling excitement, blinking up at me as if to say, "What's next?" "All right, Goomy," I said, kneeling down to its level. "Let's see how you're doing with water gun." Matsuhita took that as her cue to get started as well, tossing the ball a short distance for Growlithe to chase. Its fluffy orange coat practically glowed in the sunlight as it bounded after the ball with eager energy. "You know," Matsuhita said after a moment, glancing over at me, "it's kind of weird to think that we'll be at ANHS in just a few days." I looked at her, waiting for her to elaborate. "I mean, it's supposed to be this big, fancy school, right?" she continued, her voice thoughtful. "But no one really knows what it's like. Even the stuff they sent us barely explains anything. It's like they're trying to keep us in the dark on purpose." "They probably are," I replied simply, watching as Goomy attempted to hit a small target I'd set up with its water gun. The stream of water hit the edge of the target, and I gave it a small nod of encouragement. Matsuhita frowned, sitting cross-legged on the grass as Growlithe trotted back to her with the ball in its mouth. "You're not even a little curious about it? About what kind of people we'll meet there? What kind of classes they'll have?" "Curiosity doesn't change anything," I said, standing up and brushing the grass off my hands. "We'll find out soon enough." She rolled her eyes. "You're such a buzzkill sometimes, you know that." I didn't respond, instead turning my attention back to Goomy, who had decided to climb onto the target instead of practicing its moves. But seriously, Matsuhita continued, I'm kind of nervous. I mean, I've always been ostracized because of my family's wealth and my grades. What if that happens there? Her words hung in the air for a moment, and I considered how to respond. It's supposed to be an elite school, right? I said finally. If anyone is ostracized for their family and intelligence, I don't think it would be considered elite. She blinked, clearly not expecting such a straightforward answer. Then she smiled, her usual cheer returning. Wow, Ayanokoji, that almost sounded like you were reassuring me. Are you feeling okay? I didn't bother replying, which only made her laugh. Anyway, she said, standing up and brushing the grass off her clothes, you're probably right. I'll just have to be me and see what happens. And who knows? Maybe I'll even beat you in a battle one day. I raised an eyebrow. Unlikely. Hey, a girl can dream, she replied, tossing the ball for Growlithe again. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the garden in warm hues of orange and gold, I couldn't help but wonder what ANHS would truly be like. Matsuhita was right, there were too many unknowns. But for now, I pushed those thoughts aside, focusing instead on the present. The morning sun filtered through the mansion's grand windows, illuminating the polished floors in hues of gold. The air was crisp and carried a stillness that felt heavier than usual, as if the house itself was aware of the significance of the day. My bag sat neatly by the door, packed with school supplies, as that was all we were allowed to bring. Goomy's pokeball was clipped securely to my belt, its faint weight a quiet reminder of how far we'd come. Matsuo stood near the doorway, his posture impeccable, hands clasped neatly in front of him. His usual calm expression was present, but there was something softer in his eyes, a mix of pride and something unspoken. You're ready, Master Kiyotaka, he said, breaking the silence. Your car is waiting outside. It'll take you directly to the school's gates. I nodded, adjusting the strap of my bag over my shoulder. Thank you, Matsuo. For what, Master? He asked, his tone light but curious. For everything, I said, glancing at him. For helping me raise Goomy. For teaching me how to navigate people. And for tolerating Matsuhita's random visits. Matsuo chuckled softly, his laughter warm and genuine. Miss Matsuhita has been a lively presence, hasn't she? But I assure you, Master Kiyotaka, it wasn't a burden in the slightest. In fact, I quite enjoyed it. Even when she showed up unannounced. I asked, raising an eyebrow. Especially then, Matsuo replied with a faint smile. It's rare to see you caught off guard, Master. Her visits were refreshing, in their own way. I allowed a small smile to tug at the corner of my lips. Matsuo had always had a way of seeing things from angles I hadn't considered. You've been more than just an assistant, I said after a moment. You've been a mentor. A guide. And a friend. Matsuo's eyes widened slightly at my words, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of emotion break through his composed exterior. He bowed his head slightly, his voice quieter when he spoke. It has been my honor, Master Kiyotaka. Watching you grow, even in these small ways, has been a privilege I'll always cherish. I looked at him for a moment, taking in the sincerity of his words. Matsuo had been a constant in my life, his guidance subtle yet profound. It was difficult to imagine navigating the months ahead. Without him. Things will be different, I said finally. They will, Matsuo agreed. But you are more prepared than you realize. You've grown, Master Kiyotaka, in ways that I don't think even you have fully acknowledged. I didn't respond immediately, unsure of how to process his words. Growth wasn't something I often thought about. I simply adapted to circumstances as they came. But perhaps he was right. After a moment, Matsuo stepped forward, pulling a small wooden box from his pocket. The dark wood was smooth and intricately carved, its craftsmanship impeccable. "I have something for you," he said, holding the box out to me. I took it, opening the lid carefully. Inside was a golden necklace, its chain delicate but sturdy. At its center was a spherical clasp, empty yet somehow significant. "What is this?" I asked, studying the necklace closely. Matsuo's smile widened slightly, though his expression remained enigmatic. "A parting gift. Let's just say. I have a feeling you'll need it in the future." I raised an eyebrow, glancing from the necklace to Matsuo. "You're not going to explain?" "No," he said simply, his tone light. "Some things are better discovered on your own." I stared at him for a moment longer before slipping the necklace into my pocket. Matsuo had always had his secrets, and I wasn't going to press him on this one. "Thank you," I said, my voice quieter now. He inclined his head. "It's the least I could do. Take care of it, Master Kiyotaka. And take care of yourself. ANHS will challenge you in ways you've never experienced before, but I have no doubt you'll rise to meet them." I nodded, adjusting my bag one last time. "I'll miss having you around, Matsuo. You've been more helpful than I think I ever gave you credit for." Matsuo's smile softened, and for a moment, I thought I saw something akin to emotion in his usually composed expression. "And I will miss you, Master. But I have no doubt that you'll thrive. You've already begun to." With that, he stepped back, his hands once again clasped behind him. "Good luck, Master Kiyotaka. And remember, you are never truly alone. Goomy will be by your side, as will the lessons you've learned here." I gave him one last nod, the weight of his words settling over me. As I stepped outside, the morning air greeted me, crisp and filled with the faint scent of dew. The car waited at the end of the driveway, its sleek black exterior gleaming in the sunlight. I glanced back at the mansion one final time, catching a glimpse of Matsuo standing in the doorway, his figure framed by the golden light of the rising sun. His calm presence seemed to linger, even as I turned away and walked toward the car. "Goodbye, Matsuo." Sitting in the car, I knew I had to make the monologue that is in every story involving me. It's simply a rule followed by all and said by none. So, if I may, I'd like to pose a question. Are all Pokémon equal? At first glance, the answer seems obvious. Of course, they're not. Some Pokémon are stronger, faster, or more resilient than others. A Magikarp is hardly a match for a Rattata, let alone a Charizard, and no amount of optimism can bridge that gap in a direct confrontation. Types, abilities, base stats, and move sets, these are all tangible metrics that define a Pokémon's capabilities. But is it that simple? Is strength the sole measure of a Pokémon's value? Take a moment to consider the societal lens through which we view Pokémon. Some types are inherently revered, while others are dismissed outright. Dragons, for example, are often seen as symbols of power, their mere presence commanding respect and fear. They're rare, often difficult to train, and yet their potential is undeniable. Meanwhile, bug types are often regarded as weak, a beginner's stepping stone before moving on to something better. This bias extends beyond mere type. A Pokémon's appearance can shape perceptions significantly. A sleek, majestic Pokémon like Ninetales is admired for its beauty, while a Pokémon like Mook is often overlooked, its form associated with negativity. It's not the Pokémon themselves that decide these hierarchies, it's us. Humans assign value based on arbitrary standards, creating a world where not all Pokémon are treated equally, even before they've had a chance to prove themselves. Then there's the question of potential. Can a weaker Pokémon ever surpass a stronger one? The answer is yes, but only under the right circumstances. A well-trained Raticate, with enough strategy and determination, can take down a poorly trained Garchomp that lacks care. But how often do we see that happen? How often are weaker Pokémon given the opportunity to reach their full potential? Training plays a significant role in this equation. A Pokémon's strength isn't just a product of its innate abilities, it's a reflection of the bond it shares with its trainer. A Pokémon that trusts its trainer, that feels valued and understood, will always perform better than one that's neglected or mistreated. This isn't speculation, it's a proven fact. However, even this has its limits. No amount of training can turn a Caterpie into a Tyranitar killer. The inequality among Pokémon is further compounded by the systems we've built around them. Tournaments, rankings, and competitive leagues all reinforce the idea that some Pokémon are inherently superior. And perhaps they are, in the context of battle. But is battle the only context that matters? Consider a Pokémon like Chansey. In a battle, it's not the most formidable opponent. Its offensive capabilities are limited, and it's easily outpaced by faster Pokémon. But in a Pokémon Center, its value is immeasurable. Its ability to heal and care for others makes it indispensable. Does this not make it equal, if not superior, in its own domain? The question of equality becomes even murkier when we consider the emotional and intellectual aspects of Pokémon. Some Pokémon, like Alakazam, are known for their intelligence, their ability to think and strategize on a level that rivals, or even surpasses, humans. Others, like Weedle, are simpler in their demeanor, their thoughts and actions driven more by instinct than intellect. Does this difference make one Pokémon better than the other? And what about their emotions? Pokémon feel joy, fear, anger, and sadness. They form bonds, not just with their trainers, but with each other. They protect those they care about, often at great personal risk. In these moments, it's impossible to deny their individuality, their personhood. They are not tools or weapons, they are beings with their own desires and struggles. So, are all Pokémon equal? The answer depends on how you choose to define equality. If equality means identical capabilities, then no, Pokémon are not equal. They are as diverse as the world they inhabit, each one unique in its strengths and weaknesses. But if equality means value, if it means that every Pokémon has something to offer, something that makes it worthy of respect, then perhaps the answer is yes. It's a question that doesn't have a simple answer, and perhaps it never will. But it's a question worth asking, especially in a world where power and status often overshadow the things that truly matter. As I sat there, Goomy's Pokeball resting in my hand, I couldn't help but wonder, what will the world see when they look at Goomy? Will they see a weak dragon type, barely able to stand on its own? Or will they see its potential, its spirit, and its willingness to grow? And more importantly, what will Goomy see in itself? The thought lingered as I clipped the Pokeball back to my belt, the weight of it a quiet reminder of the journey ahead. Perhaps the answer to my question wasn't something I could find on my own. Perhaps it was something Goomy and I would have to discover together. The low hum of the engine and the gentle sway of the car provided the perfect backdrop for my thoughts. But before I could delve further, the car began to slow, and the driver's voice pulled me back to reality. "We've arrived, Master Kiyotaka," he said, his tone professional but respectful. I glanced out the window. The sprawling campus of ANHS came into view, its pristine buildings and carefully maintained grounds radiating an air of prestige. Students were scattered across the entrance area, some chatting in small groups, others standing alone, their eyes scanning the crowd for familiar faces. "Thank you," I said simply, unbuckling my seatbelt and opening the door. As I stepped out, the sleek black car immediately drew attention. A few heads turned, curious eyes lingering for a moment before shifting back to their conversations. Though one set of eyes lingered a bit longer than others. The driver gave me a small nod before pulling away, leaving me standing amidst the sea of students. The chatter of voices and the occasional laughter filled the air, a stark contrast to the quiet solitude of the car. I adjusted the strap of my bag and began making my way toward the main building. The crowd seemed to part slightly as I walked, whether out of courtesy or curiosity, I couldn't be sure. A few students offered polite greetings, a nod here, a small wave there, and I returned them with equal politeness, though I never stopped for conversation. The campus was expansive, with well-paved paths leading to various buildings and facilities. The architecture was modern yet elegant, designed to impress without being ostentatious. It was clear that no expense had been spared in creating an environment that exuded excellence. And amongst this campus of seemingly nothing but modern buildings, there was a sprawling mountain range with a vibrant forest beneath it. This area alone looked like it took up close to half the campus. Shaking these thoughts out of my head as I approached the main building, the crowd grew denser. Students were funneling inside, their excitement and nerves clear as they prepared for the entrance ceremony. I caught snippets of conversations as I passed, discussions about Pokémon, movies, and strategies for the upcoming year. I stepped into the auditorium, the cool air conditioning a welcome relief from the summer air outside. The interior was just as impressive as the exterior, with high ceilings, polished floors, and an air of sophistication that seemed to set the tone for what was expected of the students here. Following the flow of the crowd, I made my way toward the designated area for my class group. The students were already beginning to gather, their expressions ranging from eager anticipation to uncertainty. I scanned the room briefly, knowing I would later have to share my thoughts on the interesting students around me. As I found my place among the group, I took a moment to absorb the scene. This was the starting point of whatever awaited me at ANHS. For now, I remained silent, observing the room and the people around me. There was no need to rush. Eventually, the buzz of the room quieted down as the chairman took the stage. He spoke about many things: the purpose of the school, the importance of Pokémon, and his own Pokémon partner. I tuned him out to observe the classes, anticipating the monologue that would come soon. One striking realization pierced my mind: we were separated by ability. At least, that was how it seemed at first glance. Class A students were well behaved, each of them intently listening. Class B students were also well behaved, though there were occasional whispers from their group. Class C had a noticeable drop-off, only a handful were listening, while most were either talking to each other or clearly distracted. My class, however, was the worst. Class D had only 4 students paying attention, including myself, even though I wasn't truly focused. Every other student was either talking, staring at the floor, fiddling with something in their hands, or somehow managing to sleep while standing. It was impressive how little attention they paid. Back to the classes themselves, a few students caught my eye. In Class A, there was a large, bald man, a short girl with a cane, a student with black hair and a fluffy scarf, a girl with long, flowing blonde hair, and a blue-haired girl wearing a beanie. In Class B, I noticed a pink-haired girl who seemed to attract people, a boy with jet black hair and a Pikachu on his shoulder, a blonde girl in a red hat, and a brunette girl with a red hair covering. Class C had a student with long purple hair, another with shorter purple hair, one with dirty blonde hair, and a girl with short silver hair. My class had a girl with very long and poofy black hair, a boy with black hair and an ultra cap tucked by his waist, Matsuhita, a girl with black hair and striking red eyes, and a larger student with long blonde hair who had been looking in a mirror the whole time. All in all, I disliked the entrance ceremony, and I imagined many others felt the same. Matsuhita even sent a glance my way with an eye roll. Standing in front of the door to my classroom, I resisted the urge to make jokes or pass around a slip with my name on it. Entering the classroom, only a handful of students had arrived before me. The 3 who seemed interesting were the black-haired girl, an energetic-looking blonde, and a kind-looking blonde. The energetic blonde immediately greeted me, introducing herself as Kushida Kikyu. I responded with a small wave, introducing myself as Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. She seemed eager to chat, but I moved past her, looking for my seat. The kind-looking blonde gave me a small smile as I passed, mouthing a hello. Eventually, I found my seat in the back right corner, closest to the window. Luckily, my seatmate was one of the interesting students, so I hoped she wouldn't be a nuisance. As I sat down, I leaned back slightly in my chair and began observing the students filing in. The energy of the room was a mix of nervous excitement and cautious curiosity. Kushida quickly became the center of attention, gathering a small group of students around her. Her cheerful demeanor and bright smile drew them in effortlessly. Toward the front of the room sat the kind-looking blonde, who had already attracted a few girls who seemed to enjoy talking to him. His relaxed posture and warm smile made him approachable. The girl seated next to me was different. While her hair was beautiful, her striking red eyes conveyed a clear message: "Don't speak to me." Unlike the others, she seemed uninterested in socializing, her attention fixed on a book in front of her. Across the room, I noticed the girl with poofy black hair. She stood out not only for her appearance but for the energy she radiated, exuding strength and confidence. She didn't seem concerned with blending in, and her movements were anything but meticulous, yet she caught my eye. The student who piqued my interest the most was a boy with black hair and an ultra cap tucked by his waist. He walked in with casual confidence, smiling at a few people as he made his way to his seat. Though he didn't go out of his way to interact with anyone, there was a sharpness in his gaze that suggested he was paying close attention to everything around him. As more students entered, the room grew livelier. Conversations overlapped, laughter echoed, and the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. Matsuhita walked in not long after, already surrounded by a small group of girls. She smiled when she noticed me, giving a small wave before returning to her conversation, her worries about being ostracized seemingly dissipating. By the time the bell rang, the classroom was nearly full. The sharp sound cut through the chatter, and the room fell into an expectant silence. All eyes turned toward the door as it opened, and a woman stepped inside. She moved with purpose, her expression commanding attention. The room seemed to hold its breath as she made her way to the podium at the front. Ahem. Good morning to you, students. I'm the instructor for Class D. My name is Kayabashira Sae, and I usually teach Japanese history. At this school, we do not change classrooms for each grade. For the next 3 years, I will be acting as your homeroom teacher, so I hope to get to know all of you. It's a pleasure to meet you. The entrance ceremony will be in the gymnasium 1 hour from now, but first, I will distribute written materials with information about this school's special rules, as well as the admissions guide. The students in the front seats passed back the familiar documents I had received a week ago. This school differed from many other Japanese high schools in a few key ways. Here, all students were required to live in dormitories located on school premises. Additionally, except for special cases, such as studying abroad, students were forbidden to contact anyone outside the school, including immediate family, without authorization. Leaving school grounds without permission was also strictly forbidden. However, the campus was equipped with many excellent facilities. With its own karaoke spot, theater, cafe, boutique, safari zone, battling hall, and more, you could easily compare this school to a small city. The campus spread over more than 850,000 square meters. This school also boasted a unique feature, the S system. I began handing out student ID cards, explaining that these cards would allow access to any of the facilities on campus and could be used to purchase goods from the store. They functioned like a credit card, but it was essential to pay attention to the points spent. At this school, points served as a kind of currency, preventing many financial troubles for students. However, students needed to keep an eye on their spending habits, as the school provided these points free of charge. I explained that points would be automatically deposited into accounts on the first of every month, and each student had already received 100,000 points. This meant we had a 100,000 yen allowance for the first month, a bit less than I was used to, but manageable. It was clear that this amount would change, so saving would be wise. I continued, this school evaluates its students' talents. Everyone here has passed the entrance examination, which speaks to your value and potential. The amount you've received reflects that evaluation. You can use your points freely, but remember that after graduation, all points return to the school. There's no advantage to saving them, and once points are deposited, it's up to you how to spend them. You may transfer points to someone else, but extorting money from your peers is not allowed, as the school monitors bullying very carefully. As the students processed this information, I shifted the topic. Now, let's discuss the Pokémon aspect of things. There are Pokémon centers scattered across campus, and Pokemarts are built into them for your convenience. The mountain range and forest you saw is the safari zone, where you can train your Pokémon and catch wild ones. There's a wide range of types, and the Pokémon get stronger the deeper you go. Unlike the months before school, you are not limited in battles, you can battle to your heart's content now. I pointed out the large dome-like building, the battle hall, which contained 24 different battlegrounds. There were special rooms that would give randomized teams and unique landscapes to overcome. I assured them that even if every battlefield was occupied, there were another 30 scattered across campus, both indoors and outdoors. I paused, noticing a few students raising their hands. Did any of you battle another ANHS student as part of your trainer battles? I asked. A handful of hands went up, including mine. One boy, who had introduced himself as Ike, mentioned he had some ranking. I confirmed that there was indeed a ranking system at the school and instructed everyone to check their Pokénavs for the Rankings button. As students fumbled with their devices, excitement filled the room when the rankings loaded. Whoa, there's a lot of stuff here. Ike exclaimed, leaning over to show his screen to a classmate. It even shows your Pokémon and their moveset. I didn't think it would be this detailed. Another student pointed out a section called Advanced at the top of the rankings. As murmurs spread, I glanced at my own screen. My name was there, ranked #. I noticed a few eyes darting in my direction but remained focused on the trainer ranked above me. Alan Allen, ranked number 1, had a perfect record of 5-0, and his Charmander was close to evolving. I wondered if he had fought the same person multiple times, just like I had. Chabashira continued, explaining the significance of the rankings. They represented our standing in the school's competitive structure. She projected her own Pokénav onto the board, highlighting that we had the number 2 ranked student in our class, Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. The room fell silent, all eyes turning toward me. I remained expressionless, meeting no one's gaze as curiosity filled the air. I was puzzled as Chabashira clicked on my name, revealing my profile on the board. How did they manage to get a picture of me? Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. Class, Advanced. Record, 3-0. Rank, number 2. Pokémon. Goomy. Level, 12. Moves. Absorb. Dragon Breath. Water Gun. Counter. 3 wins. Kushida exclaimed, her surprise evident. I didn't think anyone had battled that many other students before school even started. That's not the only thing, Hirata added thoughtfully. He's ranked 2nd in the entire year. Someone must have battled even more. Exactly, Chabashira interrupted. The rankings are updated in real time, based on your battles and performance. The top 3 students in the first year are given the title of Advanced, along with additional benefits, such as 150% of the standard monthly allowance. For example, while the rest of you received 100,000 points for the month, Ayanokoji received 150,000. I was taken aback. The class erupted into quiet murmurs. 150,000 points. That's incredible. Ike said, his voice tinged with envy. Wait, does that mean the number 1 student gets even more? His friend asked. No, Chabashira replied simply. The allowance multiplier is the same for all advanced students. However, the prestige of being ranked number 1 speaks for itself. These rankings will play a significant role in your time here, so I suggest you take them seriously. I listened quietly, my mind processing the information. The extra points were certainly useful, but I wondered what other benefits there were, as her phrasing felt a bit suspicious. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Matsuhita glance at me with a small smile, likely amused by the revelation and recalling our battles before school began. Meanwhile, the girl seated next to me, Horikita, remained stoic, her striking red eyes fixed on her Pokénav screen, where she had another student's profile pulled up, the number 2 ranked in the school. What's the deal with the Safari Zone? A student asked, breaking the silence. I already explained it, Chabashira said, her tone sharp. Wait, Another student chimed in, does battling students outside our year affect our rankings? Chabashira shook her head, tapping her pokenav to bring up a new screen. No, the ranking system doesn't just apply to your year. There's a school-wide one. That caught the class's attention. Several students leaned forward, curiosity piqued, including myself. Your year ranking is important, of course, she continued, but the school-wide ranking is where the true competition lies. The top 3 students in the entire school across all years are considered champion trainers. The benefits for those students are far greater than anything you'll receive as an advanced trainer in your year. How much greater are we talking? Ike asked, intrigued. The elite trainers receive 300% of the standard monthly allowance, along with access to exclusive facilities and resources. They are also granted certain privileges that I'll leave for you to discover yourself. The class erupted into murmurs again, this time louder. 300,000 points a month, someone whispered. That's unbelievable. Chabashira let the chatter continue for a moment before raising her hand to silence the room. But these ranks won't be easy to climb. For example, even though Ayanokoji is ranked number 2 in your year, his school-wide rank is 314th. The class froze, stunned into silence. 314th, a red-haired student repeated, blinking in disbelief. But he's second in our year. How is that possible? The school-wide ranking is determined by your battles against students from all years, Chabashira explained. Winning against students outside your year affects only your school-wide rank, not your year rank. Conversely, battling within your year impacts both rankings. This system ensures that you're encouraged to face stronger opponents while maintaining your position among your peers. I remained quiet, though inwardly, I found this information interesting. It explained why my rank was so low despite being second in my year. My battles had all been limited to first-year students. You can view the school-wide rankings on your Pokenavs as well, Chabashira continued. I suggest you take a look now. Following her instruction, I navigated to the school-wide rankings. The list was extensive, with hundreds of names. My own was nestled at 314, as she'd said, but my attention was quickly drawn to the top of the list. Number 1, Cynthia Chiron. I clicked on her profile, intrigued to see her stats. Cynthia Chiron. Class, Champion. Record, 534-42. Rank, Number 1. Pokémon. Garchomp, M. Moves. Earthquake. Dragon Claw. Stone Edge. Swords Dance. Milotic. Moves. Scald. Recover. Ice Beam. Mirror Coat. I imagined that M stood for Mega Evolution. There were 4 other team members shown, along with a box titled Not in Team, which included hundreds of other Pokémon. The Garchomp seemed formidable, capable of Mega Evolution with a move set tailored for type coverage and damage. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to view its exact stats, but this was still an incredible amount of information to have public. The Milotic exuded elegance and resilience, its moveset designed to outlast and counter opponents. Together, these 2 Pokémon represented a nearly insurmountable challenge. Not to mention her 4 other team members, who were impressive in their own rights. Cynthia Chiron wasn't just a strong trainer, she was the type of trainer to give others nightmares. 534 wins. Matsuhita muttered from her seat, clearly looking at the same profile. How is that even possible? It's not just the number of wins, Hirata said thoughtfully. It's the fact that she's maintained such a high win rate despite so many battles. That takes incredible skill. Exactly, Chabashira said, her voice cutting through the murmurs. The elite trainers at the top of the school-wide rankings are not just strong, they are exceptional. If you wish to challenge them, you'll need to prove yourself first. And trust me, they won't go easy on you. I closed Cynthia's profile and leaned back in my seat, processing the information. The gap between the top trainers and the rest of us was staggering. Even if I were to win every battle from now on, catching up to someone like Cynthia would take an extraordinary amount of time and effort. Still, it wasn't something I needed to concern myself with immediately. For now, my focus was on catching another Pokémon. Chabashira clapped her hands once, drawing everyone's attention back to her. That's enough for now. The walk to the laboratory was uneventful, with my classmates occasionally glancing my way. The scenery was beautiful, the buildings showcased stunning architecture that served as a perfect backdrop for the morning sun's warm hues of yellow and orange, gradually fading as the sun rose higher. The laboratory resembled the other buildings, featuring a white exterior and architecture reminiscent of Tokyo. Although I wasn't particularly fond of the color, it clearly served its purpose. All of you, Chabashira said, snapping our attention back to her. Head inside, there should be a professor who will help you get started. Once you receive your Pokémon, make your way back outside. I followed the rest of the class through the large glass doors at the front of the building. Immediately, the smell of coffee and freshly printed papers reached my nose, creating an unusual combination. A faint mechanical hum echoed in the background, hinting at some unknown machine hidden within the facility. The lab was surprisingly tidy, with notebooks neatly stacked instead of scattered about. In front of us, a vast staircase spiraled up to the higher floors. A few assistants in lab coats moved quickly from floor to floor, passing us with notebooks or folders in hand. The class stood together in a loose group, some in small clusters while others were completely alone. I found myself near the center, surrounded by people. There were occasional whispers and glances directed at me, but I paid them no mind, curiosity was natural. After a moment, a man descended from the staircase. His confident footsteps and demeanor stood in stark contrast to the assistants we had seen before. He wore a white lab coat over a stylish blue tie and shirt, his slightly messy black hair giving him a casual yet professional appearance. "Hello, everyone," he greeted, his voice light and friendly. "Welcome to ANHS's very own Pokémon laboratory. I'm Professor Sycamore, it's a pleasure to meet you all." A chorus of "hello" echoed back from my classmates as we returned his greeting. He smiled and gestured for us to follow him. "Come with me. There's something here for all of you." He led us down a long corridor and through sliding doors. The room we entered was vast, perhaps larger than the auditorium we had been in that morning. The floor was smooth and clear, but scattered about were various items and toys designed for younger Pokémon to enjoy. There were sets of blocks, multicolored rubber ball, and ropes of varying sizes. And then there were the Pokémon. If I had to guess, I would say there were over 100 Pokémon in the room, likely from another class that had come before us, with more to follow. The Pokémon wandered around, interacting with the toys and each other. I noticed a Litten and a Sprigatito arguing over a rope, while a Pidgey and Spearow were both trying to pick up the same block. All of them were first-stage Pokémon, none evolved, but that didn't mean they weren't potentially powerful. Various regional starters were scattered across the room, alongside common Pokémon like Pidgeys and Wurmples. "Now," Sycamore said, turning to face us, "this is where you'll find your first partner at this school. Or rather, where they'll find you. You see, it's not about picking a Pokémon, it's about letting one pick you. Spend some time here, interact with them. Trust me, the right Pokémon will find you." There was a brief pause before anyone moved, everyone seemed hesitant to start wandering. I took the initiative, stepping fully into the room and walking around. Curious Pokémon stared at me, some coming up to sniff me before deciding I wasn't interesting enough. A Piku approached me, holding a block in its tiny hands, trying to get me to play. However, I must not have been energetic enough, as it soon left. Then, a Togepi waddled over, holding a rubber ball. It dropped the ball in front of me, and I picked it up, holding it out to the Togepi. "What do you want me to do?" I murmured. The Togepi took the ball back, shook its head, and wandered off again, leaving me to watch it join a group of other Pokémon. The room was lively, filled with the sounds of Pokémon playing and exploring. A few of my classmates had started to move around as well, though most still lingered near the edges, unsure of how to proceed. I continued my slow walk, observing the Pokémon around me. A mudkip splashed in a small puddle, while a fletchling flitted between toys, chirping softly. None of them seemed particularly interested in me, and I didn't want to force any interactions. Eventually, a Chimchar caught my eye. It was perched on a stack of blocks, its tail flame burning brightly. For a moment, it locked eyes with me, its gaze sharp and calculating. I approached slowly, but before I could get too close, it leapt down and darted away, seemingly uninterested. I sighed internally. So far, none of the Pokémon seemed to see me as a potential partner. As I turned to continue my wandering, something small and hard hit me square in the face. I blinked in confusion and looked down to see a ball bouncing to a stop at my feet. I glanced around and spotted the culprit, a Trico, standing a few feet away with its arms crossed. Its yellow eyes were fixed on me, its expression unreadable. I bent down, picked up the ball, and tossed it back toward the Trico. It caught the ball effortlessly, its movements quick and precise. For a moment, it held the ball, staring at me with an intensity that felt almost human. Then, without warning, the Trico began to approach. It stopped just in front of me, tilting its head as if studying me. Its gaze was piercing, as though it was trying to determine whether I was worth its time. The room seemed to quiet slightly as a few of my classmates turned to watch the interaction. Even Professor Sycamore paused, his eyes fixed on us with a curious smile. After what felt like an eternity, the Trico gave a small nod, as if it had come to a decision. It stepped closer, tapping the Pokeball at my waist with its hand. "You want me to catch you?" I asked quietly, though I already knew the answer. The Trico gave another nod, its expression unwavering. I removed the Pokeball from my belt and held it out. The Trico pressed its hand against the button, and in a flash of red light, it disappeared inside. The ball shook once, twice, and then, ding. Almost immediately, my Pokenav beeped. I glanced at the screen as it displayed the Trico's information. Species, Trico. Level, 7. Moves. Quick Attack. Leafage. Pound. Leer. Ability, Overgrow. I clipped the Pokeball back onto my belt, my expression neutral despite the small sense of accomplishment I felt. Getting rejected 3 times is hard, you know. Impressive, Professor Sycamore said, walking over to me. His tone was warm, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "It seems Trico has chosen you." "Congratulations," he paused, allowing me to introduce myself. I nodded. "It's Ayanokoji." "And, thank you." The murmurs of my classmates grew louder as they watched the exchange. Seeing me successfully bond with a Pokémon seemed to encourage them, and they began moving around the room with more confidence, interacting with the various Pokémon. I glanced down at the Pokeball on my belt. Trico's decision to choose me was unexpected, but I wasn't one to dwell on the reasoning. For now, it was enough that I had a partner. It didn't take long for my classmates to start bonding with their Pokémon. Kushida was among the first. She crouched next to her Bulbasaur, a bright smile lighting up her face as she gently patted its head. The Pokémon let out a low, contented growl, clearly enjoying the attention. "You're so cute. We're going to get along great, I just know it," she said, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. The Bulbasaur responded by nudging her arm with its bulb, making her laugh. It was almost too perfect a match, as if they were tailor-made for each other. Blondie, who I overheard a girl calling Hirata, had a Scorbunny hopping around him, full of energy. He looked slightly overwhelmed at first but quickly adjusted, crouching to meet the Pokémon at eye level. "You're really fast, huh?" he said, smiling warmly. The Scorbunny tilted its head before bounding forward, tapping his chest playfully with its paw. Hirata chuckled, standing up and trying to keep pace with the energetic Pokémon. A small group of girls nearby giggled, clearly enjoying the scene. Horikita's interaction was far less animated. Her Shinx stood at her side, its light blue fur shimmering under the lights. She didn't kneel or offer a hand to pet it, instead folding her arms and observing it with a critical eye. The Shinx, seemingly unfazed, sat down and stared back at her, its tail flicking lazily. "I suppose you'll do," she said finally, her tone sharp and detached. The Shinx let out a small growl, its ears twitching. It appeared to accept her as its trainer, though I couldn't tell if the feeling was mutual. Then there was the guy with the Ultra Ball hat, who had bonded with the Togepi that rejected me earlier. He sat cross-legged on the floor, holding the small Pokémon in his hands. "So, you picked me, huh?" he said, his voice intrigued but curious. The Togepi chirped happily, tapping his hand with its tiny fingers. "Guess that means we're partners now," he continued, a large smile forming on his face. The Togepi giggled, clearly pleased with its choice. As I observed, I realized each interaction could inform you of the trainer. Each pairing reflected something about the trainer. Kushida's warmth and energy, Hirata's natural charisma, Horikita's calculating demeanor, and Ultra Ball hat guy's quiet curiosity. Trico, meanwhile, stood beside me with its arms crossed, its expression unreadable. It didn't demand attention or affection like Goomy, nor did it wander off. It simply stood there, silently observing the room alongside me. I glanced down at it, considering something. "Trico," I said, kneeling slightly to address it, "you should meet Goomy." Trico tilted its head, its eyes narrowing slightly, before giving me a small nod. Echo. Reaching for my Pokeball, I tapped the center to release Goomy. A flash of light appeared before the small, purple Pokémon materialized on the floor. Goo. Goomy blinked, looking around before spotting me. It let out a cheerful, "Goomy," and slid forward, bumping against my leg affectionately. Trico's eyes followed Goomy's movements, its arms still crossed. The two Pokémon studied each other for a moment, neither making a sound. "Trico," Trico said, finally breaking the silence. "Goo." Goomy replied, inching closer to the grass Pokémon. It tilted its head as if inviting Trico to play. Trico's gaze softened slightly, and it crouched down, grabbing a small ball nearby. With a quick flick of its wrist, it tossed the ball toward Goomy. "Goo." Goomy squealed, catching the ball with its gooey body. It held the ball for a moment before launching it back toward Trico with surprising force. Trico caught the ball effortlessly, a faint smirk forming on its face. "Trey." The two continued their game of catch for a few minutes, drawing a few curious glances from my classmates. Watching them interact, I was unsure if they were going to be a pain or a gift. They were different in almost every way, but they seemed to understand each other. What if they colluded to eat all my ice cream? So many variables to consider. "Looks like you two get along," I murmured, more to myself than anyone else. Trico glanced up at me briefly, its expression unreadable once more, before returning its attention to the game. I folded my arms, leaning back on the wall and waiting for whatever was next. Perhaps this partnership would work out better than I expected. After a while, the room grew quieter as more students bonded with their Pokémon. Professor Sycamore, who had been observing from the sidelines, stepped forward, clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. "Well, it seems all of you have found your partners," he said, his voice warm and encouraging. "Congratulations. This is an important step in your journey here at ANHS. But before you head out, there are a few things I'd like to share with you about Pokémon care and training." He gestured toward a monitor on the wall, which lit up to display various diagrams of Pokémon anatomy and basic care instructions. "First and foremost, remember that Pokémon are not tools or weapons. They are living beings with thoughts, feelings, and personalities. Building a strong bond with your Pokémon is just as important as training them to battle. Without trust and mutual respect, you'll never unlock their true potential." Sycamore's tone was light, but his words carried weight, and he truly believed what he was saying. He looked around the room, making eye contact with several students, including me. Now, I'm sure some of you are already thinking about more battles, he continued, a reminiscent smile on his face. That's only natural. This school places a lot of emphasis on competition, and battling is a key part of your education here. But remember, battles aren't just about winning. They're about strategy, adaptability, and learning from your mistakes. He walked over to a table where various items were laid out: pokeballs, potions, berries, and other tools of the trade. Picking up a pokeball, he held it up for everyone to see. Your Pokemon's health and well-being should always be your top priority. Make sure to stock up on potions and berries, and don't hesitate to visit a Pokemon Center if your partner is injured. There's no shame in retreating from a battle if it means keeping your Pokemon safe. Sycamore set the Pokeball down and turned his attention back to us. Finally, don't forget that training isn't just about battles. Spend time with your Pokemon outside of combat. Play with them, feed them, and learn what makes them happy. The stronger your bond, the stronger you'll both become. He paused, letting his words sink in, before clapping his hands again. Now then, if anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Otherwise, you're free to head back out to SAE. Remember, this is just the beginning of your journey. Make the most of it. I glanced down at Trico and Goomy, who were both standing by my side. Trico's expression was as stoic as ever, but Goomy let out a cheerful "Goomy," as if to say it was ready for whatever came next. Some students began asking questions, while others started making their way out of the room. I stayed where I was, watching as Sycamore moved around the room, answering questions and offering advice. Trico nudged my leg lightly, drawing my attention. "Trico," it said, pointing toward the exit with its tail. "Eager to get started, huh?" I murmured. Trico didn't respond, but its gaze was steady, its determination clear. I gave a small nod, glancing at Goomy, who wiggled in agreement. "All right, let's go," I said, returning them both to their Pokeballs. With that, I turned and made my way toward the exit, many of my classmates following closely. Afterwards, Chobiyashiro brought us back to the school, saying there was more to cover tomorrow. The rest of the day was filled with icebreakers, random games, and teachers introducing themselves. Now, I was approaching the convenience store. I decided that I'd have more than enough time to visit the Battle Hall and Safari Zone tomorrow. After all, it wasn't like I had any battle to prepare for or was in need of a new team member. Entering the store, I strolled through various aisles, grabbing the necessities and minding my business. I saw Horikita at one point but decided not to approach. I saw no reason to. I turned the corner, looking for some poke food. Eventually, I found it, crouched down, and grabbed the package, looking at its nutritional contents. "What did you feed Goomy in those first months?" Horikita's voice questioned. I turned to face her, unsure if saying my butler did it was a good idea. "Whatever, not like I care." "My butler did, that's why I'm looking," I simply said. She looked a bit surprised, but her answer came quick. "I didn't think of you as the wealthy type." She paused, grabbing a box off the shelf and handing it to me. "Here, this is the best suited for your Pokemon." She helped me out. I took the box with a nod. "Thanks," I paused, "if you don't mind me asking, what was your egg Pokemon?" "I don't mind." "It was a Swablu," she answered simply, not giving any more or less information than needed. Swablu was a good Pokemon. It held a lot of potential and had a good move set, though I wasn't sure if it could thrive under a trainer like Horikita. "I see." We each went our separate ways without as much as a goodbye, grabbing our own items and traversing the store like strangers. Which we were. I paid for my items quickly and headed to the dorms for the first time. I decided to look at some of the highest-ranked trainers in the school. Studying their teams and battle strategies could be critical for increased growth. Pulling out my Poke Nav, I clicked onto the second-ranked trainer. Stephen Stone. Class, Champion. Rank, 2. Record, 522 to 63. Pokémon. Metagross, M. Moves. Meteor Mash. Earthquake. Zen Headbutt. Bullet Punch. Ability, Clear Body. Aggron. Moves. Iron Tail. Rock Slide. Heavy Slam. Dragon Tail. Ability, Sturdy. Steven Stone's profile left me with a bit to think about. His Pokémon were both tanky with well-rounded movesets, perfectly suited for adaptability in battle. The sheer number of battles he'd fought and his relatively low losses spoke volumes about his strength. It was clear that he didn't just rely on raw power, he was a tactician. After a moment, I scrolled down to the next profile, curious about the third-ranked trainer in the school. Horikita Manabu. Class, Champion. Rank, 3. Record, 476 to 48. Pokémon. Rillaboom. Moves. Drum Beating. High Horsepower. Knock Off. U-Turn. Ability, Grassy Surge. Dragonite. Moves. Dragon Claw. Thunder Punch. Extreme Speed. Fire Punch. Ability, Multiscale. Number 3's profile was as formidable as I'd expected. His Rillaboom's ability, Grassy Surge, would allow him to control the battlefield by altering the terrain to his advantage, while his Dragonite's multiscale ensured it could take hits and retaliate with devastating force. His record wasn't as extensive as Steven's or Cynthia's, but it was still impressive. I put my Pokénav away. Satisfied with the information for now. If I was going to make my way up the rankings, I'd have to learn from trainers like them, both in terms of strategy and adaptability. By the time I arrived at the dormitory building, the sun was already beginning to dip below the horizon. The dorm was a towering structure with a sleek, modern design, clearly designed to house the large number of students attending ANHS. I made my way inside, where a receptionist quickly handed me my room key. "I'm here for my room." "I'm Ayanokoji Kiyotaka," I told her. Her eyes scanned the paper upon hearing my name. "Room 401, she said, handing over the keycard with a polite smile. "Thank you," I replied, taking it and heading toward the elevators. The dorm room was more spacious than I had expected. A small kitchen, a living area, and a separate bedroom made up the space, all furnished with sleek, minimalist designs. It was clear the school didn't worry about budget when it came to accommodations. After setting my bags on the counter, I unpacked the groceries, putting away the essentials I'd bought earlier. With that done, I pulled out my Pokeballs and released my Pokémon. "Trico," I called as the small grass type appeared, landing lightly on the floor. He glanced around the room, taking in his surroundings with a critical eye. "Goo." Goomy chirped as he appeared next, wriggling happily on the floor. Trico stared at Goomy for a moment, tilting his head slightly before turning his attention back to me. "You'll be sharing this space with me," I said, leaning against the counter. "Make yourself comfortable." Trico gave a small nod, hopping up onto the back of the couch and sitting cross-legged, surveying the room like he was the one in charge. Goomy, meanwhile, had already started exploring, leaving a faint trail of slime on the floor as he moved. I sighed, grabbing a cloth to clean up after him. "Try to keep the mess to a minimum, Goomy," he murmured apologetically, slowing his movements. With the two of them settled, I laid down on the couch, staring up at the ceiling. My thoughts drifted to Trico. He was different from Goomy, more independent and assertive. It was clear he had a strong personality, but I wondered how that would translate into battle. If I wanted to make progress in this school, I'd need to figure out how to build synergy between the two of them. Trico's confidence and Goomy's determination could be the foundation of a strong team, but only if I could guide them properly. For now, though, I let my curiosity take over, pulling my Pokénav back out and clicking onto the yearly rankings. "Let's see what you've got, Alan," I murmured to myself, scrolling down to his profile. Alan Allen. Class, Advanced. Rank, 1. Record, 6-0. Pokémon. Charmander. Level, 14. Flamethrower. Dragon Breath. Metal Claw. Smoke Screen. Ability, Blaze. Larvitar. Level, 8. Rock Slide. Bite. Sandstorm. Leer. Ability, Guts. 6-0. Ignoring the fact that he had already won another battle not even an hour after school ended, the addition of Larvitar was a bit worrying. Its strength as a Larvitar was already good, but Tyranitar. That would be something to take into consideration. I was about to scroll down and see who held the third spot when my phone buzzed in my pocket. Pulling it out, I glanced at the notification. You have been mentioned in a forum post. I raised an eyebrow. A forum post? Clicking on the notification, I was redirected to a post in what appeared to be the school's public forum, where students could make announcements or issue challenges. The post read. Ayanokoji. I, Ayanokoji, the third-ranked first year, am officially challenging Ayanokoji Kiyotaka, the second rank, to a battle tomorrow after school in the battle hall. I stared at the post for a moment, rereading it to make sure I hadn't misunderstood. A public challenge? It seemed unnecessary to broadcast something like this to the entire school, but perhaps that was the point. Ayanokoji. The name sounded familiar. I'd heard it briefly when the class was looking at rankings. Anything specific about her, however, was beyond me entirely. I knew nothing about her Pokémon, her record, nothing. The public nature of the challenge suggested she wanted to make a statement, either to me or to the rest of the student body. It was a good thing I wanted to send a message too. Clicking reply, I typed my message. I accept. I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the Pokénav resting in my hand. The events of last night replayed in my mind. From the moment I saw Corona's challenge to the hours I spent in the Safari Zone, it had been a calculated effort to prepare. The Safari Zone was more expansive than I had expected. Stretching out into a mix of dense forest and rocky terrain, it was teeming with wild Pokémon of varying strengths. Even though I had ventured into the shallower areas to conserve time, it had been enough to see results. Goomy had grown stronger, reaching level he also learned how to time counter better. Trico had also shown promise. Though it was still a relatively low level compared to Goomy, its agility and precision were improving rapidly. By the end of the session, it had reached level 9 and learned Mega Drain, a move that could prove to be pivotal against Corona. I clicked on her profile once more, ensuring myself that nothing had changed. Ayanokoji. Rank, 3rd. Class, Advanced. Record, 3-1. Pokémon. Riolu, level 12. Moves. Quick Attack. Circle Throw. Counter. Metal Claw. Ability, Steadfast. Torchic, level 9. Moves. Ember. Scratch. Quick Attack. Flame Charge. Ability, Blaze. Nothing had changed. Thankfully, Goomy had a water-type move to deal with Torchic, but this meant Trico would have to confront Riolu first. Trico was my ace against the Pokémon I had caught yesterday. The worst-case scenario was that Trico would weaken Riolu, eventually faint, and then Goomy would come in to clean up and deal with Torchic. I glanced at the 2 Pokeball on the desk and then at the Pokémon outside of them. Goomy rested on the floor, its soft body gently rising and falling as it dozed, while Trico sat on the windowsill, gazing silently out at the campus. "They're not bad," I murmured to myself. But that might not be enough. After a moment, I stood, returning the sleeping Goomy and Trico to their Pokeball. I slipped my Pokénav into my pocket, grabbed my bag, and left the room. The dorm hallway was quiet that early in the morning. Most students were likely still asleep or just starting their day. I made my way to the elevator and pressed the button, waiting for the chime I hadn't quite become accustomed to yet. When the doors opened, the elevator was empty. I stepped inside and pressed the button for the first floor. The soft hum of the machinery filled the silence as the doors began to close. Before they could shut completely, a hand darted through the gap, forcing them to slide open again. A boy stepped inside, and I recognized him immediately. It was the guy with the Ultra Ball cap. "Yo," he said casually, pressing the button for the ground floor even though it was already lit. He leaned against the wall and adjusted his cap slightly. "You're Ayanokoji, right?" I nodded. "I'm Ethan, but most people just call me Gold." "You can too." He grinned, his tone easygoing and relaxed. "Noted," I replied, keeping my tone neutral. Gold studied me for a moment, his grin never faltering. "So, how are you feeling about your battle today?" "Nervous?" I turned my head slightly to look at him. "Confident." Gold blinked, then let out a hearty laugh, the sound filling the small elevator. "Confident, huh? Bold answer. I like it." I didn't respond immediately, my gaze shifting back to the elevator doors as they slid shut. "Most people would be a little on edge, you know." Gold continued, his tone light. "Getting called out in front of the whole school like that. But you? Cool as a cucumber." "It's just a battle," I said simply. Gold chuckled again, shaking his head. "You're something else. Guess we'll see if that confidence pays off." The elevator chimed as it reached the ground floor. We stepped out together, the lobby bustling with a few early risers heading out for their own activities. "Guess we will," I replied, walking ahead of him. Gold lingered behind for a moment before calling out, "Good luck, Ayanokoji. Not that you think you'll need it." I didn't look back but raised a hand slightly in acknowledgement. His laughter echoed faintly as I stepped out of the building, the morning sun casting long shadows across the campus. I arrived at class early, as usual. The room was quiet, with only a few students already seated. Matsushita and her group were chatting by the windows, while Horikita sat silently, reading a book. Gold was slouched in his seat, fiddling with his pokenav. I took my seat and pulled out my pokenav, reviewing Coronis' team again. I was going over strategies in my head. The forum post from her still lingered in my mind, but it wasn't the only thing to focus on. The first real day of school was about to begin. At exactly 8 a.m., Chabashira entered the classroom, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. She carried the same air of authority from yesterday, but today there was a faint smirk on her face. "Good morning, Class 1D, she began, her tone brisk. "I hope you're all adjusting well to life here on campus. Today, however, we're going to take a step forward in your education." The room quieted instantly, all eyes on her. "Starting today, your Pokémon battles will be incorporated into your academic curriculum. That means that your performance in battles will directly affect your grades. To that end, we'll be heading to the battle hall this morning." Murmurs broke out across the room. "The battle hall?" Gold asked, leaning forward in his seat. "That's right," Chabashira confirmed. "Each of you will participate in a one-on-one battle against a classmate. Your grade for the day will depend on whether you win or lose." A collective wave of tension settled over the class. They realized the person next to them could drastically drop or raise their ranking, assuming the other classes were doing the same, of course. "What if we don't win?" Kushida asked, her voice tinged with concern but still carrying her usual cheerful tone. "You'll lose points, of course," Chabashira replied bluntly. "But don't worry, this is your first test, so the penalty won't be too harsh. Consider this an opportunity to show your skills and learn from your mistakes." "How are the matchups decided?" Horikita asked, her tone neutral. "I've already assigned them," Chabashira said, her smirk widening. "But you'll find out who you're battling when we get there. Now, everyone, gather your things and follow me." The class shuffled out of the room, the atmosphere heavy. I walked near the back of the group, observing the subtle shifts in my classmates' expressions. Some, like Gold, seemed excited, while others, like Matsushita, looked visibly nervous. Soon, Kushida fell into step beside me, her usual smile firmly in place. "Are you nervous, Ayanokoji-kun?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. "Not particularly," I replied. "Wow, that's impressive," she said with a light laugh. "I guess I should have expected that from you, though." I didn't respond, and she didn't press further, eventually making her way back to the front of the class. The battle hall loomed ahead, its sleek, modern design a stark contrast to the traditional architecture of the main school buildings. Inside, the space was massive, with rows of seating encircling several battlefields below. It was like a miniature stadium, designed to hold an audience. Chabashira led us down to the main floor, where the battlefields were divided by transparent barriers. She turned to face us, her voice echoing slightly in the open space. "Listen up. When I call your name, step forward. You'll be directed to your assigned battlefield. The rest of you will take a seat and wait your turn." She glanced down at her clipboard. First matchup, Ayanokoji Kiyotaka vs Kushida Kikyu. Chabashira's announcement sent a ripple through the class. I caught a few glances from my classmates as I stepped forward, Kushida following close behind me. Gold leaned back in one of the stadium seats, arms crossed, a smirk tugging at his lips. "This should be interesting," he muttered, clearly eager to watch. Iris took a seat, adjusting her hair, her gaze friendly but curious. She seemed more focused on analyzing our strategies than the spectacle itself. Horikita's eyes followed me with her usual detached expression, though I could tell she was already studying my movements. Meanwhile, Matsushita and Sato exchanged excited whispers, and Hirata offered Kushida an encouraging smile as she walked past. "Good luck, Kushida-san," Hirata called, earning a cheerful wave from her. Kushida's ever-present smile didn't falter as we approached the battlefield. "Let's have a good match, Ayanokoji-kun," she said, her tone bright and friendly. "Of course," I replied simply, stepping into my designated spot on the battlefield. The transparent barriers shimmered to life, enclosing the field. Chabashira stood at the edge, clipboard in hand. "This is a one-on-one trainer battle. Each of you may use 2 Pokémon. The match ends when both of one trainer's Pokémon are unable to battle." She paused. "Begin." Kushida pulled out her first Pokeball with a flourish. "Bulbasaur, let's go." The grass Pokémon materialized on the field with a determined cry. "Bulba." I reached for my own Pokeball. "Trico, you're up." Trico appeared in a flash of light, standing tall and alert. Its yellow eyes locked onto Bulbasaur, crossing its arms confidently. "Bulbasaur, use Tackle," Kushida called, wasting no time. Bulbasaur charged forward, its stubby legs propelling it faster than I expected, though not nearly as fast as Trico. "Dodge and counter with quick attack," I said. Trico sidestepped the charge with ease, disappearing in a green blur before slamming into Bulbasaur's side. The impact sent Bulbasaur stumbling, but it quickly regained its footing. "Stay strong, Bulbasaur. Use Vine Whip." Bulbasaur's vines shot out, lashing toward Trico. "Jump and use Pound," I commanded. Trico leapt over the vines, twisting in mid-air before slamming its tail down onto Bulbasaur's back. "Bulba," it cried, recoiling from the blow. Kushida didn't waver. "Leech Seed, now." Bulbasaur launched a seed toward Trico, and this time, it landed. The seed sprouted vines that wrapped around Trico, sapping its energy. Trico flinched, its movement slightly sluggish as the vines tightened around it. "Hang in there," I said calmly. "Use Leafage." Trico summoned a flurry of glowing leaves, striking Bulbasaur repeatedly and forcing it back. Kushida bit her lip. "Vine Whip, one more time." Bulbasaur lashed out again, and this time, the vine struck Trico squarely, sending it skidding across the battlefield. Trico, get up, I called out. Trico struggled to its feet, shaking off the blow. It was clearly weakened by the leech seed, but its determination hadn't faltered. End this with Mega Drain, I said. Trico's eyes glowed green as it absorbed energy from Bulbasaur, the vines around it withering and falling away. Bulbasaur staggered, its strength continuing to drain before collapsing to the ground. Bulbasaur is unable to battle, Chabashira announced. Trico is the winner. Kushida returned Bulbasaur to its Pokeball, her smile faltering slightly. You did great, Bulbasaur. Take a rest. She pulled out her second Pokeball. Pikipek, it's your turn. The small bird Pokemon appeared on the field, fluttering its wings aggressively. Pikipek. That's enough for now, I said, returning Trico to its Pokeball. I threw Goomy's Pokeball. Come on, Goomy. Goomy materialized on the field, its gooey body shimmering under the lights. Goo. This should be an easy win, Goomy. Kushida didn't hesitate. Pikipek, use Peck. Pikipek swooped down, its beak glowing as it aimed for Goomy. Counter, I said. Goomy braced itself, taking the hit before retaliating with a powerful strike. The force of its own attack sent Pikipek tumbling through the air. Now, Dragon Breath, I commanded. Goomy inhaled deeply before releasing a stream of purple-blue energy, striking Pikipek mid-flight. The bird Pokemon let out a shrill cry before crashing to the ground. Pikipek is unable to battle, Chabashira declared. Ayanokoji wins the match. The barriers deactivated as Kushida returned Pikipek to its Pokeball. She walked over to me, her smile back in place despite her loss. You're really strong, Ayanokoji-kun. I'll have to train harder if I want to keep up. Thanks, I said simply, returning Goomy to its Pokeball. The class erupted into a mix of cheers and murmurs. That was awesome. Matsushita said, clapping enthusiastically. Gold chuckled, leaning back in his seat. He's strong, I'll give him that. But I wonder how he'd handle a real challenge. Iris laughed in response, but opted not to say anything, instead just continuing to watch. Horikita, as usual, remained silent, her expression unreadable. As I returned to my seat, my Pokenav buzzed in my pocket. Pulling it out, I saw the notification, victory recorded, Ayanokoji Kiyotaka vs Kushida Kikyo. The screen displayed my updated record, 4-0, rank. It seemed my first battle at ANHS was officially recorded. The next battle announced was between Ike Kanji and Haruki Yamauchi. The room fell into a quiet murmur as the two boys shuffled to their respective sides of the battlefield. Neither seemed particularly confident, and the lack of energy in their movements made it clear this wasn't going to be an entertaining battle. Yamauchi smirked, trying to look confident despite the sweat forming on his brow. Don't think I'll go easy on you, Kanji. Both trainers pulled out their Pokeballs, and Chabashira stood in the center, her expression as neutral as ever. This battle will follow standard rules. Both trainers may use 2 Pokemon. Begin. Class, Intermediate. Rank, 132. Record, 0-2. Pokemon. Kecleon, Level 6. Moves. Lick. Scratch. Feint Attack. Astonish. Ability, Color Change. Pidgey, Level 4. Moves. Tackle. Sand Attack. Gust. Ability, Keen Eye. Nothing special, I guess it's to be expected. I clicked off of Ike's profile, quickly moving over to Yamauchi's. Yamauchi Haruki. Class, Intermediate. Rank, 160. Record, 0-0. Pokemon. Snorant, Level 6. Moves. Ice Beam. Powder Snow. Leer. Double Team. Ability, Ice Body. Sewaddle, Level 5. Moves. Tackle. String Shot. Bug Bite. Protect. Ability, Swarm. Yamauchi was somehow the worst-ranked student in our entire year. Turning my attention back to the field, Ike released his first Pokémon, the Kecleon. The chameleon-like Pokémon flicked its tongue lazily, its colors shifting faintly in the light. Yamauchi responded with his Snorunt, the small ice-type hopping in place and looking ready to fight. Snorunt, Powder Snow. Yamauchi called out, taking the initiative. The icy blast shot forward, but Ike was quick to react. Kecleon, Dodge and use Lick. Kecleon shifted to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack, before darting forward with its long tongue extending toward Snorunt. The Lick landed, causing Snorunt to shudder as a faint paralysis effect took hold. Ugh, come on, Snorunt. Yamauchi groaned. Use Leer. Snorunt managed to glare at Kecleon despite its slowed movements, lowering its defenses. Now, scratch. Ike commanded. Kecleon closed the distance again, slashing Snorunt with its claws. The damage wasn't overwhelming, but combined with the paralysis, it was clear Snorunt was struggling to keep up. Powder Snow again. Yamauchi yelled desperately. This time, the attack landed, hitting Kecleon squarely and coating it in frost. Kecleon stumbled back, visibly affected but still standing. Finish it with another scratch. Ike shouted. Kecleon lunged forward, its claws glowing faintly as it struck Snorunt again. The ice-type wobbled before collapsing, unable to continue. Snorunt is unable to battle. Chabashira announced. Yamauchi, send out your next Pokémon. Yamauchi gritted his teeth and returned Snorunt to its Pokeball. Fine, go Swaddle. The small bug Pokémon emerged, chirping confidently. Kecleon, Lick. Ike commanded, but its exhaustion made Swaddle quicker. String Shot. Yamauchi countered. Swaddle fired a sticky thread, tangling Kecleon and slowing it down. Now, Tackle. The bug-type charged forward, slamming into Kecleon and knocking it back. The chameleon Pokémon fainted, and Ike returned it with a frown. Good job, Kecleon. You did great. He pulled out his second Pokeball. Go, Pidgey. The tiny bird emerged, flapping its wings energetically. Swaddle, String Shot again. Yamauchi ordered. Pidgey, Gust. Ike called out. Pidgey flapped its wings rapidly, sending a small whirlwind that not only blew away the string shot but also knocked Swaddle off balance. Follow up with Tackle. Ike shouted. Pidgey dove forward, slamming into Swaddle. The bug-type squeaked in pain but managed to stay upright. Don't give up, Swaddle. Bug Bite. Swaddle lunged at Pidgey, biting down hard. Pidgey squawked in pain but managed to shake the bug off. Finish it with another gust. Ike yelled. Pidgey flapped its wings furiously again, the whirlwind picking up Swaddle and tossing it to the ground. The bug Pokémon twitched before going still. Swaddle is unable to battle. The winner is Ayanokoji. Chabashira declared. Ike jumped up, punching the air. Yes. I did it. Yamauchi slumped, looking dejected as he returned Swaddle to its Pokeball. Man, I thought I had you. The class clapped politely, though the battle hadn't been particularly thrilling. Gold leaned back in his seat, arms crossed. Well, that was something. Iris laughed. At least they're trying. Ike beamed as he returned to his seat, while Yamauchi muttered something about needing to train more. With the next battle approaching, the class seemed more eager. The energy in the room shifted when the names, Gold, and Iris, appeared on the screen. I pulled out my PokeNav again, my eyes scanning the profiles of the two trainers about to face off. The first profile that I found was Gold's. Ethan Kinesuk, Gold. Class, Intermediate. Rank, 5. Record, 2-0. Pokémon. Cyndaquil, level 13. Moves. Flamethrower. Quick attack. Smoke screen. Ember. Ability, Blaze. Togepi, level 7. Moves. Metronome. Growl. Charm. Sweet Kiss. Ability, Serene Grace. Number 5, Huh. I nodded to myself. Gold was ranked 5th with a perfect 2-0 record, and his team was fairly solid. Cyndaquil could prove to be formidable with its level, however, Togepi's strength at this level was heavily determined by chance. Its moveset wasn't very offensive, relying more on status effects and luck. Still, I could tell Gold had a strategy in mind. Next, I moved on to Iris profile. Iris Arisu. Class, Intermediate. Rank, 7. Record, 2-0. Pokémon. Axew, level 12. Moves. Dragon Claw. Scratch. Leer. Assurance. Ability, Rivalry. Dratini, level 9. Moves. Wrap. Thunder Wave. Dragon Rage. Leer. Ability, Shed Skin. Iris was ranked 7th, with a record of 2, her team was balanced in terms of type and strategy, featuring 2 dragons. Axew at level 12 was strong, and Dratini, though lower leveled, had Dragon Rage, which could be a game changer. I expected her to focus on Axew for most of the battle. As I put my Pokenav away, I turned my attention back to the battlefield. The class was eager to see this match, especially after the previous one. A tense silence settled over the room as Gold and Iris faced off in the center of the battle hall. The anticipation was palpable, both were highly ranked, and their Pokémon were formidable. Gold stepped forward first, tossing out his Pokeball with confidence. Cyndaquil, let's go. The small Johto fire starter appeared in a burst of light, its flame flickering brightly on its back. Cyndaquil's eyes locked onto Iris, ready for the challenge. Iris responded quickly, her expression focused. She threw out her own Pokeball. Axew, you're up. Axew materialized on the battlefield, taking a defensive stance. The 2 Pokémon faced each other, sizing each other up. Flamethrower, Cyndaquil. Gold commanded without hesitation. The fire type unleashed a jet of flames, heating the air around them. But Iris was prepared. Axew, dodge and use Dragon Claw, she ordered. Axew moved swiftly, avoiding the flames and charging forward. Its claws glowed as it slashed through the air, striking Cyndaquil across the chest. The impact sent Cyndaquil stumbling back, but it remained determined. Quick attack, Cyndaquil. Gold shouted. Cyndaquil darted forward, hitting Axew before it could react. The hit caused Axew to stagger back, but Iris was quick to respond. Axew, use Dragon Rage, she called, her voice steady. Axew opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful blast of energy that hit Cyndaquil directly, sending it flying backward. Flamethrower again, Cyndaquil. Gold called out. Despite the strain, Cyndaquil managed to release another stream of flames. This time, Iris wasn't quick enough to react. Axew was hit, twisting as it tried to escape. Get out of there, Axew. Iris ordered. Axew jumped back, smoke rising from its body as it struggled to stand. After a small nod from Axew, she commanded, Dragon Claw. Axew charged forward again, slower than before, but its claws glowed with fierce energy. It slashed at Cyndaquil, landing a clean hit that sent the fire-type sprawling. Cyndaquil struggled to get up, looking towards Gold for its next command. Gold smiled and said, Quick attack, one more time. Cyndaquil darted forward again, hitting Axew before it could react, causing it to collapse. Axew is unable to battle, Chabashira announced. Cyndaquil wins. Iris returned Axew to its Pokeball, frustration evident in her eyes. She was clearly not pleased with how the battle had gone, but there was still a chance for her to make a comeback. Gold prepared for his next Pokémon. Dratini, let's go. Iris called. The small dragon type appeared on the field, coiling slightly as it surveyed the battlefield, ready for a fight. Come on, smoke screen into quick attack. Gold commanded. A screen of smoke shot out from Cyndaquil, covering the entire field. Stay calm. Use Dragon Rage when he gets close. Iris instructed, knowing Dratini could take a hit. Suddenly, a flicker of light blurred across the field, slamming into Dratini. An attack of purple and blue flames engulfed it. Cyndaquil is unable to battle, Chabashira stated. Dratini is the victor. Gold didn't hesitate, confident in his setup for his next Pokémon. Togepi, you're up, he called, tossing out his second Pokeball. Togepi appeared on the smoke-covered field, its small body radiating a soft glow. It was a stark contrast to the powerful Dratini, but I knew better than to underestimate it. Dratini, use Dragon Rage. Iris commanded immediately. Dratini unleashed a wave of energy, but Gold was quick to respond. Togepi, use Sweet Kiss, he shouted. Togepi sent a soft pink glow toward Dratini, causing it to become dazed and miss its mark. The Dragon Rage veered off course, striking the ground. Dratini, get it together. Iris called, clearly frustrated. Dratini shook its head, trying to clear the confusion, but Gold wasn't about to let up. Togepi, use Metronome, he ordered. Togepi wiggled its arms, and a massive solar beam erupted from its tiny body, hitting Dratini squarely and sending it flying backward. Dratini is unable to battle, Chabashira declared. Togepi wins. The class fell silent, the intensity of the battle contrasting sharply with the earlier matches. Gold had triumphed with his Togepi, despite it being a weaker Pokémon. Iris smiled, though there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. That was a great battle, Gold, she said, returning Dratini to its Pokeball. You did get lucky, though. Gold nodded, a small smile on his face as he returned Togepi to its Pokeball. Maybe a little bit. You did great too, Iris. We'll have to do this again sometime. Chabashira made the official announcement. Victory recorded, Gold vs Iris. Gold's record now stood at 3-0, and Iris at 2, as the class erupted into applause. I couldn't help but wonder how long Gold would stay undefeated. But one thing was clear: this battle had been one of the most competitive I'd seen so far. Victory was recorded, Gold vs Iris, with Gold holding a record of 3-0 and a rank of 4, while Iris had a record of 2-1 and ranked 1. Battle had dropped Iris 2 ranks and raised Gold 1. An unfortunate event for Iris, and a plus for Gold. Depending on my battle later today, he could potentially rise to the 3rd spot. The stadium was livelier than I expected for a first-year battle, especially on the second day. As I stepped inside, the noise of the crowd hit me immediately, a mix of cheers, chatter, and the occasional playful jeer. The bleachers were filled not just with my classmates but students from all years, some trainers clearly a level above us watching with interest. Familiar faces stood out among the crowd. Gold leaned casually against the railing, arms crossed as he spoke to Iris, who seemed as animated as ever, gesturing wildly about something. Their battle had apparently made them friends. Horikita was seated further up, her expression composed and unreadable as always. Matsushita waved when she caught my eye, seated beside Hirata and a few other classmates. Even Chabashira was present, observing from the sidelines. The sheer size of the audience made it clear this wasn't just an ordinary match. Korina's public challenge had drawn attention, whether because of our rank or record, I wasn't sure. I walked toward the battlefield, where Korina was already waiting. She stood confidently, her hands on her hips and roller skates on her feet. Despite the large crowd, her focus was entirely on me. You actually showed up, she said with a grin as I approached. You challenged me. Why wouldn't I? I replied, my tone calm. She laughed, brushing a strand of blonde hair from her face. Fair enough. But don't think I'm going to make this easy for you. I've been preparing for this. I'd expect nothing less, I said simply. Her grin widened. Good. Let's put on a show, then. We stepped into our respective trainer boxes as the referee signaled for the crowd to settle down. The transparent barriers shimmered to life, enclosing the battlefield. This is a 2-on-2 trainer battle, the referee announced. The match will end when both Pokémon from one trainer are unable to battle. Trainers, send out your first Pokémon. I already had my strategy planned. It was straightforward, but if all went according to plan, it would work. Trico, let's go, I said, releasing my starter onto the field. Trico, it cried, landing gracefully and crossing its arms, its gaze locked on Korona. Riolu, you're up. Korona called, throwing her Pokeball. The blue fighting type appeared in a flash of light, crouching low as it sized up Trico. The referee raised a flag. Let the battle begin. Korona was quick to act. Riolu, quick attack. Riolu darted forward, its speed a blur. Trico had no time to react as the attack connected, sending it stumbling back. Recover and use leafage, I said. Trico quickly regained its footing, summoning a flurry of glowing leaves that shot toward Riolu. The attack struck, but Riolu barely flinched, its stance unwavering. Metal Claw. Korona commanded. Riolu lunged towards Trico, its paws glowing silver. The attack connected directly on Trico's chest, sending it skidding backwards. Trico, stay focused. Use quick attack. Trico dashed forward, matching Riolu's earlier speed, and landed a solid hit. Riolu staggered slightly but recovered almost instantly. Circle throw. Riolu grabbed Trico mid-charge, using its momentum to hurl it across the battlefield. Trico hit the ground hard, struggling to rise. Trico, stay on the move. Use quick attack again. Trico darted forward, moving faster than I expected, and landed a clean hit on Riolu. The impact forced Riolu back a few steps, but it quickly regained its stance. Metal Claw. Riolu's palm glowed with silver energy as it jumped at Trico. Dodge and use pound, I said. Trico leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the glowing palm, before swinging its tail into Riolu's side. The hit connected, forcing Riolu to stumble. Not bad, Korona said with a grin. But we're not done yet. Quick attack again. Riolu vanished in a blur, appearing right in front of Trico and landing another direct hit. Trico skidded back, its breathing now labored. Use leafage, I said. Trico summoned another flurry of leaves, sending them flying toward Riolu. The leaves all connected, leaving Riolu staggering backwards. Quick attack, I called out. Counter. Korona shouted. Trico dashed across the field, Riolu absorbed the impact of the strike before retaliating with its own powerful hit, sending Trico crashing to the ground. Trico, get up, I said calmly. Trico struggled to its feet, its determination evident despite its injuries. End this with force palm. Korona shouted. Riolu closed the distance quickly, its glowing palm striking Trico squarely. The attack sent Trico sprawling, and this time, it didn't get back up. Trico is unable to battle, the referee announced. Riolu wins. I returned Trico to its Pokeball. You did well. Korona smirked. Riolu's just warming up. What's next? Goomy, you're up, I said, releasing my second Pokémon. Goomy materialized on the field, its gooey body shimmering under the stadium lights. Goo. Korona didn't hesitate. Quick attack. Riolu charged forward again, its speed making it difficult for Goomy to react. The attack landed, but Goomy absorbed the blow with its gelatinous body, barely moving. Dragon breath, I commanded. Goomy inhaled deeply, releasing a stream of purple-blue energy. The attack struck Riolu directly, leaving it visibly paralyzed. Shake it off, Riolu. Use circle throw. Riolu forced its body to move, lunging at Goomy despite its condition. Counter, I said. Goomy braced itself, absorbing the impact of circle throw before retaliating with double the force. Riolu was sent flying, landing hard and failing to get back up. Riolu is unable to battle, the referee declared. Goomy wins. Korona returned Riolu to its Pokeball, her expression serious but determined. You did great, Riolu. Now it's your turn, Torchic. The small fire type appeared on the field, chirping energetically. Torchic. Ember, Torchic. Korona called. Torchic unleashed a stream of small flames, striking Goomy and forcing it back. Water gun, I said. Goomy retaliated with a blast of water, hitting Torchic directly. The fire type stumbled but quickly regained its footing. Don't let up. Use Peck. Torchic darted forward, its beak glowing as it struck Goomy repeatedly. The attacks were fast and relentless, pushing Goomy to the edge. Dragon breath, I commanded. Goomy inhaled deeply, releasing another stream of energy that sent Torchic flying backward. Korona clenched her fists. Torchic, get up. Torchic, use Ember again. Torchic struggled to its feet, unleashing another burst of flames. End this with water gun, I instructed. The blast of water hit Torchic head-on, extinguishing its flames and leaving it sprawled on the ground. Torchic is unable to battle, the referee declared. The winner is Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. The crowd erupted into cheers as the barriers deactivated. Korona returned Torchic to its Pokeball and walked over to me with a smile, though it carried a hint of disappointment. You're good, she admitted. Better than I expected. You put up a good fight, I replied simply. Her grin returned. Next time, I'll win. Count on it. As she walked off, a large screen above the arena lit up, displaying the results. Victory recorded. Ayanokoji Kiyotaka vs Korona Corny. Victor, Ayanokoji Kiyotaka. Record, 5-0. Rank, 2. Loser, Korona Corny. Record, 3-2. Rank, 4. The crowd murmured as the screen shifted again, displaying a new name in third place. Change in rank. Ethan Kinnesuk, Gold. Gold's face appeared briefly on the screen, his confident smirk drawing a mix of cheers and groans from the audience. I turned to leave, weaving through the thinning crowd. The energy in the stadium was still evident, with students discussing the match and speculating about future battles. As I exited the arena, I noticed someone leaning casually against the wall near the exit. The Class C kid, with his purple hair and sharp gaze, was hard to forget. His eyes locked onto me as I approached, and though his posture was relaxed, his expression was intense. I stopped a few steps away, unsure of who he was but sensing the weight of his presence. You're Ayanokoji, right? He said, his tone direct. I gave a slight nod. And you are? Paul, he replied simply, confidence radiating from his voice. He stepped forward, arms crossed, and tilted his head slightly. I've been watching your battles. I studied him briefly, noting his composed demeanor and the sharpness in his words. He wasn't like the other trainers I'd encountered. There was no admiration in his tone, just a blunt assessment. You've got some skill, Paul continued, his eyes narrowing. But I don't see what all the fuss is about. I raised an eyebrow. The fuss? You and that Alan kid, everyone's talking about your undefeated records, he said, his voice cutting. You're just beating trainers who are still learning. That's not real competition. I remained silent, letting him have his speech. Paul took a step closer, his tone lowering. If you think you can keep that number 2 spot without being tested, you're wrong. Trainers like me, he paused, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. We're the ones who'll make sure you don't get too comfortable. And what makes you so certain you'll be the one to test me? I asked. His smirk grew, though it lacked any humor. Because I don't waste time with weak opponents or Pokémon. When I battle, it's to win. And when we face off, I'll make sure you know the difference between a real trainer and someone just playing the part. His words were sharp, deliberate, and calculated. He was challenging me, but not in the way Korona did. It wasn't arrogance or desperation, it was cold, measured confidence. I met his gaze evenly. I'll keep that in mind. Paul straightened, his expression unreadable. You do that. Without another word, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the dispersing crowd. What an interesting trainer. I watched him leave, my thoughts lingering on his demeanor. There was something different about him, a focused intensity that set him apart from the trainers I'd faced so far. Korona was talented, but she didn't have the same intensity Paul did. It seemed my next challenge had already made itself known. The crowd outside the stadium was still buzzing as I stepped into the cool evening air. Conversations about the battle swirled around me, some praising my strategy, others dissecting Korona's performance. I ignored it all, weaving through the clusters of students as I made my way toward the dorms. The sky was a beautiful mix of deep orange and purple as the sun dipped below the Safari Zone mountains. The campus grew quieter the farther I walked, the distant hum of voices fading into the background. I reached into my pocket, pulling out my earbuds. Sliding them into place, I tapped shuffle on my playlist, letting the familiar rhythms of a song Matsuo showed me drown out the remnants of the dissipating crowd. The song was "Rocket Man" by Elton John, a classic that Matsuo claimed was one of the best pieces of music from that PRD. As I walked, the bright lights of the Poke Center cut through the evening shadows. The automatic doors slid open with a soft hum. Inside, the air was warm with a faint scent of disinfectant. A Chansey shuffled by, carrying a tray of supplies, while Nurse Joy stood behind the counter, offering a polite smile as I approached. "Good evening," she greeted warmly. "Here to heal your Pokémon?" "Yes," I replied, handing over Trico and Goomy's Pokeballs. She placed them on a glowing tray, the machine emitting a soft hum as it began its work. "They've been in a few battles today, haven't they?" "They have," I said simply. Nurse Joy glanced at me curiously but didn't press further. "They'll be good as new in just a moment. Feel free to look around while you wait." I nodded, turning toward the small built-in Pokemart section at the corner of the center. Shelves were lined with various items, multiple types of Pokeball, potions, antidotes, and even a few specialized tools like escape ropes and repels. A digital kiosk displayed a rotating advertisement for TMs, allowing trainers to purchase and download new moves directly onto compatible Pokémon. I skimmed the selection, noting a few items that could be useful for future Safari Zone excursions. Potions were a given, and the TMs on display were tempting, but I decided against making any purchases for now. My resources would be restricted next month, and unnecessary spending wasn't part of my strategy. Returning to the counter, I noticed Nurse Joy placing the Pokeballs back on the tray. She smiled as she handed them to me. "Your Pokémon are all healed. They're in great shape, but make sure to give them plenty of rest before their next battle." "Thank you," I said, taking the Pokeballs and clipping them to my belt. As I turned to leave, Nurse Joy called out, "Good luck out there. And don't hesitate to come back if you need anything." I gave a slight nod in acknowledgement and stepped back into the night. The cool air was a welcome contrast to the warmth of the Poke Center, and the quiet campus stretched out before me as I began the walk back to my dorm. The Pokeballs at my side felt heavier than usual, though I wasn't sure why. Today had been busy, with 2 battles, one against the former 3rd rank, yet Trico only grew 1 level and Goomy didn't level up at all. Soon enough, the dorm building came into view, its windows glowing faintly in the distance. I reached into my pocket, putting my earbuds back into their case. As I stepped inside, the quiet hum of the lobby greeted me. A few students lingered in the common area, chatting in hushed tones or scrolling through their phones. I bypassed them without pause, heading straight for the elevator. The trip to my floor was uneventful, the faint hum of the machine the only sound accompanying me. My room was the first one when I exited the elevator, convenient for groceries, but I had a feeling noise could become an issue. Once inside, I locked the door behind me and set my bag down near the desk. The space wasn't decorated yet, I hadn't had time to go shopping for anything, but it was clean, and that was how I preferred it. I changed quickly, swapping my school uniform for a simple t-shirt and sweatpants. The routine was new to me, as I hadn't needed to change more than once a day at the mansion. Grabbing the pokeballs from my belt, I released Trico and Goomy onto the floor. Trico stretched its limbs, letting out a quiet tree as it perched itself on the edge of the windowsill, its usual stoic expression unchanged as it watched the campus. Goomy, on the other hand, immediately wobbled over to me, letting out a cheerful goo as it nudged my leg. "You both did well today," I said, crouching down to pat Goomy's head. Its gelatinous body jiggled slightly under my hand. Trico glanced over, giving a small nod of acknowledgement before closing its eyes, seemingly content to rest leaning against the window. I straightened up and walked over to my bed, laying down and pulling out my pokenav. The screen lit up, displaying the standard menu. Navigating to the ranking system, I scrolled through the updated standings. I was curious about how strong Paul really was. His name wasn't difficult to find, only a couple of names below my own. Paul Shinji. Class, Intermediate. Rank, 6. Record, 2-0. Pokémon. Turtwig, level 12. Moves, Tackle, Razor Leaf, Withdraw, Bite. Ability, Overgrow. Elekid, level 11. Moves, Quick Attack, Thunder Shock, Low Kick, Light Screen. Ability, Static. His team was balanced, and his rank reflected his assumed skill. Despite only having 2 battles under his belt, his confidence from earlier spoke volumes. As I continued to look at his profile, a notification popped up, reading, Trainer Rank Update, Rapid Advancement Detected. Curious, I clicked on the notification and was redirected to another student's profile. Ash Ketchum. Class, Intermediate. Rank, 7. Record, 2-0. Pokémon. Pikachu, level 15. Moves, Quick Attack, Thunderbolt, Iron Tail, Double Team. Ability, Static. Froakie, level 9. Moves, Pound, Bubble, Quick Attack, Water Gun. Ability, Torrent. Ash's record wasn't the surprising part, it was the conditions of these wins. Both wins had been recorded today, and his rapid rise to 7th place had apparently warranted a notification. The fact that he had a Pikachu at level 15, the highest level I'd seen from our year, only added to the intrigue. I leaned back in the chair, letting the information sink in. Paul and Ash should both be strong in their own ways, but I could only operate off of assumptions for now. Trico stirred on the desk, its gaze briefly meeting mine before closing its eyes again. Goomy had already curled up near the bed, its breathing slow and steady. For now, I set the Pokenav aside, deciding it was past time I spent some non-battling time with my Pokémon. The faint morning light trickled into my room, waking up Trico and shining off of Goomy. I sat on the couch, the glow of the Pokenav illuminating my face as I reviewed the rankings. It had been a week since my last significant battle, and though my record had grown, it didn't feel particularly satisfying. Kiyotaka Ayanokoji. Class, Advanced. Rank, 2. Record, 10-0. Pokémon. Goomy, level 19. Moves, Absorb, Counter, Dragon Breath, Protect. Ability, Gooey. Trico, level 15. Moves, Pound, Mega Drain, Quick Attack, Leafage, Bullet Seed. Ability, Overgrow. The screen displayed my record, an unbroken string of victories. Yet, despite the numbers, I couldn't shake the feeling that my progress was hollow. None of my recent opponents had been particularly strong or highly ranked. It wasn't avoidance on my part, simply a matter of circumstance. I swiped to Alan's profile, studying his updated information. Alan Allen. Class, Advanced. Rank, 1. Record, 12-0. Pokémon. Charmeleon, level 19. Moves, Fire Fang, Dragon Breath, Smokescreen, Scratch. Ability, Blaze. Larvitar, level 14. Moves, Bite, Rock Throw, Payback, Sandstorm. Ability, Guts. Chasebin, level 12. Moves, Vine Whip, Rollout, Bite, Growl. Ability, Overgrow. Alan's progress was undeniable. His Charmander had evolved into a Charmeleon, and he'd added a Chasebin to his team. His skill and consistency remained unmatched, reflected in not only his Pokémon's levels but his record. I shifted to Gold's profile. Ethan Kinesuk, Gold. Class, Advanced. Rank, 3. Record, 8-1. Pokémon. Kalava, level 16. Moves, Ember, Tackle, Quick Attack, Smokescreen. Ability, Blaze. Togepi, level 13. Moves, Metronome, Sweet Kiss, Pound, Life Dew. Ability, Serene Grace. Eevee, level 12. Moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Covet, Quick Attack. Ability, Adaptability. Gold had also made notable strides. His Cyndaquil had evolved into a Kalava, and he'd acquired an Eevee. His sole loss came from another battle with Iris, keeping him at rank 3, but his team was shaping up well. Both Alan and Gold had added new Pokémon to their teams and evolved at least one of their own. I glanced at my own profile again. Goomy and Trico were strong, but the gap was starting to show. I leaned back in my chair, letting out a quiet sigh. If they were expanding their teams, it was about time I did the same. Good morning, Yamauchi. I heard a cheerful voice. Good morning, Ike, came the reply. Phew, man. I was looking forward to today so much that I barely slept last night. This school is just the best. I can't believe that it's almost time for swimming. Ike continued, excitement bubbling in his tone. The swimming classes were co-ed, which meant that many were eagerly anticipating the event. Most of the girls would be wearing swimsuits, and the boys were clearly excited about it. The girls nearby backed away from Ike and Yamauchi's enthusiasm, while I remained seated, uninterested in joining their conversation. Fortunately, their chatter died down, but just then, a voice called out, "Hey, Professor. Come here for a sec." You called?" A chubby boy, nicknamed the Professor, approached them slowly. I remembered his name was Sotomura. "Professor, can you record the girls wearing their swimsuits for us?" Ike eagerly asked. "Leave it to me. I'll pretend to be sick so that I can skip class and observe," Sotomura declared, puffing out his chest with pride. What a questionable plan. Ike and Yamauchi leaned in closer, clearly excited about their scheme. The girls nearby exchanged disgusted looks and whispered among themselves. Before their plan could escalate further, Hirata's voice cut through the chatter. "Hold on a second." Hirata approached the trio with a calm yet firm expression, silencing their plotting. "Don't you think this is going a bit too far? Recording the girls without their permission isn't just wrong, it's a serious invasion of their privacy." Come on, Hirata, it's just for fun." Ike stuttered, faltering under Hirata's steady gaze. "Fun or not, it's still disrespectful," Hirata replied. "How would you feel if someone did the same to you? Think about how the girls would feel if they found out." Yamauchi scratched the back of his head, looking away awkwardly. "We weren't really going to do it. It was just a joke." "Even if it's a joke, it's not okay to talk about people like that," Hirata insisted. "You wouldn't want to make them uncomfortable, would you?" The trio exchanged uneasy glances before reluctantly nodding. Fine, we'll drop it, Ike muttered, clearly disappointed. Good. Let's focus on enjoying the class instead, Hirata said, his smile returning as he clapped Sotomura on the shoulder. With Hirata's intervention, the mood in the classroom shifted back to normal. The girls relaxed slightly, while Ike, Yamauchi, and Sotomura slumped back into their seats, mumbling under their breath. I remained silent, observing the exchange from my desk. Hirata's ability to diffuse the situation with a combination of reason and kindness was impressive. I wondered how that played into his battling ability. The morning passed uneventfully, and soon it was time for lunch. After lunch, I stood alone in the locker room, changing in the corner. Gold stood a few lockers down from me, casually pulling on his swim trunks. His usual confident smirk was in place as he glanced around the room. You ready for this, Ayanokoji? He asked, his tone light. I heard we're allowed to bring our Pokémon. Should make things more interesting. I nodded slightly, finishing tying the drawstring on my trunks. It'll be different, I suppose. Different, huh? Gold chuckled. You're not the type to get excited about this stuff, are you? I shook my head. I don't really care for it. Shortly after, we all made our way out to the pool area. Upon seeing the 50-meter pool, I cried out, "Whoa, this school is something else. It's even better than the city pool, don't you think?" The water was clear and beautiful, and because it was indoors, nobody had to worry about the weather. The ideal environment. What about the girls? Aren't they here yet? Ike looked around, eager. Hey, I wonder what would happen if I just suddenly jumped into the girls' locker room. Yamauchi said. They'd probably be really upset, Hondu replied. If the girls even sense you staring at them, they'll probably dislike you, another boy added. Come on, like there's a guy out there who wouldn't stare. Ike exclaimed, clearly overwhelmed by his thoughts. A few minutes after the boys had arrived, a girl's voice could be heard. Hey, are they here? Ike looked ready to spring into action, but it turned out that all of the boys' hopes were dashed by an unexpected turn of events. It seemed Hirata's intervention wasn't enough for some of the girls. Hasebi isn't here. What's going on, Professor? Ike cried. The professor, who had decided to sit out and watch the class, was now in a panic. Standing on the second-floor observation deck, he scanned the room, but he couldn't find the girls anywhere. Be behind you, Professor, someone shouted. What? He exclaimed. Hasebi stood behind the professor on the observation deck, and one by one, the rest of the girls appeared, until they all emerged onto the second floor. What's going on? How did this happen? Ike slumped to the ground, shaken by this turn of events. Hasebi seemed self-conscious about being considered beautiful and disliked the curious looks from the boys. She was not amused by their attempts to ogle. Ah, but I thought I'd get to see. Ike's disappointment was palpable. Gross, the girls muttered among themselves, clearly unimpressed by his behavior. Come on, there are still tons of girls out there for us. Yamauchi exclaimed. Why yeah, that's right. You got a point. I can't get down in the dumps now. Ike replied. The two friends clasped their hands together, reaffirming their bond. What are you two doing? That looks like fun, a voice chimed in. KK Kushida-chan, they stammered, scrambling to attention as Kushida approached with her radiant smile, bringing a sense of hope. Her friendly charm put everyone at ease or, in Ike and Yamauchi's case, into a flustered mess. Looks like you're all having fun, she said cheerfully, tilting her head slightly. But shouldn't we all be heading into the pool soon? Why yeah. Of course, Kushida-chan. Ike stuttered, nearly tripping over his words. Yamauchi nodded vigorously, trying to appear composed but failing. Kushida giggled softly before walking off to rejoin the rest of the girls. The boys, still reeling from her presence, practically jumped into the pool. As students began to disperse, the sound of footsteps and chatter filled the area, with some releasing their Pokémon to join them. I chose a quiet corner by the pool and unclipped the Pokeballs from my waist. With a press of the buttons, Goomy and Trico appeared in flashes of light. Goo! Goomy chirped happily, wiggling its gelatinous body as it eyed the water curiously. Trico, on the other hand, remained calm and observant, its sharp eyes scanning the area before settling into a relaxed stance by the edge of the pool. I sat down cross-legged nearby, watching them. Goomy cautiously slid into the water, letting out a delighted squeal as it began to float, while Trico opted to stay dry, perching on the edge and occasionally dipping its tail in. The noise of the class faded away as I observed them. Goomy splashed around energetically, clearly enjoying itself, while Trico maintained its usual composed demeanor. Not joining in? I heard Gold say as he stood a few feet away, hands in his pockets and a smirk on his face. I'm fine here, I replied simply. Gold chuckled, stepping closer. You're always so chill, huh? Most of the guys are losing their minds over this class. He gestured toward the pool, where Ike and Yamauchi were splashing around noisily, clearly more interested in showing off than swimming. I guess it's just not that exciting to me, I said. Gold crouched down next to me, his Eevee hopping out of its Pokeball and nuzzling against his leg. Fair enough. Still, you've got a good area here. Those two look like they're having a blast. I glanced at Goomy, who was now attempting to dive under the water but kept bobbing back up like a rubber ball. Trico watched its antics with a faintly amused expression, flicking its tail. They're enjoying themselves, I said. Gold leaned back on his hands, his gaze shifting to the rest of the class. You know, I've been wondering what's your deal, Ayanokoji. You're obviously strong, but it doesn't seem like you're chasing after the top rank or anything. You just let things happen. I didn't respond immediately, instead watching Goomy as it finally succeeded in submerging itself, only to pop back up with a triumphant squeak. I'm just doing what I need to do, I said eventually. Gold raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. Fair enough. Guess I'll see you around. With that, he stood and walked off, Eevee trotting after him. The sharp sound of a whistle echoed through the pool area, silencing the excited chatter of the class. The swimming instructor, a towering man with a booming voice, stepped forward. All right, listen up, class, he called, crossing his arms over his chest. We're going to spice things up with a Pokémon swimming race. It'll be tournament-style, 2 groups of 5 Pokémon each. The top 2 from each group will move on to the final race. Winner gets 5,000 points. The announcement sent a wave of excitement through the class. 5,000 points. That's not bad. Ike exclaimed. Yeah, but only water Pokémon really have a shot at this, Yamauchi muttered. I mean, what's a fire type gonna do? Swim in circles. Ike groaned. Man, I wish I'd caught a Magikarp or something. Ignoring their complaints, I stayed in my corner, watching as Goomy and Trico continued to enjoy themselves. Goomy bobbed in the water with cheerful enthusiasm, while Trico lounged on the edge, flicking its tail lazily. The instructor began organizing the groups, calling out names and Pokémon. Matsushita's Squirtle was placed in Group A, along with a Poliwag, Tentacle, Magikarp, and Psyduck. Group B included Asteriu, Goldeen, Bizel, Horsia, and a particularly energetic Wooper. Anyone else want to enter? The instructor asked, scanning the crowd. I shook my head when his gaze briefly landed on me. Neither Goomy nor Trico were suited for this kind of competition, and I had no interest in participating just for the sake of it. The first group lined up at the starting edge of the pool, their trainers cheering them on. All right, Pokémon ready, the instructor bellowed. The Pokémon positioned themselves, their bodies tense on the edge of the water. On your mark. Get set. Go. With a loud splash, the Pokémon dove into the water, racing toward the other end of the pool. Matsushita's Squirtle quickly took the lead, its streamlined body cutting through the water with ease. The Poliwag wasn't far behind, its tail propelling it forward in quick bursts. The Magikarp struggled to keep up, flopping awkwardly as it tried to swim in a straight line. Psyduck seemed a bit confused, paddling in circles before finally figuring out which direction to go. In the end, Squirtle and Poliwag secured the top 2 spots, advancing to the final race. The second group took their places, the excitement in the air as evident as the last race. Ready. Go. This race was much closer than the first. Staryu and Bizel surged ahead, their sleek forms gliding effortlessly through the water. The Goldeen and Horsia followed closely behind, while the Wooper trailed at the back, seemingly more interested in playing than racing. The crowd cheered loudly as Bizel made a last-second push, tying with Staryu for first place. Both advanced to the finals. The 4 finalists Squirtle, Poliwag, Staryu, and Bizel lined up for the final race. The tension was palpable as their trainers gave them last-minute encouragement. "Alright, this is it," the instructor shouted. "Winner takes home 5,000 points. Let's see some real effort out there." The Pokémon took their positions, the water rippling beneath them. Ready. Go. The pool erupted in splashes as the finalists took off. Squirtle and Staryu quickly pulled ahead, their movements synchronized and efficient. Bizel wasn't far behind, its tail spinning like a propeller as it tried to close the gap. Poliwag struggled to keep up, its smaller size putting it at a disadvantage. As they neared the finish line, it became a neck-and-neck race between Squirtle and Staryu. The crowd erupted into cheers, the energy in the room reaching its peak. With one final burst of speed, Squirtle edged ahead, touching the wall just milliseconds before Staryu. The instructor declared, "And the winner is Squirtle." Matsushita beamed with pride as she accepted the 5,000 points, her Squirtle basking in the glory of its victory. I watched the race unfold from my corner, noting the excitement and camaraderie among the students. Goomy and Trico seemed equally captivated, their attention fixed on the action. Observing Matsushita's Squirtle as it climbed out of the pool, looking both tired and triumphant, I murmured to myself, "Not bad." While the others celebrated and played, I remained a quiet observer, content to let my Pokémon enjoy the moment without getting too involved. The late afternoon sun cast its warm glow over the entrance to the safari zone, illuminating the sprawling landscape in front of me, with various biomes bustling with energy. I stood at the gates, quietly observing the trainers bustling in and out, their excitement and determination clear on their faces. The area was divided into distinct biomes, each promising different Pokémon to those willing to explore. Pulling out my Pokénav, I glanced at the map. The sandy terrain in the southwest caught my attention. My previous ventures had been through grassy and forested areas, easier, predictable choices tailored for quick training. This time, I decided on a different approach. The sandy path offered a new environment, and with it, the possibility of finding something unique. Sliding the Pokénav back into my pocket, I started my trek towards the sandy area, leaving behind the noise of the entrance. The chatter of trainers and the faint hum of activity faded as I made my way down a quieter trail. The path split into several directions, each leading to a different biome. Without hesitation, I turned left, choosing the route that would eventually lead to the sandy expanse. The air grew quiet, filled with the sounds of rustling grass and chirping Pokémon. As I walked, I noted the subtle changes in the environment. The grass thinned out, patches of dry earth becoming more frequent. The transition from grass to sand became more pronounced as I ventured further. The warm breeze carried grains of sand, brushing against my skin. The increasingly sparse vegetation and the distant sound of Pokémon cries signaled that I was entering a less traveled area. It wasn't long before movement caught my eye. A small, yellow Pokémon with sharp claws and a confident stance emerged from behind a rock. Its piercing gaze met mine, and it let out a low growl. A sand shrew. Its body seemed well adapted to the arid terrain, and judging by its posture, it was ready for a challenge. I reached for my Pokeball and tossed it into the air. Trico, let's go. Trico emerged with a confident cry, landing lightly on its feet. It glanced at the sand shrew, then back at me, awaiting instructions. Start with leafage, I commanded. Trico's body emitted a green light as it summoned leaves, sending them barreling towards the sand shrew. The ground type recoiled, letting out a sharp cry as it staggered back. However, it quickly retaliated, curling into a tight ball and rolling toward Trico with a rollout attack. Dodge, I said calmly. Trico leapt to the side, narrowly avoiding the spinning attack. The sandshrew skidded to a halt, its momentum disrupted. Follow up with quick attack, I ordered. Trico blurred forward, striking the sandshrew before it could react. The ground type stumbled but held its ground, digging its claws into the sand for stability. It retaliated with sand attack, kicking up a cloud of dust to obscure Trico's vision. Stay calm, I instructed. Use Mega Drain. Through the cloud of sand, Trico unleashed green tendrils of energy, each one striking the sand shrew with precision and taking whatever energy it still had. The ground type let out a final cry before collapsing, unable to continue the fight. Trico stood tall, its chest rising and falling with steady breaths. Good work, I said, glancing at the sand shrew to make sure it was unharmed. It lay motionless, defeated but safe. I turned back to the path, motioning for Trico to follow. The sandy terrain became more challenging to navigate as I moved deeper into the zone, though it wasn't overly difficult. The wind picked up, carrying more sand and reducing visibility. Trico walked beside me, its eyes sharp and alert. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the ground. I looked down just in time to see an orange Pokémon stalking us. It let out a sharp cry before lunging toward us. A trap-inch, I murmured, spotting the distinct orange body and oversized jaws of the Pokémon as it stopped in front of us. It stomped its feet, kicking up sand as a warning. Trico, be ready, I said, stepping back. The trap-inch wasted no time, opening with a bite attack. It lunged at Trico, its powerful jaws snapping shut just inches away. Quick attack, I commanded. Trico sidestepped the attack and struck back with a swift blow, forcing the trap-inch to retreat a few steps. However, it wasn't done. It dug its claws into the sand and unleashed a sand tomb, creating a swirling vortex around Trico. Jump out of the trap and use Mega Drain, I instructed. Trico leapt into the air, not completely escaping the swirling sand, but limiting damage. As it descended, it unleashed a green glow, sapping energy from the trap-inch and restoring its own strength. The trap-inch growled in frustration, its movement slowing. Bullet Seed, I said. Trico unleashed another barrage of glowing seeds, each one striking the trap-inch. The ground type staggered, its strength waning. It made one final attempt to attack, lunging forward with a desperate bite. Finish it with quick attack, I ordered. Trico darted forward, landing a decisive blow. The trap-inch collapsed, its energy spent. Trico turned to me, its eyes gleaming with determination. Before I could call it back, a shining bright light enveloped its body. I watched silently as Trico's form began to change, growing taller and sleeker. When the light faded, Grovyle stood in its place, its confident stance unchanged. Congratulations, I said, nodding slightly. Grovyle let out a low cry, flexing its newly evolved form. I glanced at the path ahead. The farthest parts of the sandy area were just within reach, and I was confident I'd find whatever I was looking for there. The sand grew deeper and softer beneath my feet as I ventured farther into the zone. The wind carried a heavier weight of heat, and the once sparse vegetation had completely vanished, leaving only an expanse of golden dunes. This was clearly the heart of the sandy terrain for a trainer of my caliber. Few trainers seemed to venture this far, and the silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of movement or the distant cry of a Pokémon. Grovyle walked beside me, its new form moving with a smoothness Trico didn't. Its sharp eyes scanned the horizon, alert for any signs of danger or opportunity. Suddenly, a faint ripple in the sand caught my attention. The disturbance grew closer, the surface shifting as though something moved just beneath it. Grovyle tensed, its gaze locked on the source. The sand erupted in a burst, and a small, crocodilian figure leapt out, landing with a thud. Its sharp, dark eyes locked onto us, and it let out a low growl. "A sandile," I murmured. Its tan and black-striped body blended seamlessly with the surroundings, making it an ideal predator for this terrain. The sandile stomped its feet, sending a light spray of sand into the air. Its stance was aggressive, its sharp teeth glinting in the sunlight. Clearly, it wasn't going to let us pass without a fight. Grovyle stepped forward, lowering itself into a ready position, its blades gleaming faintly in the sunlight. "Let's see how strong you are," I muttered, reaching for a pokeball in case this sandile proved to be worth catching. The sandile wasted no time and lunged forward. "Quick attack," I said. Grovyle darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the snapping jaws, and countered with a swift strike to Sandile's flank. The wild Pokémon staggered but quickly regained its footing, its black eyes locking onto Grovyle with a fierce glare. Sandile growled and stomped the ground, sending up a cloud of sand that swirled around the battlefield. It wasn't just a distraction, the shifting terrain was making it harder for Grovyle to find solid footing. "Don't lose focus. Use leafage," I instructed. Grovyle responded instantly, swinging its arms forward and releasing a flurry of glowing green leaves. The attack tore through the cloud of sand, scattering it and striking Sandile head-on. The wild Pokémon let out a sharp cry, but instead of retreating, it dug its claws into the ground and charged forward again. This time, Grovyle couldn't evade in time. Sandile slammed into it, knocking Grovyle off balance. Sandile followed up with a swift attack, sinking its teeth into Grovyle's leg. "Pound," I said. Grovyle nodded through the pain and swung its arm down, striking Sandile's head with enough force to make it release its grip. The wild Pokémon stumbled back, shaking its head as if to clear it. Both Pokémon were breathing harder now, the intensity of the battle was taking its toll. Sandile suddenly lowered its body, its tail flicking behind it. It was preparing another charge. "Bullet Seed," I ordered. Grovyle planted its feet firmly and opened its mouth, firing a rapid series of glowing green seeds at Sandile. The attack landed, pushing Sandile back with each hit, but it didn't stop the wild Pokémon from rushing forward. The two collided in a clash of willpower, Sandile's charge meeting Grovyle's resistance head-on. Grovyle slid back slightly, its claws digging into the sand to maintain balance. "Mega Drain," I said. Grovyle's body glowed faintly as it placed its hands back on Sandile, draining its energy and restoring its own. Sandile let out a weak growl, its strength visibly waning as Grovyle recovered some of its stamina. Even so, Sandile refused to back down. It kicked up another sand attack, the gritty particles striking Grovyle's face and momentarily blinding it. "Stay calm," I said. "Wait for its next move." Grovyle tensed, its eyes half-closed, listening for Sandile's approach. The wild Pokémon darted in for another attack, but Grovyle sidestepped at the last second, its reflexes sharp despite the temporary blindness. "Quick attack," I commanded. Grovyle struck Sandile from behind, sending it sprawling into the sand. The wild Pokémon struggled to stand, its legs trembling. Now was the time. I reached for the Pokeball at my waist, my fingers brushing against its smooth surface. With a short motion, I tossed it at the weakened Sandile. The ball struck its target, absorbing Sandile in a flash of red light. It dropped to the ground and began to shake, the wild Pokémon fighting against the capture. 1 shake. 2 shakes. 3 shakes. Then the ball clicked shut, the light fading. I stepped forward and picked it up, turning it over in my hand. "Not bad," I said quietly, attaching the ball to my belt. Grovyle let out a low sound, brushing some of the sand off its body. "You did well," I told it. Grovyle gave a small nod, its sharp eyes scanning the horizon as if ready for the next challenge. With Sandile now a part of my team, I heard my Pokenav ding. Pulling it out, I looked at its profile. Sandile, level 15, moveset, Bite, Sand Tomb, Sand Attack, Aqua Tail ability, Intimidate. Aqua Tail, huh. I wasn't expecting an egg move from a wild Pokémon. The battlefield was mostly empty, save for a few scattered students finishing up their own training. The morning sun cast long shadows across the dirt, the white boundary line slightly scuffed from repeated use. I stood at the edge of the field, arms crossed, observing my Pokémon as they went through their drills. Grovyle stood in the center of the field, its sharp eyes locked onto a moving target, an empty Pokeball I had thrown into the air moments ago. With a burst of speed, it vanished from sight, reappearing in an instant as it struck the target midair with a precise bullet seed. The Pokeball shot off into the distance, landing near Sandile, who had been idly rolling in the dirt. Dill. Sandile blinked as the ball landed beside it, then let out a playful chuff before pouncing on it, gnawing at the smooth surface with its sharp teeth. Grovyle let out a sigh, placing a hand on its hip as it watched Sandile roll onto its back, still chewing at the Pokeball like a toy. I exhaled quietly. Grovyle had adapted well to its evolution. Its speed had increased significantly, and its attacks carried more weight. It still had room to grow, but it was progressing steadily. Sandile, on the other hand, was a contrast. While it had proven itself to be a fierce battler, outside of battle, it was anything but serious. Grovyle muttered, shaking its head before turning its focus back to training. Meanwhile, Sandile let out a delighted dill, before flipping onto its feet and scurrying toward Grovyle, attempting to nip at its leg. Grovyle sidestepped effortlessly, shooting me a look as if to ask why I had caught such a troublesome teammate. Goomy, who had been sitting off to the side, let out a soft goo, as it lazily observed its teammates. It had no interest in chasing things or dodging attacks, it simply watched. As I continued watching them train, the sound of students talking caught my attention. A small group had gathered near the other end of the field, their conversation carrying over the empty space. Alan's still number 1, huh? Guess that's not surprising. Yeah, but Ayanokoji's been right behind him since school started. They're both undefeated. I heard Alan's Charmeleon is a monster, but Ayanokoji's Goomy is weirdly strong, too. Still, Alan's at 12, Ayanokoji's only at 10, you think he's just not taking as many battles, or is he avoiding strong opponents? I tuned them out. The assumption that I was avoiding strong opponents was incorrect. I simply hadn't been challenged by anyone particularly strong yet, and I had no reason to go out of my way to seek them out. Yet. Rank 2 or not, I don't see anything special. The voice was sharper than the others, cutting through the conversation. The small group of students turned, their expressions shifting as someone new approached. I looked over as well. A boy with long blonde hair and a confident stance stood a few feet away, arms crossed. His sharp eyes analyzed me with a level of scrutiny that suggested he had been watching for some time. "You're Ayanokoji, right?" he asked. I didn't respond immediately, instead taking a moment to assess him. I didn't recognize him, but judging by the way he carried himself, he wasn't just some random student. "I've been watching you," he continued, his tone even but laced with challenge. "You're ranked 2nd, but I don't see anything that impressive. Let's see if you actually deserve that spot." He held up a Pokeball. "A battle, then." I met his gaze, my expression the same as usual. "Sure." As I stepped forward, already deciding which Pokémon to use, I could hear the murmurs of the students behind me. "Wait, isn't that Trip? He's ranked pretty high, too. This might actually be interesting." Trip, huh? I recalled looking at his profile a couple of days ago. It read. Trip Shooty. Class, Intermediate. Rank, 8. Record, 6-3. Pokémon. Servine, level 17. Moves. Tackle. Vine Whip. Growth. Magical Leaf. Ability, Overgrow. Timber, level 14, stood ready, its moves including Pound, Bide, Low Kick, and Rock Throw, with the ability Guts. I doubted Trip would use his ace first. I stepped forward, glancing at my Pokémon, Grovyle and Sandile, who was eagerly swishing his tail in anticipation. Trip tossed his Pokeball into the air, and with a flash of light, Timber appeared, gripping a stick and focusing intently on Sandile and Grovyle. "Let's go, Timber!" Trip called, his voice calm yet confident. I noticed Sandile's eyes gleaming with excitement. He had been eager to battle since his capture. "Sandile, let's do this," I said, my tone steady. Sandile bounced forward, quick and light on his feet. Trip wasted no time. "Timber, use Low Kick," he ordered. Timber charged with surprising speed, aiming low to sweep Sandile off his feet. But Sandile was quicker. "Dodge and use Bite," I commanded. Sandile leapt aside, narrowly avoiding the kick, and lunged forward, snapping his jaws at Timber's arm. Timber let out a grunt as Sandile's grip tightened. It struggled to break free, but Sandile held on firmly. "Timber, use Bide," Trip shouted. Timber's body glowed as it stored energy. I knew I had to act quickly. "Sandile, get back," I ordered, and Sandile released his grip, darting away from Timber. The energy around Timber intensified as it prepared to unleash its stored power. "Sandile, use Sand Tomb," I commanded. With determination, Sandile dug his claws into the ground, creating a powerful vortex of sand that trapped Timber in a swirling storm. Timber struggled against the sandstorm, its movements hindered. "Now, Aqua Tail," I ordered. Sandile's tail glowed with water as he swung it toward the trapped Timber. The attack landed with a resounding crash, sending a mixture of water and sand flying. Timber staggered back, clearly hurt, but it wasn't down yet. "Timber, Rock Throw," Trip commanded. Rocks flew through the air, hitting Sandile square in the chest. Sandile grunted but remained focused. "Sandile, bite again," I called. Sandile charged forward, clamping down on Timber's leg. Timber cried out, starting to lose strength as the sandstorm continued to drain its energy. "Low Kick," Trip shouted. Timber attempted to retaliate, but its movements were sluggish, and the kick missed. Sandile sidestepped and pressed the attack. "Finish it with Aqua Tail," I called out. Sandile swung his water-enveloped tail into Timber's side, knocking the fighting type off its feet. Timber collapsed, unable to continue. I watched as Timber lay on the ground, panting heavily. Sandile, though a bit bruised, stood tall, tail wagging in pride. Trip recalled his Timber, frustration evident on his face. "Not bad," he muttered. "But this battle's far from over." I remained silent as Trip prepared to send out his next Pokémon. Sandile was still full of energy, and I intended to let him use it all. "Servine, your turn," Trip called, tossing his next Pokeball into the air. The Grass-type Pokémon emerged, coiling in the air as it landed. Servine's sharp eyes locked onto Sandile, ready for the challenge. I glanced at Sandile, who was still bouncing with excitement. "Ready?" I asked, knowing the answer already. "Dill!" Sandile cried, enthusiasm in his voice. Servine stood tall, its gaze focused on Sandile. Unlike Timber, Servine seemed more calculated and efficient, coiling slightly, ready to strike. I assessed the matchup. Sandile had taken some damage from Timber and faced a type disadvantage. However, I decided to let him battle until he couldn't anymore. "Servine, use Vine Whip," Trip commanded. Servine's vines shot forward. "Dodge and use Bite," I ordered. Sandile ducked low, narrowly avoiding the attack, then lunged forward, clamping down on Servine's tail. Shake it off. Trip called. Servine twisted, flinging Sandile off, and he tumbled across the battlefield. He quickly scrambled back to his feet, though he staggered slightly from the throw. Now, growth. Trip commanded. Servine's body glowed as its power increased. I wouldn't let him boost his strength for free. Sandile, use bite again. Sandile lunged toward Servine, teeth glowing. Counter with Vine Whip. Trip shouted. Servine lashed out, striking Sandile mid-charge and sending him skidding back. Trip smirked. Sandile isn't bad, but it's over. Servine, finish this with Vine Whip. Servine's vines slammed into Sandile with full force. He let out a grunt as he was sent flying backward, landing hard. He struggled to get back up but eventually collapsed, unable to continue. I recalled Sandile, his pokeball clicking shut. He had done his part. Now it was Grovile's turn. Grovile, let's go. I sent out Grovile, who landed gracefully on the battlefield, eyes locked onto Servine. Trip narrowed his eyes. A Grovile, huh? Fine. Let's see what you've got. Servine, use Vine Whip. Trip commanded. Servine shot out its vines again. Use Quick Attack, I commanded. Grovile blurred forward, moving faster than the vines could track. He slammed into Servine, knocking it back. Servine skidded but quickly recovered. Not bad, Trip admitted. But speed alone won't win this. Servine, use Vine Whip. Trip commanded, his focus unwavering. Servine lashed out with its vines, but Grovile was quick. Counter with Bullet Seed. I instructed. Grovile leapt back and unleashed a rapid barrage of glowing seeds. The two attacks collided in mid-air, neutralizing each other. Trip clicked his tongue in frustration. Fine. Let's see how you handle this. Servine, growth. Servine's body glowed, enhancing its power. I couldn't let him stack multiple boosts. Grovile, quick attack again. Grovile shot forward, closing the distance before Servine could finish powering up. He slammed into Servine's chest, causing it to stumble back. Trip gritted his teeth. Servine, use Vine Whip to keep it at bay. Servine's vines lashed out rapidly, forcing Grovile to weave and dodge. Despite the relentless attack, Grovile's agility kept him just out of reach. Close the distance, I ordered. Grovile dashed forward, dodging the last vine strike and getting right in Servine's face. Now, pound. Grovile swung his arm, striking Servine hard and sending it reeling. Trip scowled. Servine, use Magical Leaf. Servine swung its arm, sending out glowing leaves. Jump, I called out. It would hit either way, but positioning mattered. Grovile leapt high into the air, and the leaves changed course, each one hitting its mark. Bullet Seed, I commanded. From his position in the air, Grovile unleashed another group of glowing seeds. Servine had no room to maneuver and took the full force of the attack, staggering backward upon impact. Trip clenched his fists. We're not done yet. Servine, use Vine Whip. Servine's vines shot out again, but this time I was ready. Grovile, counter with Leafage. Grovile swung his arms, sending a flurry of razor-sharp leaves at the incoming vines. The two attacks collided, but Leafage had more power, slicing through and striking Servine directly. Servine let out a cry, struggling to stay upright. Finish this with Quick Attack, I called out. Grovile blurred forward, closing the distance in an instant. Before Servine could react, Grovile struck it directly in the chest. Servine staggered once, then collapsed. Trip's expression tightened as he recalled his fallen Pokémon. Silence hung in the air for a moment before murmurs broke out among the watching students. He won, one student whispered. That's 11-0 now, right? Trip put up a fight, but Ayanokoji was just too fast. I turned back to Grovyle, who stood tall, breathing steadily. He had taken some hits, but in the end, his speed and strength had proven too much for Servine to handle. Trip exhaled sharply, pocketing his pokeball. "TCH. You're strong," he admitted reluctantly. "But don't think this is over. Next time, I'll win." I met his gaze, my expression unreadable. "We'll see." Without another word, Trip turned and walked off, his frustration evident. I glanced down at Grovyle, who smirked slightly before letting out a confident "Vile." Sandile, still a bit bruised, emerged from his pokeball, bouncing around playfully despite his earlier defeat. As the battle concluded and Trip recalled his fallen Servine, murmurs spread among the gathered students. Some were impressed, while others reaffirmed what they already believed, that my rank was deserved. Trip remained silent, his expression unreadable as he turned and walked off without another word. I was about to recall my Pokémon when a new voice cut through the chatter. "TCH. That was underwhelming." I turned my head slightly. A familiar face stood a short distance away, arms crossed, his sharp eyes locked onto my Pokémon. Paul had his typical confident, almost condescending air around him, his violet hair slightly tousled by the breeze. "Your Grovyle's fast," he said, his tone flat. "But speed alone won't win every battle." His eyes flicked to Sandile, who stood beside Grovyle, still catching its breath from the earlier fight. "And that Sandile. It's too playful. You won't get far if your Pokémon aren't disciplined." He didn't wait for a response. With a small scoff, he turned and walked away, leaving only the weight of his words behind. I glanced at Sandile, who tilted its head, oblivious to the criticism. Grovyle remained silent, watching Paul as he left. I didn't react outwardly, but I made note of his words. Then, without another thought, I recalled my Pokémon and left the battlefield. On my way back to the dorms, my phone started ringing in my pocket. Taking it out, I glanced at the screen, seeing an incoming call from Gold. I answered with a frown. "How did you get my contact? You coming or not?" Gold's voice came through, casual and confident, ignoring my question. "Coming to what?" "Alan's about to battle Iris at the battle hall. Thought you'd want to see this." Alan was the top trainer in our year, and the sole trainer who had stood above me so far. I didn't have anything else planned, so I decided it might be worth seeing how he fought. "I'll be there in a minute." "Hurry up," Gold said, hanging up before I could respond. I quickly made my way to the battle hall, where a small crowd had already gathered outside. As I entered, I saw Gold leaning against the railing on one of the upper levels, watching the action with interest. He waved when he saw me come up the stairs. "Glad you could make it," he said, grinning. "You're in for a good show." I nodded and moved to stand beside him. On the battlefield, I saw Alan for the first time, standing confidently across from a familiar face Iris. Her Dratini was already on the field, looking ready to battle. "How did this come to happen?" I asked, glancing at Gold. "Iris ran into him at the mall and immediately challenged him to a battle, impulse I guess," he answered. "You think she'll win?" He lightly shook his head. "Her Dratini's gotten pretty strong. But Alan's Charmeleon might be the strongest Pokémon in our year." "Very high praise," I replied. "He is number one for a reason." Iris and Alan exchanged a few words, then the referee signaled the start of the match. "Dratini, use Dragon Breath." Iris called out, her voice full of determination. Dratini unleashed a powerful stream of blue flames, but Charmeleon dodged with a quick leap to the side, its tail flicking behind it. "Charmeleon, fire Fong!" Alan commanded. Charmeleon lunged with its mouth wide open straight at Dratini. Iris's Dratini tried to twist out of the way, but Charmeleon managed to latch onto its tail before getting shaken off, sending it tumbling back. "Nice dodge," Gold murmured beside me. But that Dratini's going to need more than that to take down Charmeleon. I nodded, watching as Iris's Dratini struggled to regain its footing, even with its resistance to fire. Despite its agility, Charmeleon's attacks were precise and powerful. Dratini, use Dragon Dance. Iris called, hoping to boost her Pokémon's strength. Dratini spun in place, gathering energy for the next attack, but Alan wasn't about to let up. Charmeleon, Dragon Claw, he ordered. Charmeleon's claws glowed with green draconic energy as it rushed forward, slashing at Dratini with speed and precision. Dratini tried to dodge but was too slow, taking a direct hit to the side and staggering, clearly struggling. That's the thing about Alan, Gold said, watching intently. He's not just fast, he's relentless. He doesn't give his opponent any time to breathe. I glanced at Gold, taking in his words. Alan's style was certainly aggressive, but it was effective. The way Charmeleon moved and attacked without hesitation was a stark contrast to most trainers. Dratini, Aqua Jet. Iris called, trying to get in a solid hit. Dratini inhaled deeply before shooting out a powerful stream of water, but Alan was ready. Charmeleon, counter with Fire Spin, he commanded. Charmeleon opened its mouth, releasing a fiery vortex that clashed with Dratini's Aqua Jet. The fire overwhelmed the water, sending Dratini flying back, visibly winded from the force of the attack. The referee raised his flag. Dratini is unable to battle. Charmeleon wins. All it took was 3 hits. That Dragon Claw dealt more damage than I thought. The crowd cheered, and Alan recalled his Pokémon, giving a small nod of acknowledgement. Iris, though disappointed, walked over to him with a respectful smile. Gold turned to me, grinning. See? Told you it'd be worth it. I nodded slowly, still analyzing Charmeleon. He's good. Gold chuckled. Good. He's the best. That's why he's number 1. We're going to have to fight him sooner or later, 2 and 3 can't just keep letting him climb unchallenged. I didn't respond right away, my mind still focused on the battle. Alan's style was aggressive, fast, and unforgiving traits that were effective but could also backfire with proper preparation. Then, the screen flashed, showing the victory was recorded. Victory recorded, Alan vs Iris. Alan's record, 13-0. Rank, 1. Iris's record, 8-3. Rank, 6. Then it flashed again, showing Alan's profile. Alan Allen. Class, Advanced. Rank, 1. Record, 13-0. Pokémon. Charmeleon, level 20. Moves, Fire Fang, Dragon Breath, Fire Wheel, Scratch, Smokescreen. Ability, Blaze. Larvitar, level 16. Moves, Bite, Rock Throw, Payback, Rock Slide. Ability, Guts. Chase Bin, level 14. Moves, Vine Whip, Rollout, Bite, Growl. Ability, Overgrow. Our battle will come soon enough, Alan. I sat cross-legged on the floor, watching Sandile bat a small rubber pokeball across the room. It had been at this for the past 10 minutes, enthusiastically swiping at the toy with its tail, only to chase after it once it rolled away. Occasionally, it would let out an excited dill, before tackling the ball, rolling onto its back in triumph. Goomy, on the other hand, sat comfortably beside me, observing Sandile's antics with sluggish curiosity. It made a quiet goo, as if contemplating whether or not it should care about what was happening. Ultimately, it decided against it, resting its weight on my leg instead. I reached out, absent-mindedly rubbing the top of its slimy body. Despite its gelatinous texture, Goomy had a warmth to it that made it feel oddly comforting. The moment of calm didn't last long. Sandile, in its excitement, miscalculated a swipe and sent the rubber ball bouncing directly into my foot. It looked up at me, its head tilting, waiting to see if I'd return the toy. I nudged it back with the tip of my shoe, and Sandile immediately pounced on it, resuming its game as if nothing had happened. I glanced toward the closet, my mind shifting to something I had been avoiding thinking about: clothes. Since arriving at ANHS, I hadn't given much thought to my wardrobe. Aside from the school uniforms and a few plain shirts and pants, there wasn't much variety. It had been sufficient so far, but now that I had started training more often and moving around more, I was beginning to realize how limited my options were. I never cared much for shopping, I'd always let Matsuo deal with it. But practicality dictated that I should at least pick up a few extra sets of clothes. The mall wasn't far from the dorms, and since I had nothing else pressing to do today, it seemed like the best time to go. I stood up, brushing off my pants. That's enough for now. Sandile, realizing playtime was over, gave the rubber ball one last chomp before scurrying over to me. Goomy blinked lazily as I reached for their pokeballs. Return. A red light enveloped them as they disappeared into their capsules, leaving the room noticeably quieter. I clipped the pokeball to my belt and grabbed my phone before heading out. The walk to the mall was uneventful, the usual buzz of students filling the sidewalks. Some were heading toward the training areas, others were gathered in groups, engaged in casual conversation. A few glanced my way, recognizing me, but no one approached. By now, my reputation was known across all years: second place, undefeated. It was enough to make people take notice, and in some ways, I was treated almost the same as Alan. Even upperclassmen who could likely beat me with ease treated me the same as any other first year. Conversations quieted when I passed, and I could feel the occasional glance in my direction, some curious, others wary. But unlike Alan, who carried a slightly more approachable presence, I didn't invite interaction. My demeanor alone was usually enough to keep most people from approaching. Reaching the mall, I stepped inside, immediately greeted by the hum of chatter and the bright glow of storefronts lining the expansive space. Large glass windows displayed everything from clothing to electronics, with students moving between stores at a steady pace. I hadn't been here much before, but it was easy enough to navigate. I scanned the directory briefly before making my way toward the clothing stores, passing by various other shops along the way. There was no rush. For now, I would simply walk, exploring what was here. I walked past a few stores, scanning the displays without much interest. The first one I entered had a modern look: dim lighting, neatly arranged clothing racks, and a selection that was far more about fashion than practicality. Not really my style, but I stepped inside anyway, checking for anything simple. Most of it was excessive designer jackets, overpriced shoes, things that didn't suit my needs. After a brief search, I found a plain black shirt. Simple, comfortable, functional. That was enough. A few students in the store cast glances in my direction, their conversations quieting. It wasn't unusual, my reputation preceded me. Some whispered to each other, debating whether to say something. No one did. I ignored their curious glances, made my purchase, and stepped back into the mall. There was no rush. I still needed a few more things, but for now, I walked, letting the flow of the crowd move around me. Then, from behind, I heard a voice call out. Ayanokoji, right? I turned my head slightly. Ash Ketchum was walking toward me, his usual confident stride carrying him forward with an ease that most people lacked. Pikachu sat on his shoulder, ears perked, its sharp eyes studying me with the same curiosity as its trainer. We had never spoken before, but I knew who he was, just as he knew who I was. He grinned, stopping a few steps away. Didn't expect to run into you here. I glanced at the store I was about to enter. I needed clothes. Ash gave a slight nod. Yeah, makes sense. Place like this has pretty much everything. He tilted his head, looking me over. Didn't take you for a mall guy, though. I'm not. He let out a short chuckle. Fair enough. I was just looking around myself, figured I'd find something to do. He paused, then asked, since we're both here, wanna check out some stores together? His invitation was direct, without expectation. It didn't feel like he was trying to size me up like others did. I considered it for a moment before giving a small nod. Sure. Great. He turned on his heel. Come on, let's see what's around. With that, we started walking. For a while, we moved through the mall in a relaxed silence, neither of us in any rush. Ash didn't fill the space with unnecessary chatter, but he carried himself with an energy that made the atmosphere feel less rigid. So, what exactly are you looking for? He asked, hands in his pockets. Clothes. Ash snorted. Yeah, I got that much. I mean, like. Any style in particular? Something practical. Figures. You don't seem like the flashy type. He rubbed his chin in thought. You should probably check out that place up ahead, then. Serena dragged me there once. Good stuff, not too expensive. I glanced at where he was pointing. The store seemed more in line with what I needed. Without a word, I changed direction, and Ash followed without hesitation. Inside, I started scanning the shelves while Ash did the same, though he seemed more casual about it. He picked up a dark blue hoodie, holding it up with a thoughtful expression. What do you think? It suits you. He grinned. Nice. Pikachu, what do you think? Pika. Pikachu chirped, nodding approvingly. Ash chuckled. Guess that's a yes. He tossed the hoodie over his arm before turning back to me. You find anything yet? Not yet. Well, take your time. No rush. As we continued browsing, I noticed the shift in the atmosphere. The occasional glances. The murmured conversations just loud enough to catch. Wait, is that Ayanokoji and Ash? They're both top-ranked first years. I didn't even think they knew each other. Ash, for his part, didn't seem to notice or care. Or maybe he was just used to it. His posture stayed relaxed, his focus still on what we were doing. I ignored the murmurs. They didn't matter. For now, we would simply continue shopping. After finishing our browsing, Ash and I stepped out of the store, each with a bag in hand. I had picked out a few simple pieces, nothing extravagant, just functional clothing that suited my needs. Ash, on the other hand, had grabbed the hoodie along with a couple of other things, apparently deciding he might as well stock up while he was here. The mall was just as busy as before, students moving in small groups, chatting as they passed by storefronts. Ash stretched his arms behind his head, his usual relaxed energy unwavering. All right, he said, glancing around, where to next? I didn't answer right away. I had gotten what I came for, and while I didn't mind walking around a little longer, there wasn't anything else I particularly needed. Before I could decide, Ash's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, hey Serena. I followed his gaze. A short distance away, a girl with light brown hair and a red hat stood near a clothing store, casually looking over a display through the window. At the sound of her name, she turned, her blue eyes landing on us. For a brief moment, her gaze lingered on me. A flicker of recognition crossed her face before she walked over. Ash, she greeted, her voice carrying a hint of warmth. Then, her attention shifted to me. And you must be Ayanokoji. It wasn't a question. She already knew who I was. I studied her for a moment. I had seen her at the entrance ceremony, a Class B student. But this was the first time I had seen her up close. You know me, I said. She smiled. Who doesn't? Ash grinned. Yeah, your name gets around a lot, you know. Second rank and all. Serena crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly. But you don't know me, huh? No, I replied, slightly shaking my head. She let out a small chuckle, not seeming offended. Well, now you do. Her eyes flicked toward the bags we were carrying. Shopping? Ayanokoji needed some clothes, Ash explained. I figured I'd help out. Her eyes flicked toward me again, amusement evident. You. Shopping? It was necessary, I replied. She sighed. Figures. She turned fully to me. All right, let's see what you got. I wasn't particularly invested in her opinion, but she seemed intent, so I handed over the bag. She pulled out one of the shirts, a simple black one, no designs, no extra detail. Serena raised an eyebrow. Practical. But boring. That was the goal. Ash chuckled. Yeah, that checks out. Serena hummed, looking thoughtful. Then, without warning, she grabbed my wrist and started walking. Come on. I didn't resist, but I did glance at Ash, who just grinned and followed along. What exactly are we doing? I asked. You're getting better clothes, Serena said simply. Something that doesn't make you look like you're just trying to blend into the background. I don't mind blending in. Well, too bad. You're ranked second in the whole first year. You're gonna stand out whether you like it or not. Might as well not look like you just grabbed whatever was closest in your closet. She led us into another store, this one with a more modern design, its shelves neatly arranged with a variety of styles. Serena immediately started scanning through the racks, picking out different outfits as Ash and I stood there. Ash leaned over slightly, noting, she's not gonna let you get away with plain shirts. I figured that out, I whispered back. Serena hummed as she scanned through the racks, occasionally pulling out a shirt or jacket, holding it up against me, then either nodding in approval or immediately putting it back. Ash stood beside me, hands in his pockets, watching with amusement. She's thorough, he commented. She's persistent, I corrected. Ash laughed. Yeah, that too. Serena shot us a brief glance before tossing a dark blue hoodie into my arms. Try that one. I glanced at it. It's just a hoodie. She rolled her eyes. Yes, but it actually has some color. You can't just wear black all the time. Ash grinned. Actually, I think he can. Serena ignored him and handed me another shirt, this one a deep burgundy. This too. Deciding to let Goomy have some fun, I reached for his pokeball, pressing the release button. In a flash of red light, Goomy materialized at my feet, blinking sluggishly before glancing up at me. Goo. Pikachu's ears perked up at the sight of it. It hopped off Ash's shoulder and landed gracefully on the floor, padding up to the dragon type with a curious expression. Goomy's eyes lit up, wobbling forward eagerly. Goomy. Ash grinned. Looks like Pikachu's got a new friend. Pikachu tapped Goomy's head lightly with its paw before darting away playfully. Goomy wobbled in place before bouncing after it, though its slimy body made it significantly slower than Pikachu. Serena, watching the exchange, smiled. That's cute. Ash chuckled. Pikachu's always good with other Pokémon. Goomy let out an excited squeal as Pikachu weaved around a clothing rack, playfully dodging its slow pursuit. Pikachu would occasionally stop and let Goomy catch up before darting off again, making the game feel fair. Despite the ongoing game, Serena remained focused. She turned back to the rack, muttering to herself as she shifted through the clothes. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Goomy continued their playful chase in the open space near the store entrance, drawing the occasional amused glance from passing shoppers. Ash leaned against a nearby display. You really know your stuff, huh? Serena gave him a smug smile. I'd hope so. I do care about fashion, you know. Ash leaned back slightly. Yeah, I remember. You used to spend hours picking out outfits back in the day. Serena shot him a look. I was a kid. You still do it now, Ash pointed out, laughing. Serena huffed. It's different now. I just like making sure people look good. She turned to me again, eyes narrowing. And you seriously need the help? I raised an eyebrow. I don't see why. She sighed, shaking her head. Of course you don't. Ash leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. You're really taking this seriously, huh? Serena crossed her arms. I like helping people when they clearly need it. Ash chuckled. That's very you. Serena rolled her eyes, but there was an undeniable ease in their conversation. It was clear they had known each other for a long time. At that moment, Pikachu let out a cheerful Pika, as Goomy finally managed to catch up, pressing its gooey body against Pikachu in a clumsy tackle. Pikachu stumbled back slightly but shook it off, responding with a playful pat on Goomy's head. Goomy vibrated excitedly. Goo! I glanced toward the fitting rooms, considering whether I should actually bother trying anything on. Before I could decide, Serena handed me yet another set of clothes. Alright, go try these. I stared at the pile in my arms. This is excessive. She gave me a look. Just try them. I sighed but decided it was easier to just go along with it than to argue. Stepping into the fitting room, I swapped out my current shirt for the burgundy one. It fit well enough, though I didn't see any particular reason why it was better than what I usually wore. Still, I stepped out to let them see. Serena clapped her hands together. Much better. Ash nodded in agreement. Yeah, looks good. I glanced down at it. I don't see the difference. Serena groaned. You wouldn't. She ushered me back into the fitting room to try on the hoodie next. The routine continued for another 20 minutes, Serena pulling out more options, me trying them on, and Ash providing commentary that was more for his own amusement than anything else. Eventually, I ended up with a few extra pieces that Serena deemed acceptable. As we left the store, Goomy let out a content goo before I returned it to its pokeball. Pikachu hopped back onto Ash's shoulder, looking just as pleased. Ash glanced at the bags in my hands. See? That wasn't so bad. I looked at the bags. It was unnecessary. Serena smirked. You'll thank me later. Ash chuckled. I think this is the first time I've ever heard of someone actually managing to drag him around like that. Serena grinned. Maybe he just needs someone with a little patience. I had a feeling she wasn't going to let this go anytime soon. For now, I simply walked slightly behind them. It's not like I disliked their presence, I just wasn't necessarily a social person. As we continued walking, I noticed the subtle shift in the atmosphere. The background hum of conversation hadn't changed much, nor had the movement of students wandering the mall, but there was something different. More eyes were lingering on us than before. It wasn't unusual for me to get passing glances. I'd grown accustomed to it. My rank, my undefeated status, and my general demeanor made me something of an anomaly at ANHS. People recognized me, even if they rarely approached. But this time, the attention wasn't just on me. I glanced at Ash, walking slightly ahead with his hands behind his head, Pikachu perched on his shoulder. He hadn't noticed anything yet, or if he had, he didn't care. Serena, however, had. Her gaze shifted slightly, taking in the students who were whispering in our direction. Looks like people are talking about you again, she mused. Not just me, I said, my voice even. Serena gave a knowing smile. Yeah. Ash, too. As if on cue, a pair of students passed by, their voices just low enough to be mistaken for whispers. Isn't that Ash Ketchum? Yeah. And Ayanokoji. What are they doing together? Ash finally seemed to notice. He turned his head slightly as more eyes fell on us, then looked at Serena. Ah. Am I missing something? She chuckled. You're kind of famous, you know. Ash scratched the back of his head. I mean, yeah, but I don't think I've done anything crazy yet. You don't have to, Serena pointed out. People already know what you're capable of. And Ayanokoji, well, you already know how people see him. Ash glanced at me, noting the attention we were drawing. It seemed we made quite the interesting pair. I didn't respond, the attention itself didn't bother me, nor did the speculation. It was inevitable, given our reputations. What intrigued me was how differently people reacted. Some students were merely curious, their glances brief before returning to their activities. Others appeared genuinely interested, stealing glances more frequently, as if trying to decipher some hidden meaning behind our interaction. Then there were a few who seemed wary, perhaps even cautious. Despite being aware of the stares, Ash remained unfazed. He grinned and said, they'll get used to it. I mean, it's not like we're doing anything crazy. That's not how rumors work, Serena replied, shaking her head. Ash laughed. Guess not. But hey, might as well give them something to talk about, right? Serena sighed, though amusement danced in her expression. You're impossible. We continued walking, the occasional murmurs trailing behind us as we moved through the mall. The attention hadn't lessened, but it had faded into background noise, something to acknowledge but not dwell upon. It served as an interesting reminder of how quickly things spread in a place like ANHS. No matter how much I tried to keep to myself, people would always find a reason to talk. The quiet hum of the dorm filled the early morning air, broken only by the playful scurrying of two of my Pokémon across the floor. I sat on my bed, watching as Sandile and Goomy batted a small rubber ball between them with surprising enthusiasm. Sandile, ever energetic, swung its tail at the toy, sending it bouncing across the room. Goomy responded immediately, propelling itself forward before slapping the ball back with its slimy body. Goo, it squeaked, antennae twitching excitedly as the game continued. Sandile let out a sharp dill, in return, pouncing on the ball and rolling onto its back as if celebrating something. The two had been going at this for the past few minutes, their excitement unwavering. After another swipe, the ball landed right in front of Goomy. Sandile skidded to a stop, waiting expectantly for its partner to send it back. Goomy blinked. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, its energy completely drained away. Instead of hitting the ball back, it let out a sluggish "go" and flopped onto its side, lazily nestling against my leg. Dill. Sandile nudged the ball forward again, waiting for Goomy to rejoin the game. Goomy didn't budge. Sandile stared for a long moment, processing the betrayal. Then, as if deciding to make a statement, it dramatically plopped onto its stomach and let out an exaggerated sigh, resting its head against the ball in defeat. I reached down, idly rubbing Goomy's head. It gave a pleased hum, antennae twitching slightly from the attention. You lost your teammate, I remarked, glancing at Sandile. It responded with an unimpressed snort before chomping down on the ball one last time, as if trying to regain some form of satisfaction from the game. I checked the time. There was still a while before class, but I might as well get ready. I reached for Goomy's Pokeball first, tapping the button. Return. A red light enveloped its small body, pulling it inside with a quiet flash. Sandile tilted its head up at me, its yellow eyes studying my next move. For a second, it almost seemed like it was trying to argue its case for staying out. Return. It let out a small, playful growl before disappearing into its Pokeball. Now left alone, I moved to the small closet, grabbing one of my uniforms and quickly heading to the bathroom. My wardrobe had grown quite a bit, though I did spend more than I originally planned. After changing into the uniform, I clipped the Pokeballs back onto my belt and grabbed my phone from the nightstand. The screen lit up, showing no new messages. Not that I expected any. I pocketed the device and took one last glance around the room. Everything was in place. Without hesitation, I stepped out, shutting the door behind me. The hallways were already packed by the time I arrived at the school, filled with students moving toward their classes. Conversations overlapped, creating a dull hum of noise that never fully faded no matter where I walked. Did you hear? Paul's battling after school today. Apparently, it's going to be a tough matchup. He's still ranked 7th, right? I wonder who he's facing. Not sure, but I doubt he'll lose. Paul's battling. It seemed my plans for today had been made for me. Not watching this battle would be a mistake, especially with Paul's interest in me. Then, my name came up in hushed conversation. Ayanokoji's still undefeated, right? Yeah, 12, no one's even pushed him that hard yet. I heard he's finally going to challenge someone soon. Seriously? Who? No clue, but if he's actually challenging someone, it has to be someone big. How did news of that come out? Whatever, no point in questioning something like this. Whether or not it was a baseless rumor at first, it had spread now and somehow my future actions were revealed. Even though they were just speculating, their voices carried a certain weight. Unlike most trainers who actively sought out battles to climb the rankings, I had only fought those who challenged me. That alone made me stand out, even with my record. Despite being talked about, few people actually approached me in the halls. Unlike Alan, who was both respected and somewhat approachable, I carried an air of indifference that kept most at a distance. Still, the moment I passed a group of first years, their chatter either lowered to hushed whispers or stopped entirely as their gazes flicked toward me. I ignored it, continuing toward my classroom. As I turned a corner, I nearly walked into a second-year student. He took a step back, eyes widening slightly in recognition. Ah. Ayanokoji, right? He hesitated for a moment, then gave a small nod. Didn't expect to run into you. I remained silent, waiting to see if he had anything else to say. After a brief pause, he smirked. Guess I'll be seeing you on the rankings board again soon. Should be interesting. With that, he walked off, disappearing into the crowd. I continued on my way, stepping into the classroom just before more students filtered in. As expected, my presence didn't go unnoticed. The moment I entered, I caught Hondu, Sato, and even Hirata stealing glances in my direction, some whispering to each other. Do you think he's actually going to challenge someone? I don't get why he hasn't already. If I was that strong, I'd be battling every day. He doesn't need to. He's already ranked second just from defending his spot. As usual, I ignored the discussions and made my way to my seat by the window. Horikita was already there, flipping through a textbook with the same quiet focus she always had. You're later than usual, she noted, not looking up. I left later than usual. She turned a page, unimpressed. I assume you were training. My mind drifted to this morning's antics with Goomy and Sandile. I gave a slight nod. Something like that. Horikita didn't press further, but after a short pause, she added, people are saying you'll be challenging someone soon. I considered her words for a moment before replying, they're right. That caught her attention. She glanced at me, studying my expression for a brief moment before closing her book. Then it seems I'll finally get to see the type of trainer that interests you. I didn't respond, instead opting just to sit. Across the room, Gold was leaned back in his chair, a smug grin on his face as he spoke to a few classmates. His usual confidence was on full display, though it wasn't entirely unwarranted. He had secured his spot in the top 3, and unlike me, he actively sought out strong opponents. He had challenged practically everyone in the top 10 by now, except for Alan and me, of course. Gold waved off a student who had been talking to him, insisting that there was no point in overanalyzing rankings. They shift all the time. You just keep battling and keep winning, that's all that matters. His confidence was irritating to some, but most respected it. Toward the middle of the room, Iris was quietly reading through her notes, not drawing attention to herself, yet I knew she was aware of the ongoing discussions. With how competitive the top rankings were, everyone in our class with a notable spot was always being talked about. Outside of the top 3, the rankings shifted almost every day. At one point, Iris dropped 3 placements in one day simply due to multiple battles. She lost, they won, and that was all it took for such drastic changes. As the bell approached, more students entered the room. The murmurs about me had mostly died down, though I could still feel the occasional glance in my direction. Idle chatter filled the room but quieted when Chabashira entered, striding to the front of the class and scanning the students before speaking. Today, we'll be discussing two key aspects of Pokémon training: effort values, also known as EVs, and friendship-based evolution, she announced, writing the terms on the board. Both of these factors play a significant role in a Pokémon's development, yet many trainers fail to utilize them properly. A few students exchanged glances, while others, like Gold, leaned forward in interest. Chabashira continued, turning back to face the class. Effort values determine how a Pokémon's stats develop. Every time a Pokémon battles, it gains specific EVs based on the opponent it defeats. Accumulate enough, and the Pokémon's stats will reflect it. She tapped the board. For example, defeating a Machop repeatedly will grant attack EVs, while battling Tentacle will provide special defense EVs. If you want a Pokémon to be faster, you should focus on battling Pokémon that yield speed EVs, such as Zubat or Electrike. Random battles won't maximize a Pokémon's potential. A hand shot up. So, if I want my Pokémon to hit harder, should just battle stronger Pokémon? Ike asked, his brow furrowed. Not necessarily, Chabashira replied. Strength alone doesn't determine stat growth. If you battle without a focused strategy, your Pokémon's development will be unbalanced. Gold smirked, arms crossed, adding, basically, if you don't train smart, don't be surprised when you lose to someone who does. Ike frowned, clearly unimpressed by Gold's remark but didn't argue. Chabashira turned back to the board. Next, let's discuss friendship-based evolution. Some Pokémon require high friendship levels to evolve rather than just reaching a certain level. Togepi, Riolu, and Eevee when evolving into Espeon or Umbreon are prime examples. Pseudo scoffed. So, what? You just baby them until they decide to evolve? Not quite, Iris interjected, arms crossed. It's about trust. A Pokémon that fully trusts its trainer will react faster, endure more in battle, and even land stronger attacks in crucial moments. It's not just about keeping them happy, it has real battle benefits. Chabashira nodded. A Pokémon with a strong bond to its trainer will often fight beyond its limits. This is why many world-class trainers prioritize forming bonds with their Pokémon rather than relying purely on level grinding. Some students looked thoughtful, while others remained indifferent. Chabashira's gaze drifted across the room before settling on me. Ayanokoji, any thoughts? I met her eyes and considered my response. A Pokémon's trust in its trainer directly affects its battle efficiency. It makes sense that a strong bond would yield better results. She seemed satisfied with my brief answer and continued. As she delved into specific training methods such as using vitamins to boost EVs or strategies to increase friendship, some students took notes, while others, like Koenji, leaned back, arms folded, clearly uninterested. Horikita, seated next to me, remained focused on the lesson, writing notes with precision. Gold had an amused smirk, likely already familiar with the topic. When the lesson neared its end, Chabashira glanced at the time before addressing the class. Before we finish, I'll leave you with this. A well-trained Pokémon isn't just one with high levels, it's one that has been raised with intention. Think carefully about how you train, because every battle, every decision, affects your Pokémon's growth. With that, the lesson concluded, and the usual classroom chatter resumed. I remained seated, observing as students discussed the lesson among themselves. Some, like Pseudo and Ike, didn't seem to care much about the technical details. Others, like Gold and Iris, clearly understood the importance of EV training and friendship-based evolution. Eventually, lunch came, and students flowed out of the classroom. Some headed to the lunchroom, others to unknown places. Personally, I preferred the library. It was a peaceful environment that contrasted with my usual activities. I made my way out into the hallways, heading toward the library. The hallway buzzed with chatter, talks about battles and rankings echoed throughout. This walk to the library had become a routine. I had grown accustomed to the short walk from my class, the hum of idle chatter, the occasional glance my way. At times, the constant attention did get irritating, but it was something I would simply have to learn to ignore. I wasn't in a hurry, our lunch PRD was around an hour long. I had time to kill before my next class, and I often found myself exploring new paths to the library, which was entertaining at times. As I entered a new corridor leading to the library's entrance, I overheard the laughter of students ahead. Their voices weren't overly loud, but I recognized the tone of enthusiasm. When I rounded the corner, I saw her Dawn. A Class A student whose focus was more on contests than battles, she was surrounded by a small group of students, all discussing something with that same energy I'd heard in their voices. Her deep blue hair flowed down in waves, and she wore a beanie. She was speaking animatedly, smiling widely as she addressed the group. I wasn't familiar with her beyond the chatter I'd overheard, this was my first time meeting her. Dawn wasn't someone whose name was always in the spotlight, at least not in a way that I would know a lot about her. I slowed my pace slightly as I neared, wanting to see if I could overhear anything. You think that's what they're focusing on now? Dawn's voice broke through my thoughts, light and cheerful but with a hint of exasperation. It wasn't directed at anyone in particular, just a comment among her friends, but it caught my attention. A student laughed at something she said, and her smile only widened. The conversation moved on, and I caught a glimpse of her face again, genuine, lively, completely at ease with the attention she was receiving. That kind of presence, being the center of attention due to your positivity, was something I could never pull off, nor did I have any intention of trying. I overheard a few more exchanges between Dawn and her group. They spoke mostly of trivial things, plans for the upcoming weekend, something about a new cafe in the mall, and then, just before I could continue walking, one of them asked, "So, Dawn, are you going to watch the battle today?" Dawn nodded slightly, "I'll go with you guys. It might be fun." Her tone was light, but the way her friends responded proved what I had heard, there was something different about her attitude. It was clear she didn't measure herself by her rank or the strength of her Pokémon. In a way, it was refreshing, a stark contrast to my usual crowd. I didn't linger too long, not wanting to attract unnecessary attention. As I passed, I felt her gaze lock onto me. I glanced over my shoulder, meeting her gaze. Her eyes narrowed in response, almost as if she didn't like the sight of me. Did I do something to her? We had never spoken before, but that look made me think I had done something she didn't like. Whatever it was, I was sure I'd find out in due time. I reached the library doors and pushed them open, stepping into the quiet sanctuary. I'd have to finish my thoughts on her later. For now, I had to find a place to sit. As I made my way around the shelves, the occasional sound of pages flipping and muffled footsteps were the only sounds heard. I scanned the titles with no real goal in mind. When I reached the back of the library, I noticed a girl seated at a small table, engrossed in a book. Her long silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she appeared completely at ease in the silence. Unlike most students, who stuck to lightweight reading or battle reports, she was absorbed in a thick, academic-looking text. I didn't recognize her. She must have noticed my presence because she glanced up, her violet eyes meeting mine with quiet curiosity. There was no hesitation or surprise in her gaze, only interest. "You must be Ayanokoji," she said, closing her book with a soft thud. I met her gaze. "And you are?" "Hiyori Shina, Class C," she introduced herself, her voice calm. "I've been meaning to meet you." "Why?" She smiled slightly, tapping a finger against the book's spine. "I like to study trainers, especially the ones who stand out." "And you stand out quite a bit." I glanced at the title of her book, The Psychological Effects of Pokémon Bonds on Battle Performance. "You study battling?" I asked. "I study trainers more than battles," she corrected. "There's a difference. Tactics, habits, decisions, it all fascinates me. You, for example, have a very particular way of battling." I didn't respond, but she didn't seem to mind the silence. If anything, she looked more interested. Before she could continue, a familiar sharp voice interrupted. "So this is what you do in your free time?" I turned to see Paul approaching, arms crossed, his expression unreadable but clearly unimpressed. His gaze flickered toward Hiyori for a brief second before returning to me. Hiyori, unfazed, simply stood and picked up her book. "I'll leave you two to talk. It was nice meeting you, Ayanokoji." With that, she walked away, book in hand, leaving Paul and me alone. "Need something?" Paul's gaze hardened, but he didn't respond immediately. He glanced at my bag, where my pokeballs were tucked away. I didn't like having them on my belt while sitting. His eyes flickered to the side, clearly not impressed. "I've seen your Pokémon battle," he said, his voice flat. "They don't impress me." "I don't care," I responded. His eyes twitched in irritation. "I've watched all the top trainers, yours, Alan, Gold, Corona, Ash, everyone. And yours are the least impressive. That Goomy's lazy when it's not battling, your Grovile's just another grass type trying to act cool, and the Sandile. That thing treats fights like a game." "They've won every battle," I replied. Paul sneered, apparently not liking my answer. "Your Pokémon are weak, mentally. Their personalities are all over the place. I've seen them in action, each one has a different mindset." He paused, glancing at me. "None of them are serious enough to win a real challenge, especially with that battling style of yours." "A real challenge?" I asked. "I'm pretty sure I beat Corona, who's ranked, what? 3 spots above you." I taunted. I'm not usually one to act like this, but I disliked Paul's attitude towards my Pokémon. Paul gave a short laugh, not paying any mind to my taunt. "Corona will fall sooner than later. She's not smart enough to deal with real trainers." Before I could respond, he shook his head. "But don't worry, you'll get to see what it means to really battle after school. Be at the battle hall. I'll be there. You should watch." And with that, Paul walked away, strutting his way toward the front of the library. But before I could decide what to do next, a familiar voice reached out from behind. "You know, Paul's right about one thing," came Hiyori's voice again, a certain softness in her tone. I turned to see her approaching yet again. "Which is?" Hiyori gave a small smile, settling into the seat across from me once more. "Your battle style," she began. "You react to your opponent's moves, always adapting to what they throw at you, like you're making it more of a game than anything else. You're not aggressive, you're strategic, but in a way that makes it seem like you're just letting your Pokémon have fun. I don't see the problem with that." She tilted her head slightly. "It's not a bad thing," she said, choosing her words carefully. "But you're making it harder than it needs to be. If you were more aggressive, you could end matches faster. You wait for the right moment to strike, but you could be ending battles before your opponent has time to react." She tapped her chin. "It's almost like you're purposely giving them a chance, putting yourself at a disadvantage." I remained silent for a moment, letting her continue. "You're treating it like a challenge," Hiyori continued, her voice calm but analytical. "You want to make it interesting, right? Like a puzzle to solve, battles were not merely about overpowering opponents. I had always engaged in battles to push my Pokémon and myself to adapt, but hearing Hiyori express this perspective made me reconsider my approach." Hiyori seemed to sense my contemplation. She mentioned that while my method wasn't bad, if I wanted to win more efficiently, I might need to rethink my strategy. I nodded, allowing her to share her thoughts. She wished me luck with Paul's challenge, suggesting it might be good practice for me to shift my mindset. As she left, one question lingered in my mind: was it worth changing my approach to battling? I believe my current style allowed my Pokémon to grow and learn to adapt quickly. If my goal were complete dominance, perhaps I would adopt a different method. However, I wanted them to learn to win even when at a disadvantage. Maybe if I faced a true threat, I would become more aggressive, but for now, I would stick with my approach. The final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. I gathered my belongings and stepped into the bustling hallway filled with students heading to various destinations. Some were going to their dorms, while others were making their way to the battle hall, where Paul's battle was drawing significant attention. I didn't know who his opponent would be, but it didn't matter much. Paul's earlier confidence had piqued my interest, and watching him battle firsthand would provide insight into his skills as a trainer. As I stepped outside, the sun cast a warm glow over the campus. I reached into my pocket for my earbuds and, after a few taps on my phone, music filled my ears, drowning out the surrounding chatter. The song playing was Davy Crochet by the Backseat Lovers, a band introduced to me by Matsuhita. Though they were relatively unknown, their sound resonated with me. I let the music wash over me, allowing it to fill my mind. As I walked toward the battle hall, I felt a sense of detachment, as if I were observing the world around me without fully participating. The path was familiar, and I passed groups of students discussing battle plans and rankings, but their conversations felt dull and uninteresting to me. As I approached the entrance, the distant hum of conversation sharpened into distinct murmurs. Some students lingering outside glanced my way, their voices lowering as I passed. They speculated about my ranking and my reluctance to challenge anyone, noting my undefeated record. Their comments were predictable, and I paid them no mind, knowing that speculation often surrounded those at the top. Stepping through the entrance, the atmosphere shifted. The battle hall felt like a stadium, with rows of seats climbing high above the battlefield. The air buzzed with anticipation as students filled the stands, their attention divided between conversation and the upcoming battle. I moved through the crowd at a steady pace, scanning the area. Familiar faces stood out among the crowd. Alan sat near the front, arms crossed and focused. Iris was chatting with Kushida a few rows up, likely there for the excitement rather than analysis. Gold lounged in his seat, exuding confidence, enjoying the attention that came with his ranking. Other notable trainers were scattered throughout the stands, confirming that this match was more than just a routine battle. I found a seat near the middle, ensuring a good view of the battlefield. The murmurs around me continued, with some discussing strategies and others making predictions about the match. Soon, the jumbo screen flickered to life, displaying the names and records of Paul and his opponent. Paul Shinji. Rank, 7. Record, 7-2. vs. B. Saito. Rank, 9. Record, 7-4. Their records were impressive, and the crowd's murmuring indicated that there was more to this matchup than met the eye. It wasn't simply two top 10 trainers battling. A student nearby murmured about Paul, noting his rank. His friend confirmed, "He's ranked 7th, right?" Another chimed in, mentioning BEA's presence in the top 10, implying she must be strong. I focused on the field, tuning out the chatter. Eventually, I would face both of them, so gathering information was crucial. Down below, Paul and B stood still, their expressions unreadable. The referee raised a hand. This will be a 3-on-3 battle. The match will end when all three of one trainer's Pokémon are unable to battle. Both trainers may switch out Pokémon. Trainers, send out your first Pokémon. B tossed a Pokeball forward. Clobopus, let's go. A small, orange octopus landed on the battlefield, flexing its tentacle-like arms. Its round blue eyes fixed on Paul. Without hesitation, Paul threw his own Pokeball. Turtwig, stand by. The small green turtle emerged, ready for battle. Battle, begin, the referee called. B acted first. Clobopus, bulk up. Its body tensed, muscles swelling slightly with a red aura. Paul's eyes narrowed. Turtwig, razor leaf. Turtwig sent a flurry of sharp leaves toward Clobopus. B remained composed. Dodge and close in. Clobopus ducked low, weaving between the leaves and lunging forward. Constrict, B commanded. Clobopus' arms wrapped tightly around Turtwig, trapping it. Murmurs spread through the crowd, realizing the disadvantage. If Clobopus keeps attacking, Turtwig's done for. Paul remained calm. Bite. Turtwig twisted, sinking its teeth into Clobopus' arm, causing it to flinch. Rock smash, B ordered. Clobopus slammed its arm down onto Turtwig's shell, sending it skidding backward, but the grip remained. Paul exhaled lightly. Return, he called, recalling Turtwig before it could take more damage. A few students blinked in surprise. Wait, he switched out. Ignoring the murmurs, Paul reached for his next Pokeball. Elekid, stand by for battle. He tossed it forward, revealing the small yellow Pokémon, sparking with electricity. Be commanded, Clobopus, bulk up again. The octopus flexed its arms, tensing with another red pulse. Paul remained unfazed. Thunder shock. Elekid unleashed a bolt of electricity toward Clobopus. Dodge, be instructed. Clobopus rolled to the side as the bolt struck the ground, kicking up dust. B seized the moment. Low sweep. Clobopus dashed in, swinging its tentacles low. Paul's eyes flickered. Detect. Elekid's body glowed as it narrowly avoided the attack. The crowd murmured in surprise. That was clean, someone whispered. But detect doesn't work perfectly every time. Paul seemed unconcerned. Thunder shock again. Elekid fired another jolt, hitting Clobopus directly. The octopus cried out as sparks flickered through its body. Paralyzed, I noted. That would slow Clobopus down. BEA's expression hardened. Clobopus, get in close. Clobopus pushed forward despite its paralysis. Rock smash. B shouted. The attack slammed into Elekid's chest, sending it skidding back, but Elekid stood firm. Paul commanded, Thunder punch. Elekid rushed forward, electricity crackling around its fist. Block it. B ordered. Clobopus raised an arm in defense, absorbing most of the hit, but the electricity surged through its body, stiffening its movements. B clicked her tongue, realizing she was losing ground. Paul gave a simple command. Finish it. Thunder shock. Elekid unleashed another wave of electricity, and Clobopus, struggling to move, took the full brunt of the attack. Clobopus' body twitched before it fell flat. Clobopus is unable to battle, the referee announced, raising a flag toward Paul. The crowd erupted in mixed cheers and whispers as B recalled her Pokémon. That paralysis ruined her, a student remarked. But Paul controlled the pace the whole time. B exhaled, rolling her shoulders as she grabbed her next Pokeball. Paul stood calmly, his expression unchanged. I leaned back, finding the battle more entertaining than I expected. B tossed out her next Pokeball. Machop, you're up. A flash of light revealed the humanoid Pokémon, cracking its knuckles as it locked eyes with Elekid. Paul showed no reaction. Elekid had already taken damage, but recalling it now would be pointless. Machop, low kick, B ordered. Quick attack. Elekid burst forward, landing a solid hit to Machop's chest, but Machop barely flinched. Instead, it swept its leg, knocking Elekid off balance. Elekid tumbled to the ground. Paul's eyes narrowed, assessing the situation. Thunder punch. Elekid pushed off the ground, swinging its sparking fist at Machop. Counter it with karate chop. Machop's hand glowed as it swung down to meet Elekid's attack. The two blows collided, but Machop's strength sent Elekid stumbling back. It was clear Elekid was losing in raw strength. Thunder punch, again, Paul called. Elekid lunged toward Machop. Electricity crackling around its fist once more. The attack landed, hitting Machop directly in the chest and sending it skidding backward. B saw her opportunity. Finish this revenge. Machop lunged forward, its fist glowing with energy. Paul commanded, Thunder shock, but his demeanor suggested he knew Elekid was already at a disadvantage. Elekid unleashed another jolt of electricity, yet Machop absorbed the hit, pushing through the sparks. In the next moment, Machop's fist struck Elekid with tremendous force, sending it skidding across the battlefield before it fell still. Elekid is unable to battle, the referee announced. Paul remained unreadable as he recalled his Pokémon, while B wore a small, confident smirk. The crowd murmured, recognizing the shift in momentum. That was a clean finish. She played that well. Paul keeping Elekid in was risky, but he wanted to maximize damage. Still, that's one down for both sides now. Paul reached for his third Pokeball. Monferno, let's go, he called out. With a flash of light, Monferno appeared, ready for battle. It looked familiar to me, but I shook off the feeling, focusing on the match. Machop stood across from Monferno, breathing heavily but still strong. B wasted no time. Machop, karate chop. Machop dashed forward, its hand glowing white, aiming for Monferno's chest. Mach punch, Paul ordered. Monferno surged forward, its fist meeting Machop's before it could strike. The impact sent Machop stumbling back, but it gritted its teeth and swung its arm down just as Monferno was recovering. The karate chop struck Monferno's shoulder, forcing it back a step. Leer, Paul commanded. Monferno's eyes flashed red, locking onto Machop, which flinched slightly under the intensity of the glare. Paul seized the moment. Ember. Monferno inhaled sharply and released a burst of flames. The attack wasn't particularly powerful, but it was fast. Machop barely had time to react before the flame struck its chest. BEA's expression hardened. Revenge. Machop charged forward, fists glowing with energy, ignoring the burn marks on its chest. Mach punch again, Paul said, unfazed. Monferno met Machop head-on, its fist striking first. The blow diverted Machop's attack, but it still grazed Monferno's side, weakening the force. Machop staggered, its energy spent. Finish it with scratch. Monferno's claws glowed briefly before raking across Machop's chest. Machop let out a final grunt before collapsing onto its back. Machop is unable to battle, the referee called. B sighed and returned her Pokémon, while Paul exhaled through his nose, arms crossed, revealing no satisfaction or disappointment. I leaned back in my seat, my eyes lingering on Monferno. That sense of familiarity was still there, but I couldn't pinpoint why. B drew her final Pokeball, pulling my attention back to the match. Hawlucha, you're up, she called. The brightly colored Pokémon burst onto the field, spreading its wings wide as it let out a sharp cry. Monferno's tail flame flickered in response, its eyes narrowing as it prepared for the next challenge. B made the first move. Aerial Ace. Hawlucha shot forward, its movement almost too fast to track. Paul remained calm. Counter with Flame Charge. Monferno ignited in flames as it charged forward, colliding with Hawlucha midair. The two skidded back, but Monferno steadied itself first. Paul didn't hesitate. Mach punch. Monferno surged in a burst of speed, its fist slamming into Hawlucha's chest before it could react. The Pokémon staggered back, wings flaring as it tried to regain balance. Keep up the pressure. Ember, Paul called. Monferno launched a small burst of flames, forcing Hawlucha to leap into the air to avoid it. Paul's eyes flickered slightly. He was controlling the pace of the battle. B frowned. Hone claws. Hawlucha perched midair, sharpening its claws. Paul didn't give her time to set up further. Mach punch. Monferno jumped upward, its fist glowing as it shot toward Hawlucha. The attack connected, sending Hawlucha spiraling through the air before it righted itself. A murmur spread through the stands. Monferno's actually winning. I thought Machop did too much damage. But it looks like Hawlucha was the one coming in hurt. It's overwhelming Hawlucha in close combat. I remained silent, watching closely. Monferno was in control, but something felt off. Paul didn't look confident, which was unusual for him. B exhaled sharply. Acrobatics. Hawlucha twisted midair before diving at Monferno. Flame charge, Paul commanded. Monferno flared up again, meeting Hawlucha in another collision of fire and motion. The two Pokémon separated, both breathing heavier now. Paul's eyes narrowed slightly. Ember. Monferno leapt back, launching another burst of fire, playing it safe and trying to chip away at Hawlucha's health. Bea's eyes sharpened. Dodge and use flying press. Hawlucha jumped to the side, evading the attack before propelling itself downward, glowing as it aimed to crash into Monferno. Paul remained composed. Mach punch. Monferno's fist shot forward just as Hawlucha descended. The punch connected first, staggering Hawlucha just enough to prevent a full-powered hit. Paul's gaze stayed locked on Hawlucha, analyzing its movements. End it. Flame charge. Monferno dashed forward, cloaked in fire, ready to finish the battle. And then it hesitated. The moment was brief, barely noticeable for most, but it was enough. Instead of committing fully to the charge, Monferno slightly misstepped, faltering. B saw it instantly. Aerial ace. Hawlucha, already mid-dodge, twisted and struck. The attack landed cleanly against Monferno's exposed side, sending it tumbling across the battlefield. Paul's expression didn't change, but the tension in his crossed arms was palpable. Monferno staggered to its feet, breathing labored, but Hawlucha was closing in. Finish this. Acrobatics. Hawlucha launched itself again, slamming into Monferno with pinpoint precision. The fire type let out a sharp grunt before collapsing onto the ground, unmoving. A beat of silence passed before the referee raised a hand. Monferno is unable to battle. Hawlucha wins. B let out a quiet breath, while Paul wordlessly recalled Monferno, his expression unreadable but cold as he clipped the Pokeball back onto his belt. Regardless, the battle wasn't over. Paul pulled out his final Pokeball. Turtwig, stand by. The small grass type reappeared, landing on the battlefield once more. Unlike before, it wasn't fresh. Clobbopus had already worn it down earlier. But Paul didn't hesitate. B studied Turtwig carefully before giving her next command. Hawlucha, hone claws. Hawlucha steadied itself, sharpening its claws against each other, enhancing its attack and accuracy. Paul remained composed, disregarding the boosts. Razor leaf. Turtwig launched a flurry of sharp leaves toward Hawlucha. With quick, fluid movements, it leapt aside, dodging effortlessly. Aerial ace, B called out. Hawlucha burst forward in a blur of motion, cutting through the air with a streak of white light. Withdraw, Paul commanded. Turtwig immediately retreated into its shell, reducing the damage from the incoming attack and boosting its defense. Hawlucha struck hard, sending it skidding back, but Paul showed no concern. Crunch. As soon as Turtwig emerged, it lunged forward, jaws glowing as it clamped down on Hawlucha's wing. A few students murmured nearby, surprised by the turn of events. He actually caught it. Bea's voice remained steady. Shake it off. Hawlucha flailed its wing, managing to toss Turtwig aside, but Paul was prepared. Tackle, he called. Turtwig shot forward before Hawlucha could fully recover, slamming into its chest with full force. The Pokémon staggered, its movements slowing. B clicked her tongue. Flying press. Hawlucha leapt high into the air, glowing as it prepared to come crashing down. Paul remained still. Razor leaf straight up. The moment before impact, a flurry of spinning leaves erupted from Turtwig, striking Hawlucha midair. The force knocked it off balance, throwing off the attack's momentum. Instead of a clean landing, Hawlucha crashed awkwardly to the ground. Paul didn't waste a second. Tackle. Turtwig charged forward, slamming into Hawlucha with its full weight. The flying type let out a weak cry before its body went limp. The referee raised a hand. Hawlucha is unable to battle. Turtwig wins. The victory goes to Paul. Scattered cheers and murmurs filled the air. Paul calmly recalled Turtwig, showing no outward reaction to his victory. B exhaled sharply before returning Holucha, giving Paul a respectful nod before stepping away. The jumbo screen above flickered, updating the standings. Winner, Paul Shinji. Rank, 6. Record, 8-2. Loser, B Saito. Rank, 9. Record, 7-5. Paul had moved up a rank, while B remained where she was. I kept my eyes on the battlefield, analyzing the exchange. Even though Turtwig won, the battle hadn't been easy. Paul had managed it well, adjusting his strategy without hesitation. Then, I allowed my gaze to drift away from the field. I scanned the crowd, not entirely sure what I was looking for until my eyes landed on her. Dawn. She sat a few rows down, expression unreadable as she watched the screen. Unlike the others, who were chatting amongst themselves or reacting to the battle's outcome, she remained still. Focused. Yet something about her gaze seemed distant. I wasn't sure why my attention had been drawn to her. It wasn't intentional, yet the moment felt deliberate. After a brief pause, I turned back toward the battlefield as the crowd's murmurs continued around me. I shifted my gaze to the trainers below. B gave a respectful nod before recalling Holucha, accepting her loss without much visible frustration. Paul, on the other hand, barely reacted. He simply returned Turtwig to its pokeball, turned on his heel, and walked toward the exit without acknowledging his victory. For someone who had just secured a hard-fought win, his demeanor was strangely indifferent. The murmurs from the crowd persisted as I stood from my seat. Students discussed the match, speculated about Paul's strength, and debated how he would fare against the top 3. None of it particularly interested me. What caught my attention was Paul's body language as he left. There was tension in the way he walked, a sharpness to his movements. Something about that battle had clearly irritated him. I followed the flow of students leaving the battle hall, blending into the movement of the crowd. Though the air was filled with idle chatter about the match, my thoughts lingered elsewhere. Paul was heading toward the back of the building rather than the main exit. I wasn't sure why, but instead of continuing on my original path, I changed direction and followed at a distance. The crowd thinned the further I walked, the noise of the battle hall fading into the background. Paul had disappeared around the corner of the building, and as I followed at a steady pace, the distant chatter of students gave way to something else. A sharp clack echoed against the pavement. I turned the corner and saw Paul standing near the edge of the walkway, his back to me. In front of him, Monferno stood still, its posture tense and its body still bruised. Paul's expression was unreadable, but there was no mistaking the frustration in his eyes. The pokeball in his hand was gripped tightly before he tossed it to the ground at Monferno's feet. "You're done," he said flatly. Monferno's eyes widened slightly. It didn't move. Paul exhaled sharply, as if this was the inevitable conclusion. "I don't keep weak Pokémon." Monferno flinched, its fists clenching, but it still didn't move to chase its trainer or do anything for that matter. Paul didn't wait for a reaction. He turned and walked away, not sparing Monferno another glance. I remained where I was, watching the scene unfold. Monferno stood frozen, staring at the pokeball that now lay abandoned on the pavement. Its tail flame flickered, casting faint shadows on the ground. I had seen this before. Not the exact situation, but the same look in its eyes, the same hesitation. Now that I had a close look at Monferno, I realized why it seemed familiar. Back at the selection room, before Trico chose me, there was a Chimchar among the group. The same Chimchar that had looked at me and turned away without hesitation. It was the same one standing before me now. Monferno's gaze lingered on the pokeball for a moment longer before its ears twitched. It slowly lifted its head, its eyes locking onto me as I stepped out of the shadows. The flickering flame on its tail burned just a bit brighter, as if in realization. I stopped a few feet in front of it, watching as recognition flashed across its face. Its posture straightened slightly, its expression shifting from uncertainty to something else, something I couldn't quite place. It remembered me. A silence hung between us, the weight of the moment pressing down on it. I didn't particularly care. Then, I spoke. Once again, morning arrived, and my Pokémon were engaged in their usual antics. Grovyle and Sandile were in the midst of a playful game, which was quite a sight given their differing personalities. Sandile darted around, its tail flopping as it playfully snapped its jaws, trying to land a gentle bite on Grovyle. Grovyle effortlessly sidestepped, avoiding the playful attacks with the same ease it displayed during light training. Instead of simply brushing off Sandile's antics, Grovyle decided to join in the fun, tapping Sandile's snout just out of reach each time it lunged. Sandile huffed in determination, trying to outmaneuver Grovyle. Their movements were fluid yet mismatched. Sandile was wild and reckless, while Grovyle was controlled and precise. Yet, Grovyle continued to indulge in the game, maintaining its own level of control. Goomy sat quietly on the bed beside me, watching the two with curiosity. It was rare for Grovyle to engage in such unstructured play, but even in its enjoyment, it remained disciplined. Eventually, Grovyle decided to end the game. With a burst of speed, it tapped Sandile lightly on the back, causing Sandile to freeze in realization of its defeat before dramatically rolling onto its back with a groan. Dai Li, it whined, limbs sprawled out in exaggerated defeat. Grovyle, arms crossed, exhaled through its nose, but a faint look of satisfaction lingered in its posture, as if it had allowed itself a moment of fun. I watched the scene unfold in silence, taking it all in. Then, a faint noise reached my ears, a soft, rhythmic tapping sound. I chose not to react or turn toward the door, I simply listened. Goomy blinked, glancing between me and the source of the sound, but just as quickly as it appeared, the noise stopped. Checking the time on my phone, I noted it was around 9 a.m. Not too early, but not late either. After recalling my Pokémon, I moved to the closet and slid it open. Inside was a neatly arranged selection of clothing, some plain, others more carefully chosen. My fingers brushed past a few options before settling on a black jacket over a white shirt, paired with dark jeans. It was a simple outfit, one I might have picked out myself, if not for the small tag on the collar indicating otherwise. Serena had insisted I needed more variety. At the time, I hadn't seen the point clothes were just clothes. Now, I still didn't see the point. But she had been persistent, sorting through racks and holding up different options as if the decision was more important than I realized. Eventually, I let her choose, just to move things along. I pulled on the jacket, adjusting the sleeves. Just as I reached for my bag, my phone vibrated on the desk. I glanced at the screen. Incoming call, Matsushita. Pressing the answer button, I brought the device to my ear. You actually picked up. Matsushita's voice came through, light and teasing. Didn't think you'd answer. I had time, I replied, leaning back against the desk. Lucky me, then, she said. Anyway, a few of us are heading to the mall. You should come. The mall? Yeah. You know, that place with all the stores. Real big building, kind of hard to miss. I ignored the sarcasm. Who's going? A couple of people from Class B and Sato. You've met most of them, I think. It wasn't a bad opportunity. The last time I had gone, I had run into Ash, leading to a couple of unexpected situations. There was a good chance something similar would happen this time. Sensing my hesitation, Matsushita added, Come on, you could use a break. You're not just sitting in your room all day, right? I glanced around the quiet space. Not all day. She laughed. Then it settled. We're meeting near the west entrance in 30. Don't be late. I don't recall agreeing. You didn't say no, she pointed out. Which means I win. See you soon, Ayanokoji. The call ended before I could respond. I exhaled slightly, setting my phone down. Matsushita had a way of deciding things before I could. It wasn't a problem, necessarily just something I had noticed. Matsuo found it amusing for some reason. After a final glance around the room, I grabbed my phone and headed for the door. Stepping out of my dorm, I shut the door behind me. The hallway was quiet, most students having already left for the day. As I made my way toward the elevator, I heard footsteps approaching from behind. Ayanokoji. I turned to see Sato walking toward me, arms crossed and eyeing me curiously. "You're actually coming?" she asked, a hint of surprise in her tone. "That's what Matsushita invited me for." Sato let out a small laugh. "Yeah, but I figured you'd find an excuse to bail last minute." The invitation was indeed last minute, but I didn't respond. Instead, she walked ahead and pressed the elevator button. We stood in silence for a few moments before she spoke again. "Did you hear about Paul's battle yesterday?" I nodded slightly. "I watched it." She turned her head toward me, interest flashing across her face. "Oh. What did you think?" "He's strong," I answered simply. Sato scoffed. "That's kind of obvious." I meant more like, did anything stand out to you? It was a reasonable question. Paul's style was calculated and unrelenting. His ability to adapt was his strongest trait, but his expectations for his Pokémon left no room for failure. Monferno had learned that firsthand. Before I could answer, the elevator doors opened, and we stepped inside. "Are you planning to challenge Alan soon?" Sato continued, glancing at me with a knowing grin. I didn't reply, and Sato let out another small laugh. "That's a yes, huh?" The elevator came to a stop, and they stepped out into the lobby. "Guess we should get going," Sato said, stretching her arms behind her head. With a small nod, I followed her toward the mall. The west entrance of the mall was bustling with students gathering in small groups, chatting as they drifted toward the entrance. Some loitered outside, seemingly in no rush to head in, while others had already split off toward their intended destinations. Weekend crowds like this weren't uncommon, but it wasn't as busy as outside malls. Matsushita was the first to spot us. She stood near the entrance, leaning against the railing with her typical easygoing smile, her eyes flicking toward me before shifting to Sato. Beside her, Serena and another girl I hadn't met before were engaged in conversation. The latter, who had shoulder-length strawberry blonde hair and a kind demeanor, turned toward me when she noticed my approach. "I recognize you," she said, offering a friendly smile. "I'm Ichino's Hanami. From Class B, Matsushita told me you'd be joining us today." I gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. "Nice to meet you." If she found my lack of enthusiasm odd, she didn't show it. Instead, she simply kept smiling, her expression warm. "All right, now that everyone's here," Matsushita interjected, crossing her arms, "are we actually going to head inside, or is this just going to turn into a meet and greet?" Ichino's laughed. "No complaints from me. Let's go." The mall was lively, a sprawling space filled with students from all 4 classes. Some wandered aimlessly, while others moved with purpose, talking and laughing as they explored the various areas. I walked with Matsushita, Serena, Sato, and Ichino's. Most of the conversation was occurring between the others while I remained quiet. The discussions flowed from one topic to another, shifting from classes to upcoming battles to things they wanted to buy, even a few remarks about boys. At some point, Matsushita glanced at me with a knowing smirk. "So, did you figure out what you're gonna buy yet?" I looked at her, slightly confused by the question. "I never said I was getting anything." She sighed, shaking her head. "Of course you're not." She then turned to the others, her voice taking on a teasing tone. "See, this is what I had to deal with for months before school started. He never buys anything. Ever. I'm convinced he only owned what he did because Matsuo forced him to." Serena blinked. "Who's Matsuo?" "My butler," I answered simply. There was a brief silence before Sato let out a short laugh. Wait. Butler? Serena raised an eyebrow. You have a butler? Ichinos tilted her head. Was that normal where you lived? Matsushita grinned, enjoying their reactions. Oh, that's not even the best part. He also lives in a huge mansion. Sato looked at me, his expression shifting. Okay, hold on. You're rich? Something like that, I replied. Ichinos gave a thoughtful hum. That actually explains a lot. Serena crossed her arms. Now I feel like an idiot for thinking you had some super cool backstory. Turns out you're just a rich quiet guy. Matsushita laughed. Trust me, there's more. He's got all this money, right? But instead of doing anything cool with it, he just spends hours watching Impractical Jokers. Ichinos turned to me, amused. Impractical Jokers? Sato giggled. That's what you do in a mansion. Just watch a bunch of guys dare each other to do silly stuff. Matsushita nodded. Oh, and don't even get me started on his ice cream obsession. If he actually does buy something, there's a 90% chance it's ice cream. Ichinos smiled. You're really into ice cream, huh? I shrugged. It's good. Matsushita smirked. See? He's predictable with his money. Serena shook her head, a small smile on her face. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. Sato chuckled. Man, you're way more normal than I thought. Ichinos tilted her head slightly. Well, aside from the whole mansion thing. I didn't see much reason to respond, so I let them continue talking as we walked. The topic shifted back to more casual chatter, with Serena eventually stopping at one point to glance at a pair of battle gloves displayed behind the glass. Matsushita nudged her lightly. Thinking of getting them? Serena hesitated before shaking her head. No. I was just looking. Ichinos stepped beside her. They do look nice, but the price is a little much, huh? Serena nodded, then turned away. I don't need them. As the group kept walking, I felt something shift in the air, drawing my gaze toward a nearby crowd. There were groups of students scattered throughout the mall, but one in particular stood out not because of its size, but because of who was within it. Dawn. She was engaged in conversation, her expression kind yet focused. Even in a casual setting, she carried herself with confidence, as if she was entirely in control of her surroundings. But what stood out to me the most was the brief moment our gazes met. Yet again, her eyes narrowed slightly before she looked away, seamlessly continuing her conversation as if the exchange hadn't happened. I turned my attention back to my group, who were none the wiser. Whatever the reason for her distaste, I had a feeling it wouldn't remain a mystery for long. For now, I continued walking, the idle chatter of my companions filling the space around me. Eventually, we made our way upstairs, weaving in and out of different stores as the girls pleased. Soon, the group found stores they all wanted to look in. After a short conversation, the group decided to split up temporarily. Serena and Ichinos headed toward a clothing store, while Matsushita and Sato were drawn to a store selling accessories. And me? I made my way toward the railing overlooking the lower floors, taking in the lively atmosphere below. The bottom floors were filled with casual chatter, the thumps of shoes, and the occasional burst of excitement from a nearby kiosk. I leaned against the railing, watching the flow of people below without paying much attention to anything in particular. It wasn't long before my presence caught someone's attention. I turned my head slightly, meeting the sharp blue eyes of a girl standing just a few steps away. It was Dawn, again. This was starting to get repetitive. She had her arms crossed, her stance firm. She wasn't just passing by, she was here for a reason. Her eyes held a mixture of scrutiny and quiet frustration. You don't act like someone who cares much about his Pokémon. There was no hesitation in her voice. No room for pleasantries. Just an immediate, pointed statement. I met her gaze. Sorry. She took a step closer. I've watched your battles. Her tone wasn't impressed. The way you fight, it's like you see them as nothing more than tools to get the job done. I tilted my head slightly, considering her words. That's an interesting conclusion. She narrowed her eyes. It's not a conclusion. It's an observation. I didn't respond immediately, letting the silence settle between us. She was confident in her belief, that much was clear. But confidence wasn't the same as truth. You purposefully put them in risky situations, she continued, her voice carrying a sharp edge. Like in your battle against Corona, you let her attack first each time, even when you could have dodged. I glanced at her. It worked, didn't it? That's not the point. Dawn's fingers curled slightly against her arms, frustration creeping into her expression. Battles aren't just about winning. It's about trust, about understanding your Pokémon. But you don't treat them like partners. You treat them like chess pieces. I considered that comparison. Chess is a very complicated game. Dawn let out a breath, clearly irritated. And you don't even deny it. She shook her head, stepping even closer, her eyes locked onto mine. Do you even care about them? I could tell she was expecting a direct answer. Maybe even hoping for one. But I didn't see the point in giving her what she wanted. Not yet, at least. Would it matter if I said yes? I asked. Her brows furrowed. Of course it would. To you? I questioned. To them, she shot back. Pokémon aren't just things that obey orders, they have emotions, they have feelings. And if you don't care, then they'll never truly trust you. I thought about that for a moment. Goomy seems to trust me. She scoffed. Then maybe Goomy doesn't know any better. There was a brief silence between us. Dawn's stance remained firm, her frustration evident. She wasn't just saying these things out of nowhere, this was something she genuinely believed. But she wasn't done. You act like you're above everyone, she muttered, shaking her head. Cold, distant, like none of this really matters to you. It's not just your Pokémon, it's how you act around people, too. She frowned, her gaze hardening. I've seen the way you are with others. You don't talk unless you have to. You don't react to things like a normal person would. Even here, with your so-called friends, you're just standing off to the side, like you're barely part of the group. I remained silent, watching her. People try to talk to you, and you shut them out, she continued. You don't engage, you don't show interest, you don't even act like you want to be here half the time. It's like you think you're above all of this, like none of it is worth your time. She studied me for a moment, as if expecting a change in expression. Some kind of reaction. I didn't give her one. Dawn let out a quiet scoff. You think you're better than everyone, don't you? I met her gaze, unblinking. No. For a brief moment, she seemed caught off guard by the directness of my response. But the frustration quickly returned. Then prove it, she said, taking another step forward. Show me that you're telling the truth. I didn't answer right away. There was nothing I could say that would change her mind. People believed what they wanted to believe. I glanced past her, noticing Matsushita and the others returning from their shopping. The conversation was at its end. I should go. Dawn stared at me, her lips pressing into a thin line, as if debating whether to push further. In the end, she let out a quiet scoff. Yeah. I expected as much. She turned away, making her way back to wherever she originally was. I walked back toward the group, who had already turned their attention to me. Before I could rejoin them, Matsushita, Ichinos, and Serena approached, curiosity looming in their eyes. You took your time, Matsushita said, eyeing me with a playful smirk. What were you and Dawn talking about? Sato crossed her arms. She didn't look happy. Ichinos tilted her head. Yeah, did something happen between you two? I remained silent, not particularly interested in entertaining their curiosity. Matsushita, of course, took that as a challenge. Wait, don't tell me you actually managed to get on her bad side already. It's not that surprising, Serena remarked. Dawn's got a strong personality, and Ayanokoji isn't exactly the most approachable person. Ichinos hummed in agreement. Still, it's kind of impressive. I don't think I've ever seen Dawn that upset before. Matsushita's smirk widened. Maybe she confessed to him, and he rejected her in his usual cold, don't-care way. That seems unlikely, Serena said flatly. Okay, then maybe it's the opposite. Matsushita continued, eyes glinting with amusement. Maybe he confessed, and she rejected him. Serena and Ichinos both gave her a doubtful look. Matsushita sighed, shaking her head with mock disappointment. So secretive. I bet that's exactly what she was mad about. Your whole mystery man thing must really get on her nerves. You can assume whatever you want, I replied. Matsushita pouted. You're no fun. Ichinos chuckled. Well, whatever happened, I doubt he's going to spill the details. Serena seemed to accept that as well. Anyway, are we still going to that cafe? Oh, right. Matsushita perked up. Yeah, we should go. I could use something sweet. Ichinos nodded. Sounds good to me. With that, the conversation shifted, and we started walking toward the cafe. After arriving there, I looked around. It wasn't anything particularly special, just a quiet place with comfortable seating and a decent menu. Matsushita had suggested it, and no one had objected, so here we were. This place is actually pretty nice, Ichinos remarked as we stepped inside. Have you been here before? A few times, Matsushita said. It's got good desserts, so I figured it'd be a safe choice, she said, looking at me. Especially with him. Sato glanced around before grinning. I'm just hoping they have something big enough to actually be filling. They do, Matsushita assured her, pointing toward the menu. But don't expect anything crazy. It's a cafe, not a restaurant. I barely paid attention to their discussion as I scanned the menu. It wasn't necessary, I already knew what I wanted, but it filled the time while the others debated their choices. Alright, I think I'll go with the parfait, Ichinos said, tapping the menu. Sato? I'll just get a sandwich, Sato replied. Not in a dessert mood. Matsushita and Serena made their selections as well, then they all turned toward me. Vanilla ice cream, I said simply. Matsushita smiled knowingly. Did you even look at the other options? I did, I replied. This is the best one. She chuckled. Of course it is. With our orders placed, we took our seats, engaging in light conversation as we waited. The topics bounced around the usual stuff: school, upcoming battles, and minor gossip about other students. I contributed little, listening more than speaking, as usual. When our orders arrived, I took my first spoonful of ice cream, letting the familiar cold sweetness settle. The others continued their conversation, but I tuned most of it out, content with living in an isolated world with my ice cream. And then, it happened. The worst thing to ever happen to me. My ice cream fell. I wasn't entirely sure how it slipped, but before I could react, a small scoop of ice cream dropped from my spoon, landing directly on my sleeve. I stared at it, processing the situation with far more focus than necessary. For a moment, there was silence. Then Sato let out a sharp laugh, covering her mouth. Wait, are you seriously upset about that? I'm not upset, I said flatly, though my hand was already reaching for a napkin. Matsushita leaned forward, smirking. You definitely look upset. I was enjoying it, I admitted, dabbing at the stain with more urgency than I intended. It wasn't difficult to clean, but the loss still felt catastrophic, tragic, out of the depths of one's nightmares. Ichinos giggled, shaking her head. You're way too serious about this. Serena, who had been quietly sipping her drink, raised an eyebrow. It's just ice cream. It was my ice cream, I corrected. That only made Matsushita laugh harder. I've never seen you react this much to anything. You barely reacted when I poured water on you when you were sleeping. That was expected, I replied. This wasn't. Sato finally broke, laughing outright. I can't believe this is what gets to you. I continued eating, pretending their amusement didn't affect me. Matsushita wiped at her eyes, still grinning. This is going on the list. Ichino's tilted her head. What list? Oh, just a little list of things that get to Ayanokoji, Matsushita said innocently. Right now, it's mostly just ice cream and random TV shows. I didn't dignify that with a response. Eventually, the teasing stopped and we finished our food. We made our way back out to the bustling halls of the mall, walking around again, trying to find something interesting. The moment we passed by the entrance of a clothing store, I felt that something was off. Matsushita slowed down, sharing a brief look with Ichino's before turning to me with that familiar mischievous grin. Ayanokoji, she began, her tone casual but with an underlying spark of excitement, have you updated your wardrobe since Serena made you? I glanced down at my current outfit, black hoodie, jeans, and sneakers, nothing fancy, but it worked. I'd never had much of a reason to focus on appearances. I haven't found the need to, I replied, though my voice didn't quite match the enthusiasm in her expression. Matsushita didn't miss a beat. She simply smiled wider. That's what I thought. Before I could process what was happening, she grabbed my wrist and yanked me toward the entrance. Let's fix that. I barely had time to register what she was doing before she dragged me through the store's entrance, with Ichino's and Sato following behind, more intrigued than anything. I don't see how this is necessary, I muttered, trying to pull my arm away, but she wasn't having it. Of course it's necessary. Matsushita retorted, her voice high with enthusiasm. You can't just live your whole life wearing the same thing. What if we get you something special? Like what? She glanced at Ichino's for a moment, then back at me, a glint in her eye. Anything. The point is, you need variety. Ichino's nodded, clearly agreeing. Besides, it'll be fun. You'll look good in anything we pick. Aha, I muttered, even less convinced than before. I could already tell what this was going to turn into. Matsushita and Serena were going to have a field day with me, and Ichino's and Sato would likely join in. Let's start with this. Matsushita said, pulling a slim-fit jacket off a rack. It was dark blue, with intricate stitching along the shoulders. You'll look like one of those business types. I blinked, unsure of how to respond. I'm not really a business type. Oh, we'll make you one, Matsushita said, winking as she handed it to me. Go on. Try it on. I sighed but did as she asked, heading toward the dressing room. I was used to her taking the lead like this, but it still didn't make it any less tiring. As I changed into the jacket, I couldn't help but wonder what the others thought of me. I hadn't really paid attention to my clothes in the past. I just wore whatever was comfortable. To be honest, I didn't care much for fashion, it all seemed unnecessary. But here I was, trying on a tailored jacket that, while fitting, didn't feel like me. I stepped out of the fitting room, and immediately, Matsushita and Serena's eyes lit up. Whoa, Ayanokoji, you look like you're ready for a fancy dinner or something. Serena grinned. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, I said dryly, looking at myself in the mirror. Oh, it's definitely a compliment, Matsushita replied quickly. But let's try something else. Something more casual. And so, the process continued. Each outfit became more and more ridiculous. There was a long beige trench coat, which they insisted I try on, followed by a bright red hoodie with a logo I didn't recognize. I began to lose track of how many outfits I had tried on. It was all starting to blur together, each outfit more eccentric than the last. Matsushita and Serena were in their element, laughing and tossing clothes my way as if conducting an experiment. Ichinos, who had initially stood back, was now offering her input. Maybe something a little more stylish, she suggested. Something that says, I'm confident, but not trying too hard. I stared at the latest pile of clothes they had shoved in front of me. What exactly are you trying to make me say? Instead of answering, Matsushita simply took a deep breath and grinned. We need to find your style. Let's move on to the next one. After what felt like an eternity, I finally stepped out of the fitting room in a simple white shirt and dark jeans. It wasn't anything special, but at least it was something I could get behind. You know, this one actually looks nice, Ichinos remarked, tilting her head to get a better look. Yeah, I think it suits you, Sato added, her expression thoughtful. Matsushita, however, gave a mock pout. I don't know. It's too safe, don't you think? Come on, you can pull off something more interesting. I sighed and turned back to the fitting room, but just before I entered, I overheard a comment from a passing student. Man, Ayanokoji only hangs out with beautiful girls, huh? The voice was low, but just loud enough for all of us to hear. Matsushita's eyes lit up, and she immediately glanced at me. Well, that's not entirely untrue, she said with a teasing smirk. Ichinos chuckled. You know, I did hear rumors about you being surrounded by pretty girls all the time, but being part of that group is something else. Who even says that? I muttered, suddenly feeling awkward. Matsushita waved her hand dismissively. It's just gossip. But come on, Ayanokoji, don't act like you don't enjoy all the attention. I turned to face her, my expression neutral. I'm not sure that's the kind of attention I want. Oh, please, Matsushita laughed. You can't deny it, everyone's got their admirers, especially you. Let's focus on the clothes, I suggested, trying to steer the conversation back to something less awkward. Sure, she said, holding up another outfit for me to try on. But you should know, this whole hanging out with beautiful girls thing. It's clearly working for you. What does that even mean? I didn't have the energy to argue, so I simply went back into the fitting room to change. The laughter from outside was enough to let me know that the chaos wasn't over yet. After a grueling amount of different outfits and teasing, we made our way back out of the store. Luckily, they didn't make me spend a large amount of points, though it was still more than I would have preferred. I walked with the group, and despite the teasing ending, its energy still lingered. Thankfully, it was eventually replaced by the casual atmosphere of a normal outing. However, the mood in the mall subtly shifted, and I noticed hushed murmurs spreading through the crowd. Tobias is here, someone whispered. Tobias? For real? The Tobias? Yeah. He's ranked first in his grade by a long shot. Him and Nimona are the only two second years ranked top 10 school-wide. Yeah. And he's the guy with a dark ray. No wonder he's so strong. How'd he even get that? The name alone was enough to change the air. Unlike the excitement that followed strong first years like Alan and me, Tobias' name was spoken with caution, almost as if saying it too loudly would draw his attention. Then, as if the words had summoned him, the crowd subtly parted, revealing a tall figure walking with an air of complete indifference. Tobias moved through the mall without urgency, yet people instinctively stepped aside, as if making way for something greater than themselves. His presence wasn't loud, but it didn't need to be. It carried weight in the silence it created. It was then that his gaze flickered toward me. He stopped, though not out of interest, more like mild amusement. His eyes studied me, not as an opponent, but as something inconsequential. So, you're one of the first years everyone's been talking about. His voice was steady, almost lazy, yet sharp enough to cut through the surrounding noise. 13 wins, no losses. Still second place. He let the words linger before continuing, I suppose I should acknowledge that. But then again. Alan has 14. He turned his head slightly, as if considering something before adding, a promising record. But in the grand scheme of things, it means nothing yet. The silence from the group was noticeable. There was no hostility in Tobias' tone. He wasn't mocking me, nor was he being confrontational. But that made it all the more dismissive. He didn't see me as a threat. His attention barely lingered before he turned, already walking past. "Stay undefeated if you can," he remarked, his voice fading into the distance. "Not that it'll matter." The crowd slowly resumed its usual pace, though the hushed murmurs remained. He barely even acknowledged him. I mean, for someone like him, Ayanokoji and Alan are just first years. They're nowhere near his level. He didn't even mention Alan like a trainer. Just a statistic. I didn't react, only watching as Tobias disappeared into the mall, his presence lingering far longer than his actual stay. For someone like him, neither of us were worth thinking about. Not yet. The sun was barely above the horizon when I stepped into the training area. Goomy was already bouncing excitedly at my feet. Today was supposed to be strictly a training day, though it felt a bit different for my Pokémon due to a newer presence. Monferno stood off to the side, observing Sandile, who was bouncing around, his playful antics far from anything serious. It was our second training session with Monferno. I'd been gradually introducing him to the others, trying to give him space to adjust without overwhelming him. He was still a bit stiff, but Sandile's usual silliness helped to break the ice. The small, fiery monkey was adapting, but his past still clung to him. Instead of the previous determination, anger sometimes emerged in flashes, but there were moments when I could see him soften, just a little. "Monferno, try to focus," I called out to him. Monferno gave me a brief glance before stepping toward Sandile. The mock battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, Goomy and Grovile stood off to the side by the training dummies. Goomy was fascinated by the spinning ones, trying to nudge them into motion with its little body. Grovile, on the other hand, stood completely still, focused on his surroundings rather than playing with Goomy. His silent observation was just another way of working. I muttered to myself to focus as Monferno and Sandile began their sparring match. Monferno's flames flickered as he darted toward Sandile, landing a quick but controlled strike. Sandile responded with a playful roll, knocking Monferno off balance. I could see Monferno's frustration simmering beneath the surface, but he was holding back, likely remembering what it felt like to lose control under Paul's watch. "All right, let's dial it back a little," I called out, stepping forward. Monferno paused, glancing at me with a mix of confusion and curiosity. His fiery energy was clear, but he still wasn't entirely sure how to channel it properly. I walked over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Not everything needs to be a battle. You'll get better if you can learn to trust me." There was a moment of hesitation before Monferno nodded, though his eyes still held that fire. Sandile jumped up and tugged at Monferno's arm, trying to get him to continue playing. Monferno shot him a glance but allowed himself a brief smirk. "You're getting there," I said, stepping back to watch them. At that moment, my phone buzzed in my pocket, snapping my attention away. I pulled it out and checked the notification. Reminder: the club fair will be taking place today. As one of the top 3 first-year students, your attendance is required. Please prepare accordingly. I frowned at the message. I hadn't known the club fair was today. The notification didn't give me much time to prepare, but I wasn't about to ignore it either. "All right, Monferno. We'll wrap up here." I watched as he gave a final look at Sandile, the two of them momentarily at ease before I returned them to their pokeballs. "Goomy, Grovile, time to head out," I called, and both Pokémon returned to their respective pokeballs with little fuss. I quickly pocketed my phone, and as I walked toward the exit, thoughts of the upcoming club fair settled in. It would be a good chance to see how many things at this school operated, but for now, I had other things on my mind like how Monferno was still adjusting to everything. It wasn't an easy process, and I wasn't expecting overnight results. But seeing the small steps of progress gave me hope that eventually, we'd be able to build something solid. As I made my way back to the dorms, the distant sounds of students beginning their routines were the only things that reached my ears. Uncharacteristically, I wasn't listening to music on my walk back. My mind wasn't particularly occupied with anything, just the quiet steps against the stone path, the occasional flutter of wings from a passing bird Pokémon, and the distant hum of the campus slowly waking up. Then, up ahead, standing near a bench, I noticed Dawn. She hadn't seen me yet, her gaze focused downward, arms crossed, as if debating something internally. But as I continued forward, she finally looked up, her expression shifting into something unreadable. A moment of hesitation passed before she pushed off the bench and stepped into my path. I was really rude the other day. I stopped walking, meeting her gaze. She wasn't fidgeting, nor did she look away. This wasn't an apology laced with uncertainty. It was deliberate. In an almost ironic way, I responded the same as before. Sorry. I still don't like you, she continued, arms tightening against her sides, but I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. I was too harsh. Too accusing. She exhaled, the tension in her shoulders dropping just slightly. I had a run-in with Paul before I saw you, and it ruined my mood. That's not an excuse, but I probably wouldn't have come at you like that if it hadn't happened. I remained silent, watching her carefully. Dawn let out a dry chuckle, shaking her head. Not that it really matters to you, I guess. You don't seem like the type to care what people think of you. That much was true, but I wasn't sure if acknowledging it would help this conversation. Instead, I asked, what happened? It's not that I cared, more so that Paul and I had an interesting relationship, to say the least. Though he's held hostility towards me, I've heard he's polite towards others, and similar to Dawn, I was curious about why. She glanced away, her jaw tightening. It's not important. Just Paul being Paul, saying things to get under my skin. I should have brushed it off, but instead, I took my frustration out on you. Her grip on her arm tightened. I don't regret calling you out for the way you battle or how you act, because I still think it's reckless and cold, but I should have handled it differently. Another pause. She shifted slightly, as if expecting me to jump in, but when I didn't, she sighed. I don't expect you to care or say anything back. I just figured I should apologize. As Dawn finished speaking, I let her words settle in the air between us. She had been harsh, but she wasn't wrong to call me out in her own way. I could recognize that. After all, I'm not perfect. You were rude, I finally said, meeting her gaze. But I've dealt with worse. She blinked, clearly not expecting that response. That's not really the point. I know, I said. But I don't hold grudges over things like that. You said what you felt in the moment. Now, you're clarifying. I understand. Dawn looked at me for a moment, searching for something in my expression before sighing. You really don't react to anything, do you? I shrugged. Would you prefer if I got angry? I don't know. She trailed off, then shook her head. Whatever. I said what I needed to say. Whether you care or not, that's up to you. I see, I said simply. Dawn's brows raised slightly, but she didn't push the topic. Instead, she gave a small nod, her posture relaxing just a bit. All right. I'll see you around, I guess. Without another word, she turned and walked away, her pace a little less tense than before. I watched her go for a moment before resuming my own path back to the dorms. A little before 2 p.m., I left the dorms and began making my way toward the club fair. The notification I received earlier made it clear that I had no choice but to attend, even though I had no particular interest in joining a club. As I walked, the chatter of passing students filled the air. Some speculated about which clubs would have the best displays, while others discussed various school topics. My name came up once or twice, but most people still found Alan more interesting, which was fine with me. Turning a corner, I spotted a familiar figure ahead. Gold. He was walking in the same direction, hands stuffed in his pockets, his usual confident demeanor evident. I could have slowed my pace to avoid interaction, but I didn't. Eventually, my faster pace brought me alongside him. Gold glanced to the side and smirked. "Yo, Ayanokoji. Took you long enough to catch up." "I wasn't trying to," I replied. He snorted. Sure. He slightly sped up to match my pace, his posture relaxed. "So, you excited for this thing?" I gave him a look. "Yeah, me neither," he said with a laugh. "They're making us go, though. Something about top-ranked students needing to set an example or whatever." He stretched his arms above his head. "You'd think being one of the best would get us out of stuff like this, not the other way around." "You could just not go," I pointed out. "I could," Gold admitted. "But then they'd just bug me about it later, and I'd rather get it over with." He glanced at me. "Same reason you're not ditching, huh?" "More or less." Gold grinned. "Knew it." For a while, we walked in comfortable silence, not feeling the need to fill the space with meaningless conversation. Then Gold smirked. "So, you had fun at the mall the other day?" I didn't react. "It was fine." "Aha. You, 4 girls, roaming around all day, getting ice cream together." He shot me a look. "Sounds a lot like a date, don't you think?" "I don't," I replied flatly. Gold chuckled. "Come on, you can't tell me it didn't feel a little like one." "I can." "You're no fun," he said, shaking his head. "If I were in your shoes, I'd." "You're not." Gold laughed. All right, I'll drop it." "But." The grin on his face told me he wouldn't let it go that easily. The gymnasium came into view, with students flowing into the building and the usual chatter surrounding them. "Think any of these clubs are worth checking out?" he asked. "I wouldn't know," I replied. Gold smirked. "Yeah, figured you'd say that. Well, let's get this over with." Inside the gymnasium, students filled the space, with banners and booths showcasing different clubs. The air buzzed with chatter, club members calling out to passers-by, trying to draw them in with promises of unique experiences. Some had Pokémon performing tricks to attract attention, while others had elaborate displays highlighting their activities. Gold and I walked through the rows of booths at a leisurely pace. Neither of us had any real interest in joining a club, but since we were there, we might as well see what the fair had to offer. The first booth that caught our attention was the Battle Strategy Club. A large whiteboard behind the table was filled with diagrams and notes about move effectiveness. The student manning the booth, a senior with glasses, noticed us and straightened up. "Oh, Ayanokoji and Gold," he exclaimed, clearly excited by the idea of having either of us join his club. It seemed interesting, but not something either of us cared for. "You two should definitely consider joining. We analyze battle techniques, discuss competitive formats, and even run simulations to see which strategies work best." Gold raised an eyebrow. "Simulations?" The senior nodded enthusiastically. "We recreate battle scenarios and debate the best course of action for different matchups. It's a great way to refine your battle IQ and anticipate your opponent's moves." Gold smirked. "Yeah, or I could just battle and figure it out for myself." The student faltered. "Well, of course, hands-on experience is important too. But understanding theory gives you an edge." I was already walking away. This booth, though interesting, was a waste of time for trainers like us. Gold chuckled and followed. "Not your thing?" he asked. I shook my head. The next booth we passed was the Pokémon Research Club. Unlike the battle-focused clubs, this one had a more academic feel. A large chart showcased Pokémon habitats, evolution patterns, and behavioral studies. It occupied multiple booth spaces rather than one, and a few live Pokémon were on display, including a Slowpoke staring blankly into the distance. The club president, a girl in a lab coat, was explaining something to a group of students. Studying Pokémon behavior helps us understand them on a deeper level. For example, did you know that Slowpoke only realizes it's first been attacked after several seconds? Almost on cue, the Slowpoke blinked sluggishly and yawned. Gold snorted. Man, I'd lose my mind in a club like that. Not into the science aspect? I questioned, knowing the answer already. He smirked. Just as much as you're into having a social life. We moved on, passing more booths, some focused on Pokémon, others on regular student activities. There was a music club with a piano nearby. Though I was tempted, I restrained myself from asking to play. Gold noticed how long my gaze lingered. Don't tell me you're a piano player, he laughed. I didn't say I was, I responded. He laughed again but turned his attention to the booth instead of questioning me further. One girl was playing a violin, her fingers strumming the strings while a cricketune accompanied her in perfect harmony. A small crowd had gathered to watch, nodding along to the calming melody. It was interesting to see people use Pokémon as companions rather than just battle partners. Nearby, the Pokémon Performance Club had a flashier approach to drawing attention. A girl commanded her Alolan Ninetales to perform a display of ice-type moves, creating a shimmering frost that sparkled under the gym lights. Some students clapped in admiration, while others seemed intrigued by the idea of joining. A small group, however, didn't appreciate the sudden chill. Gold gave the performance a quick glance before shrugging. Guess contests are a thing here too. We passed by a few more clubs, including the Martial Arts Club, which had a small mat where two members were sparring under the supervision of an instructor. One of the students, a stocky second year, executed a well-timed leg sweep, sending his opponent onto the mat with a loud thud. Gold nodded toward them, expressing his approval. Now that's more my style, he remarked. Curious, I asked, you planning on joining? Gold scoffed in response. Nah. If I wanted a workout, I'd just train with my Pokémon. I noticed Bee nearby, and our eyes met briefly. She gave me a quick nod, but we didn't make any effort to interact. Further down, the Pokémon Care Club had a booth filled with grooming supplies, where a few Pokémon enjoyed the attention from students. A Flareon purred contentedly as a girl brushed its fur, while a Herdier sat patiently as its trainer trimmed its coat. A girl manning the booth waved at us. Would you like to try grooming a Pokémon? It's a great bonding activity. I didn't like how she phrased that. Gold snickered and nudged me. Come on, Ayanokoji, let's see if you've got it in you. I ignored him and kept walking. We continued exploring, occasionally stopping when something caught our attention. Some clubs made half-hearted attempts to recruit us, while others outright ignored us, assuming we had no interest. Eventually, Gold stretched his arms and sighed. Man, this is dragging on. How long do we have to stay here? At least until the speeches, I said. He groaned. Great. Guess we should keep looking around, then. And with that, we continued making our way through the club fair, waiting for the inevitable moment that was the reason we had to be here. As Gold and I navigated the crowded gymnasium, a familiar voice called out to us. Ayanokoji. Gold. Turning, we saw Ichinos approaching with a bright, energetic smile, effortlessly maneuvering through the crowd. She was dressed casually, but with a liveliness that made it seem like she belonged in every social setting. You two don't look very excited about all this, she said, hands on her hips as she glanced between us. Come on, at least pretend to have some school spirit. Gold scoffed. I think my attendance is already pushing it. Ichinos chuckled. Yeah, I figured. But Ayanokoji, you're a top student, right? That means you gotta set an example for everyone. I was required to be here, I replied simply. Figures. She sighed, but her expression quickly shifted into something more playful. Still, it feels like you've been getting more and more attention lately. First the mall, now here, walking around with Gold. I heard you were with 4 beautiful girls, I wonder who they were, she teased. Gold smirked. Don't forget Dawn. Those two had a nice little heart-to-heart earlier. Ichino's eyes widened slightly. Oh. That's surprising. You making amends with people, Ayanokoji? Something like that, I said, not elaborating. Ichino's tilted her head but let it slide. Well, since you're both here, why not check out a club or two? I know the service club could use more members, and I think it'd be a great fit for you, Ayanokoji. Gold snorted. Him. The service club? Yeah, that's gonna happen. Ichino's laughed. Fair point, but hey, you never know. What about you, Gold? You seem like you could fit in with the Battle Research Club. That one actually doesn't sound bad, Gold admitted, rubbing his chin. But committing to a club sounds like too much effort. Ichino's pouted. You guys are impossible. Yet you still keep trying, I pointed out. She grinned. Of course. Giving up isn't my style. With that, she gave us a cheerful wave before heading off to find more potential recruits, leaving Gold and me to continue our aimless browsing. As we moved through the club fair, passing by more booths filled with students promoting their clubs, I saw a familiar figure standing near a table showcasing different battle strategies on a monitor. It was Ash. He was leaning forward slightly, watching a replay of a doubles battle between 2 students I didn't recognize, his arms crossed with an intense, eager look on his face. Pikachu sat on his shoulder, ears twitching as it observed alongside him. Before I could decide whether to keep walking, he turned and spotted me. His eyes lit up, and he quickly made his way over to us. Ayanokoji. He grinned. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Checking out any clubs? Not particularly, I replied. Gold crossed his arms. We're just killing time until this thing is over. Ash chuckled. Figured. There's a lot of cool stuff here, though. You'd be surprised there's even a club dedicated to training strategies for different battle styles. Is that why you were so focused back there? Gold asked, jerking a thumb toward the monitor. Yeah, Ash admitted, rubbing the back of his head. I was trying to pick up on some double strategies. I don't do a lot of double battles, but they look fun. You say that like you aren't already one of the strongest first years, Gold said with a smirk. Ash shook his head. Nah, I've got a long way to go. There are a ton of trainers here who'd wipe the floor with me. Gold raised a brow. Well, obviously, but anyone who tries to battle outside of our year at this point is just asking for trouble. Then his eyes flickered to Pikachu. Plus, having your ace on your shoulder doesn't exactly say underdog. Pika. Pikachu chirped. Ash laughed. Maybe, but there's always someone better. That's why I keep pushing myself. He turned to me then, his expression shifting into something more curious. What about you, Ayanokoji? You thinking about joining any clubs? No. He seemed to have expected that answer but didn't let the conversation drop. Well, if you ever do, I bet a battle club would be a good fit. Maybe we'd even get to train together. Not interested in a club, I replied. Ash just grinned. Yeah, figured you'd say that. Still, you should battle more often. You're fun to watch. Gold snickered. That's a polite way of saying you're weird. Ash just shrugged. Hey, weird works. Before he could continue, someone called his name from another booth. He glanced over and waved before turning back to us. Guess I should get going. Catch you later. With that, he jogged off, leaving Gold and me to continue our walk. Gold smirked. You know, for someone who barely talks to people, you sure attract a lot of them. I didn't bother responding. A hush settled over the gymnasium as a woman in school uniform stepped onto the stage. She carried herself with authority, her gaze scanning the gathered students before she spoke. "Thank you all for waiting, first-year students. We will now begin the club fair." Her voice, clear and composed, carried through the gym. A representative from each club will explain their function. "My name is Tachibana, the student council secretary and the organizer of this event. It's nice to meet you all." A round of polite applause followed as Tachibana stepped aside, allowing the first club representative to take the stage. The parade of club representatives began subsequently, each stepping forward to introduce themselves. The first to speak was a muscular second year in a judo uniform. The judo club is always looking for new talent. Whether you're a complete beginner or an experienced fighter, we welcome you. If you're interested in honing your strength in DSPLN, come find us. An athletic club, huh? Gold muttered beside me, his tone dripping with skepticism. Bet you'd fit right in, Ayanokoji, Gold remarked, a smirk on his face. I cast him a sidelong glance, a bit confused. Based on what? You've got that whole, calm but secretly strong vibe. You'd probably throw people twice your size without breaking a sweat. I chose not to respond and turned my attention back to the stage as a girl dressed in an elegant kimono took the microphone. The Tea Ceremony Club is dedicated to preserving traditional culture. We provide a space for students to learn the art of tea making, as well as a quiet retreat from the fast pace of school life. Now that's a club I could get behind, Gold mused. Sitting around, drinking tea, no intense workouts involved. Sounds like you just don't want to exert effort. Exactly, he admitted shamelessly. The introductions continued, showcasing clubs ranging from archery to music to various Pokémon-related activities. Some clubs focused on breeding and caretaking, while others revolved around competitive battling or research into Pokémon abilities and evolution. There were even clubs dedicated to specific types, allowing enthusiasts to enjoy their favorites. I noticed murmurs spreading among the students, particularly when a representative from the competitive battling club spoke. The competitive battling club is open to those who want to take their skills to the next level. We analyze strategies, train rigorously, and offer structured coaching. This club is not just open to any trainer. If you're serious about improving, this is where you belong. Excitement buzzed among the students, many already forming opinions on which clubs piqued their interest. Gold leaned over slightly. Think they'd let me in if I told them I only train when I feel like it? Probably not. DMN. Guess I'll stick to doing things my way. More clubs followed, each making their pitch, some more passionate than others. The club fair showcased the school's variety, from competitive sports to creative arts to research-focused groups. However, as engaging as some speeches were, they were merely a precursor to the main event the moment the atmosphere in the gym was about to shift drastically. I watched as Horikita Manabu, the student council president, walked forward with a composed demeanor, his sharp gaze sweeping across the students gathered before him. If I didn't pay attention to the rankings, I might not have recognized him. Unfortunately, the crowd seemed unaware, leading to some uninformed taunts. Do your best, one student called out. Did you forget to bring your note cards? Another shouted. Gold smirked at the murmurs. This is gonna be good. Then, as if on cue, someone finally voiced their realization of who he was. Wait. That's Horikita Manabu, the student council president. The shift in atmosphere was immediate. The whispers died down, replaced by a newfound attentiveness. Those who had mocked him moments ago stiffened, and even those who had been indifferent straightened their posture. Manabu, unfazed by the delay in recognition, began his speech. I'm the student council president. My name is Horikita Manabu. The student council is looking to recruit potential candidates among the first-year students to replace the graduating third years. Although no special qualifications are required for candidacy, we humbly ask that those considering application not be involved in other club activities. We generally do not accept students involved elsewhere. He spoke softly, but the tension around us was palpable. He had managed to silence over 100 new students in that spacious gymnasium. It wasn't just his position that commanded attention, it was his presence. He allowed the weight of his words to settle before continuing. Furthermore, we in the student council do not wish to appoint anyone who possesses a naive outlook. Not only would such a person not be elected, but they would also sully the sanctity of this school. It is the student council's right and duty to enforce and amend the rules, but the school expects more than that. We gladly welcome those of you who understand this. He paused before starting a new segment. This school values competition. He scanned the crowd, his eyes locking onto each individual. Every coordinator and trainer here has the ability to grow beyond mediocrity. These clubs and the facilities here give you the chance to use that ability. The strongest among you will rise. The rest will either follow or be left behind. He concluded his speech with a resounding message. Silence enveloped the room. No one dared to speak, even after his speech ended. Then, without warning, Manabu reached for a pokeball at his side. A mechanical click echoed through the gym. A flash of light erupted onto the stage, and then a Dragonite stood beside him. Unlike the cheerful, kind-natured Dragonite often depicted in books and Pokédex entries, this one was different. Its eyes held a quiet but deep intensity. It didn't roar or attempt to intimidate, its aura alone radiated a pressure unlike anything most students had ever felt. A ripple of reaction spread through the crowd. Some students took unconscious steps back, while others, like upperclassmen and higher-ranked first years, stared, captivated or slightly uneasy. Gold, who rarely took anything seriously, let out a low whistle. Now that's a real monster, he muttered. I understood what he meant. Even without moving, Dragonite exuded power more than any Pokémon I had faced yet. Manabu let the moment stretch, allowing the presence of his Pokémon to drive his point home. Then, in a measured tone, he spoke again. The difference between strong and weak is undeniable. His voice was firm. For those aiming for the top, remember this feeling. Recognize the gap between you and the true elite. Most students remained fixated on Dragonite. But then, Goomy's Pokeball started shaking, and then Goo! Something shifted against my shoulder, then onto my head. Goo! Murmurs rippled through the students around me as they realized what had happened. Goomy had forced its way out of its Pokeball, now perched atop my head, its body slightly tensed. From here, Goomy had a direct line of sight to the stage, its focus locked onto Manabu's Dragonite. Gold, standing beside me, let out a short laugh. Hold on. Your Goomy, wait, is it actually serious right now? I observed the subtle shift in Goomy's posture. It wasn't just its usual excitement or curiosity, there was no bouncing or wobbling, just an unwavering stare. Dragonite slowly turned its gaze toward us. Even from a distance, I could feel the undeniable strength it carried. Yet Goomy didn't back down. More students began to take notice. Some chuckled, amused by the idea of a tiny Goomy challenging a Dragonite, while others, especially the more serious trainers, watched with intrigue. Dragonite itself didn't react aggressively. It tilted its head slightly, regarding Goomy with an almost curious expression. I exhaled quietly. If Goomy had been its usual self, I would have pulled it down without hesitation. But this was different. It wasn't playing, it was serious. I lifted a hand, resting it lightly against Goomy's side. If you're serious about this, then go ahead. Gold shot me a look, somewhere between disbelief and amusement. No way. You're actually backing it up. I don't see a reason not to. Goomy let out another determined goo, and, despite the absurdity of the situation, I let it be. For the first time, Goomy wasn't just playing around. The low rumble of Dragonite's growl echoed through the gym. Its piercing eyes locked onto Goomy. But Goomy didn't flinch. Instead, it held its ground, or rather, my shoulder meeting Dragonite's gaze with an uncharacteristic seriousness. Manabu gave a small smirk, his expression barely shifting, but the intent behind it was clear. Almost instinctively, Dragonite mirrored its trainer, the corners of its mouth curving upward ever so slightly. It wasn't mockery if anything, it was a quiet acknowledgement. A hushed murmur ran through the crowd, most still amused by the sheer absurdity of the situation. A lone voice broke through the chatter. "That Goomy really isn't backing down." Gold let out a quiet chuckle beside me, arms crossed. "Hate to say it, but I kinda respect the little guy." Goomy let out a determined "goo," as if reinforcing the point. Manabu took a measured step forward on the stage, his voice cutting through the murmurs. "That's a good mindset to have." His gaze lingered on Goomy for only a moment before sweeping across the crowd. "Strength comes in many forms." And on that note, his tone shifted, taking on a more authoritative weight. "It's time to recognize the strongest among you." With that, he turned slightly, motioning toward the stage. "I'd like to invite the top 3 ranked trainers from each year to step forward." A ripple of anticipation ran through the students as the names were called. Alan, Ayanokoji, Gold. Tobias, Nimona, Nagumo. Cynthia, Stephen, Diantha. All eyes turned toward the trainers who now had to step onto the stage. As I started walking, I watched as the others made their way forward, noting how each trainer seemed to carry a different aura. Some exuded quiet confidence, like Alan, who seemed calm and collected, a subtle but powerful energy radiating from him. Gold, on the other hand, walked with a mischievous grin, his energy unpredictable and sharp. Yet, we were all overshadowed by the upperclassmen, we couldn't compare to their strength just yet. They all radiated strength far more than us. But then there was Cynthia. Cynthia didn't just walk onto the stage, she commanded attention with every step. The moment her presence made itself known, it felt like the gym itself shifted. Her calm was different, almost unnerving. There was an undeniable strength in her that was beyond the others, a power that felt as if it could drown you at any moment, yet never cared to. It was a type of strength I couldn't easily put into words. She was the kind of trainer that stood apart from the rest. Even the murmurs from the crowd grew quieter as she approached, the subtle awe in the room was evident. The rest of the trainers followed suit, each with their own unique energy. Tobias was composed, but I could sense the determination simmering just beneath the surface. Nimona bounced onto the stage with infectious energy, her bright eyes filled with excitement. Nagumo's stance was steady, the quiet assurance of someone who didn't think he needed to prove anything. As we all took our places, the weight of the room seemed to settle in. Each of us had made it here through our battles, our training, our efforts. But even among these formidable trainers, Cynthia stood apart. The crowd murmured, some students commenting on the strength of the trainers, others whispering about past battles and why we were called up. Manabu stepped forward, his sharp gaze sweeping over all of us. These trainers stand at the pinnacle of their years. Their strength is a result of DSPLN, challenges defeated, and battles won. But remember, strength isn't static. It's earned and must be constantly sharpened. Of course, he was right. Right now, if I were to completely cease all my training, eventually, Ike and Yamauchi would surpass me in strength. There was no level of strength that was untouchable. With enough time, any trainer could reach the level of Cynthia. Unfortunately, for most trainers, that time needed would be far more than they have at this school. Manabu's gaze shifted toward the crowd, his voice carrying further. And now, he said, with a pause, I want you to look at these trainers as a goal. A goal to surpass them. Almost every trainer here is a first year, I guarantee these 3 won't hold those spots forever. It's up to you to decide who takes them. The crowd's energy seemed to rise again, anticipation building with every passing second. Then, after a moment of silence, I took a step forward. The challenge I had been mulling over now felt like the right time. Hey, Alan, I said, my voice cutting through the tension of Manabu's speech. He nodded, yeah. Run me my ones. A soft breeze greeted Ayanokoji as he stepped outside the dorm building, a distant hum filling the campus. The sun had barely risen, yet students were already making their way toward the battle hall. Some moved in groups, murmuring about the upcoming battle and sharing their speculations, while others walked alone, lost in their own thoughts. Ayanokoji found himself among the latter, falling into a rhythm as he navigated the familiar school grounds. It was a peaceful moment, one he allowed himself to enjoy before the inevitable chaos of his battle against Alan. "Morning, Ayanokoji," a voice called out. He turned slightly to see Sato walking a short distance behind him, offering a casual smile as she caught up. "You're heading to the battle hall, right?" she asked, though the answer was obvious. He nodded, and she continued, "Everyone's been talking about your battle with Alan. I don't think I've seen this much excitement since school started." Ayanokoji remained silent, but Sato didn't seem to mind. They walked together in comfortable silence, the atmosphere peaceful. As they reached the battle hall, the doors were wide open, students filtering inside, the air buzzing with energy. Sato turned to him with a smile, wishing him good luck before disappearing into the crowd. Ayanokoji pulled out his phone, scrolling through his playlist before slipping in his earbuds and pressing play. He made his way to the locker room, settling down to listen to the song he had chosen, "There Is a Light That Never Goes Out," by the Smiths. The song had become a favorite of his, and as the lyrics played, he allowed himself to be absorbed in the music. It captured a unique feeling of youthful love, evoking thoughts about the nature of love itself. Ayanokoji pondered the various beliefs surrounding love, whether it was a predetermined connection, a religious notion, or simply a chance encounter. He reflected on how some people might never find love, while others might lose it due to their inability to change. Shaking these thoughts from his head, he reminded himself that now was not the time for distractions. He had a battle to win. They had agreed on a 2v2 format, which narrowed Alan's choices significantly. Ayanokoji knew Alan was a bold trainer, likely to lead with his ace, Charmeleon. On the surface, Goomy seemed like the best counter, knowing water-type moves and having the ability to punish physical attacks. However, Charmeleon was faster and stronger, with dragon-type moves that could quickly take down Goomy. Grovyle and Monferno weren't ideal options either, leaving Ayanokoji with one clear choice, Sandile. Its combination of Dig and Aqua Tail would allow it to deal significant damage, and with the right openings, it could even push Charmeleon to a draw. But in the end, I knew how this would go. Alan's Charmeleon wasn't his ace for nothing. It would come out on top. And that was fine. Monferno would deal with that. Alan's second Pokémon would be Larvitar. There was no need to overanalyze that matchup. Monferno would handle it. If all went to plan, this battle would move me into the first-ranked spot. As the song ended, I pulled out my earbuds, pocketing them as I stepped through the locker room exit. The familiar scent of the battle hall filled my nose-polished floors, faint traces of Pokémon battles past. The crowd was already settling in, lining the spectator seats that surrounded the battlefield. No point in waiting any longer. Time to begin. Stepping onto the battlefield, I exhaled slowly. The crowd had settled, their murmurs quieting as the referee took position at the center. Alan stood across from me, his gaze calm yet focused. He wasn't the type to waste time with words. Neither was I. Though I was tempted, I didn't let my eyes wander into the crowd. This was a battle that would require my entire focus. The referee raised his hand. This will be a 2-on-2 battle between Alan and Ayanokoji. Substitutions are not allowed. Trainers, send out your first Pokémon. As expected, Alan was first to move. Charmeleon, let's go. In a flash of light, Charmeleon emerged, standing confidently as it let out a sharp cry. Its tail flame flared slightly focused, prepared. I pulled out Sandile's Pokeball. Sandile, come forth. Sandile materialized on the battlefield, shaking itself off before locking eyes with Charmeleon. It let out an excited growl, its tail flicking playfully, but I knew better than to assume it wasn't serious. Alan was already watching me closely. He knew I wasn't the type to throw out a Pokémon without a plan. But that went both ways. Battle, begin. The second the referee's hand dropped, I moved first. Aqua Tail. Alan's eyes slightly widened as Sandile launched forward, tail glowing bright blue as it twisted midair, bringing its tail down toward Charmeleon. He wasn't expecting me to be on the aggressive side. Alan's eyes sharpened. Dodge, then Brick Break. Charmeleon sidestepped effortlessly, letting Sandile's attack crash against the floor, sending water splashing upward. Without hesitation, it countered, its claw glowing white as it struck downward. Block it, I called. Sandile raised its forelimbs, catching the strike, though the impact sent it flying backward. Alan's preparation was already showing. He had Brick Break specifically to deal with my counterplay. I didn't let the exchange sit. Dig. The moment Sandile's feet hit the ground, it burrowed deep, vanishing beneath the battlefield in a cloud of dirt. Alan's eyes flickered slightly. He knew I wasn't going to wait for him to act. This time, I was aiming to control the tempo. His Charmeleon tensed, eyes scanning the battlefield, tail flame casting long shadows. Alan gave his command. Dragon Pulse, straight ahead. Charmeleon inhaled sharply, then fired a pulsating blast of draconic energy at the battlefield ahead. The moment the attack landed, the ground exploded in a shower of dust and rubble, but Sandile wasn't there. I watched Alan's expression shift slightly. He still expected me to react, to counter his play, but instead, I had already committed to the offensive. A beat passed. Then Sandile erupted from the ground, right beneath Charmeleon. Aqua Tail. Its tail, still glowing blue, came swinging up from below, aimed straight for Charmeleon's exposed underside. Alan had no time to call a counter. He could only watch. The attack landed clean. Charmeleon recoiled as the aqua tail struck its midsection, sending it skidding backward. Steam rose from its scales as the water sizzled on contact, but even as it stumbled, its claws dug into the dirt to steady itself. The crowd reacted with a collective murmur. Alan's ace had taken the first solid hit of the match. I didn't stop. Crunch. Sandile lunged forward again, teeth glowing with dark energy as it aimed for Charmeleon's weakened stance. Alan's response was instant. Brick Break. The moment Sandile got in range, Charmeleon's claw flashed white as it brought its arm down, meeting Sandile's attack head-on. The impact sent a shockwave across the battlefield. A sharp cry echoed as Sandile was slammed into the ground, the sheer force of the super-effective hit causing dust to kick up around it. I narrowed my eyes slightly. Alan had baited me in. My aggression had been met with a precise counterstrike. Sandile groaned as it pushed itself up, but Charmeleon was already moving. Dragon Pulse. A sphere of draconic energy built in Charmeleon's mouth before launching forward. Dodge into Dig. Sandile barely rolled out of the way before diving underground, escaping the blast. Charmeleon's attack collided with the battlefield, shaking the ground with the force of its impact. Alan's gaze stayed sharp. Again. Charmeleon wasted no time firing another Dragon Pulse, aiming to predict Sandile's re-emergence. The battlefield erupted in bursts of dirt and energy as Alan continued his assault, denying Sandile an easy opening. This time, the explosions forced Sandile out of the ground. It was launched into the air with other debris. Sandile landed on the ground with a small thud. Alan's voice rang out. Brick Break. Charmeleon's claws glowed white before I could issue another command. It dashed forward, moving faster than before, forcing Sandile into close quarters. Block with Crunch, I called out. Sandile lunged to meet it, jaws glowing with dark energy as it bit down the moment they clashed. Charmeleon twisted its body, avoiding the worst of Sandile's bite. Then, with its free arm, it brought down a brutal Brick Break on Sandile's head. Sandile's body hit the ground hard. The attack had landed full force. I could see Sandile's limbs twitch slightly, struggling to push itself up. But before it could even attempt to retaliate, Dragon Pulse. A burst of blue energy exploded from Charmeleon's mouth, striking Sandile directly before it could recover. The impact sent it rolling across the battlefield. This time, it didn't get up. The referee raised a hand. Sandile is unable to battle. Charmeleon wins. Charmeleon stood above Sandile, bruised, panting, and shaking. Sandile did more damage than what was needed or expected. Cheers erupted from the crowd, voices shouting as Alan took the first victory. I met Alan's gaze. He hadn't celebrated, hadn't shown relief. His stance remained firm, already prepared for the next phase of the battle. I recalled Sandile. Good job. I'll make Goomy play with you later. Despite its condition, Sandile's Pokeball still shook, like it was expressing its happiness. It had done its job, but in the end, Charmeleon was stronger. I pulled out my next Pokeball. Monferno, let's go. In a flash, Monferno appeared, landing on the battlefield in a low stance, tail flame burning bright. It immediately sized up Charmeleon, fists tightening. For the first time, Alan hesitated. He wasn't expecting Monferno, and I wasn't giving him time to adjust. Mach Punch. Monferno shot forward in a blur, its fist glowing with energy. Alan's eyes sharpened. Brick Break. Charmeleon swung its arm to intercept, but it was too slow. Monferno's punch landed squarely in Charmeleon's chest, sending it staggering as it exhaled sharply. I urged Monferno on. Again. Monferno lunged forward, delivering another strike before Charmeleon could regain its balance, sending it skidding backward. Alan reacted instantly. Dragon Pulse. Charmeleon roared, gathering energy before firing, but I called out, dodge and close combat. TMs were proving to be more useful every time I used them. Monferno flipped over the attack, landing directly in front of Charmeleon and unleashing a flurry of blows. Punches, kicks, elbows, each one connected, driving Charmeleon back. It barely managed to stay standing, enduring the onslaught. Alan gritted his teeth. Brick Break. Charmeleon raised its arm to counter, but Monferno didn't let up. Before Charmeleon could swing, Monferno's final strike sent it crashing to the ground. Silence fell over the arena. Then the referee raised his hand. Charmeleon is unable to battle. Monferno wins. The crowd erupted into cheers. I sighed, watching Alan recall his Pokémon. Now, it was down to the final matchup. Larvitar. The rock ground type materialized in front of him, small but sturdy, its eyes locked onto Monferno with determination. I met Alan's gaze. This battle was about to end, and he likely already knew the outcome. Larvitar focused intently on Monferno. It wasn't an ace-level Pokémon like Charmeleon, but it was trained well, that much was obvious. Alan didn't hesitate. Stone Edge. A surge of jagged rocks erupted from the ground, shooting toward Monferno. Dodge and bulk up. Monferno leaped, flipping midair as the rocks barely missed. As it landed, its muscles tensed, power surging through its limbs. Alan clicked his tongue. Dark Pulse. Larvitar opened its mouth, releasing a pulse of dark energy. Close combat. Monferno dashed straight through the attack. The dark energy struck its frame, but it pushed forward undeterred, closing the distance in an instant. Then it struck. A barrage of rapid blows slammed into Larvitar. First a punch to the gut, then a spinning kick, then another strike to its side. Larvitar gritted its teeth, trying to withstand the assault. Alan's command came fast. Earthquake. The ground beneath us trembled. Cracks formed as a shockwave rippled outward. Dodge, Mach Punch. Monferno flipped into the air just before the shockwave could catch it, then immediately shot forward with a burst of speed. Alan barely had time to react. Counter with bite. Larvitar lunged, jaws glowing, but it was too late. Monferno's fist struck first, landing a direct hit to Larvitar's jaw and sending it flying backward. The dust hadn't settled yet. Was that all it took? The answer came quickly. The ground quivered, then trembled as Larvitar summoned another earthquake. The shockwave rippled outward, shaking the entire battlefield. Mach Punch, Monferno. Monferno acted before I even finished the command, launching itself into the air again with a burst of speed, narrowly avoiding the earthquake's impact. It landed cleanly just in time, launching forward with a powerful Mach Punch aimed directly at Larvitar. The punch connected with Larvitar's head, causing the small rock type to spin wildly before hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Alan clenched his fists but remained calm. Stone Edge. Larvitar struggled to push itself up, shaking off the effects of the last hit. With a low growl, it summoned sharp stones from the ground, launching them at Monferno in a rapid barrage. Dodge, I commanded. Monferno darted to the side, avoiding the first few rocks, but one struck its shoulder. It winced slightly but didn't falter in its attack. I noticed the improvements Monferno had made since leaving Paul's control. Under Paul's training, Monferno would have staggered from this attack, maybe hesitated on its next move. But now, it remained calm, listening for my next command. It wasn't perfect, but it was a fighter now, one that could be relied on to defeat the top-ranked trainer. Close combat. Monferno closed the distance quickly, striking with a flurry of blows, each hit faster and more decisive than before. Larvitar was rocked back with every punch, and its movements became sluggish as it struggled to defend. Alan's face twitched. Larvitar, bite. Larvitar snapped its jaws with surprising speed, aiming for Monferno's leg. But it was too late. Monferno moved with precision, stepping back just out of reach, then lunged forward with one last powerful punch. The blow landed squarely on Larvitar's chest, sending the small Pokémon skidding back across the field. Larvitar couldn't continue. The referee quickly raised his hand. Larvitar is unable to battle. Monferno wins. The victory goes to Ayanokoji. The stadium erupted. Cheers, gasps, murmurs. Everyone reacted differently, but all eyes were on the battlefield. I met Alan's gaze. He was silent for a moment, staring at Larvitar before recalling it. Then, finally, he looked at me. A slow breath. A small nod. I returned the gesture. The battle was over. I was now the top-ranked first year. I glanced up, waiting for the screen to display the result of the battle. A moment later, it did. Victory recorded, Alan vs Ayanokoji. Victor, Ayanokoji. Alan's record, 18-1. Rank, 2. Ayanokoji's record, 18-0. Rank, 1. Then it flashed again, showing the change in ranking. Ranking change. Ayanokoji Kiyotaka, 2-1. Alan 1-2. After the battle ended and I stepped off the battlefield, a small crowd began to gather, murmurs of my victory circulating through the air. I didn't pay them much mind, my focus solely on the fact that I had just moved into first place. As I made my way toward the exit, my eyes fell on a timid boy standing in front of me, hesitating. He had a frail figure and light green hair. His hands were clenched at his sides, and his mouth opened slightly before closing again. He wasn't blocking my path, but he wasn't moving either. Finally, he spoke, his voice quiet and uncertain. That was incredible. There was a pause, then he quickly added, I hope one day, I can be strong enough to battle you. I studied him for a brief moment. His expression was earnest, but his posture betrayed his hesitation. He wasn't challenging me, he wasn't confident enough for that yet. What's your name? I asked. His eyes widened slightly, as if he hadn't expected me to ask. Wally. I gave a small nod. I'll remember it. His lips parted slightly, then curled into a small, almost surprised smile. He looked as if he wanted to say something more but ultimately decided against it. Instead, he stepped aside, letting me pass. I walked past him without another word. I didn't know much about him, but he had something most others lacked. Perhaps one day, he really would be strong enough to battle me. I continued out of the battle hall, stepping back onto the familiar streets of ANHS. This time, the atmosphere felt different. I was used to whispers following me, hushed conversations, and lingering glances. It was all normal, but following the result of my battle, these things increased. "He's really number one now," one student whispered. It was like he knew the outcome of the battle before it happened. Wasn't that Monferno Paul's? I didn't particularly care, though. I had always had people watching me, whispering about my accomplishments. Now it was just in a school setting. I walked alone for a few minutes, enjoying the sights I had seen on my walk there, before a familiar voice called out. "I've never seen you battle like that," Matsuhita exclaimed. I slowed my pace, letting her catch up before speaking. "Some people require different approaches. Alan's one of those people." She gave a small smile. "Looks like you're going to gain a lot more popularity. You okay with that?" I nodded. It was bound to happen. Matsushita tilted her head slightly, walking in step beside me. "Still, I didn't expect you to challenge him so publicly. You're still full of surprises, Ayanokoji." I didn't respond immediately, letting her words hang in the air. "I mean, first the mall with us girls, now this. People might start thinking you're trying to stand out," she teased, nudging my shoulder gently. "I'm not." She laughed softly, her voice light. "I know. But you're not exactly helping your case." We continued walking in silence for a moment before she spoke again, her tone more thoughtful. "Still. There's something different about you lately. Is there?" She nodded. "I don't know, maybe I'm imagining it. But you're starting to act more. I guess engaged is the word. Before, it felt like you were just going through the motions. Now, it feels like you actually care about winning." She wasn't wrong. Something had shifted since I arrived here. "Maybe," I admitted. "Maybe, huh?" Matsushita smiled again but didn't push further. "Anyway, congrats on the win. Try not to get too full of yourself." "I won't." "Good." She shot me a knowing look. "Though, if you ever do, I'll be right there to bring you back down." With that, she turned and walked off, blending back into the flow of students, leaving me alone once more. For the first time since the battle ended, I let out a small breath. The ranking had changed. The school had already started reacting. And yet, somehow, Matsushita made it feel like none of that really mattered. I stood there for a moment longer, then resumed walking, aiming for the Poke Center. By the time I returned to my dorm, the excitement from the battle had already begun to settle. The walk back had been uneventful, save for the occasional glance or whisper from passing students. I stepped inside, shutting the door behind me. The room was quiet, just as I had left it. I reached for my belt, taking Sandile's Pokeball and releasing him onto the floor. Sandile blinked a few times before stretching out, letting out a satisfied yawn. His tail wagged slightly as he looked up at me, as if expecting something. "You did well," I said simply. He let out a proud, playful growl, shaking his body. He wasn't upset about the loss, that much was clear. His nature didn't allow for that. If anything, he looked excited, like he was already eager for the next battle. I grabbed another Pokeball. "I said I'd make Goomy play with you." I released Goomy onto the floor, and the small dragon blinked in surprise before quickly taking in its surroundings. "Goo." The confusion lasted only a second before Sandile pounced, playfully nudging Goomy with his snout. Goomy responded with an amused wiggle, bouncing slightly before tackling Sandile in return. Their playful scuffle began immediately, rolling across the floor as they exchanged harmless tackles and nudges. I reached for another Pokeball, pressing the release button. Grovyle materialized across the room, his sharp gaze scanning the scene. He wasn't like Sandile or Goomy, he had no interest in their roughhousing. Instead, he leapt onto my desk with a smooth, effortless motion, settling there with his arms crossed. He didn't need words to make his thoughts known. He was watching. Always watching. That left one more. Monferno's Pokeball was still in my hand. I turned it over, debating whether or not to release him as well. Unlike Sandile and Goomy, Monferno wasn't the type for mindless play. But after today's battle, I figured he at least deserved a break. I clicked the release button, and Monferno materialized in front of me. His eyes darted around before settling on me. He was still adjusting. He hadn't fully settled into his place here yet, but I could see the changes. The way he stood, the way he carried himself, it wasn't the same as before. "You've improved," I said. Monferno didn't respond right away. He just stared at me, processing the words. Then, with a quiet huff, he sat down, resting his arms on his knees. From the desk, Grovyle let out a quiet sound, almost like an amused scoff, before closing his eyes. He had seen the battle. He knew Monferno had proven himself. Monferno glanced at him but didn't react. I took a seat on the bed, watching as Sandile and Goomy continued to wrestle on the floor. Monferno watched too, but he didn't join in. Grovyle remained on the desk, silently observing. Monferno shifted slightly, eyes flicking toward Grovyle, arms still crossed. The air between them was tense, not in hostility, but in quiet acknowledgement. Grovyle cracked an eye open, noticing Monferno's gaze. He tilted his head slightly, then let out a small, almost unimpressed sound. Monferno's brow twitched, and his tail flame flared just a little. I could tell what was happening. Grovyle had watched the battle and seen Monferno's performance. Unlike Sandile and Goomy, who accepted Monferno as part of the team without question, Grovyle was different. He was testing him not in a battle, not yet. This was more subtle. A measure of strength. Monferno didn't back down. He held Grovyle's gaze, silent, his fists subtly tightening. For a moment, the room was still. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, Grovyle smirked. It was faint, barely there, but unmistakable. Monferno huffed, looking away, but there was no anger in his expression. If anything, it almost looked like he understood. Grovyle had acknowledged him not as an equal, not yet, but as something worth watching. That was enough. Monferno stood up, stretching before moving toward the bed and sitting at the foot of it. His tail flame dimmed slightly as he relaxed. Grovyle leaned back against the desk, closing his eyes again, as if satisfied with what he had seen. I didn't say anything. This was their way of communicating. And for now, it was fine. This was fine. After a long day at the Safari Zone, I arrived back at my dorm room, tired but satisfied with the progress made. The familiar buzz of the dorm's air conditioning filled the room, and I set my bag down by the door. My Pokenav was still in my pocket, warm from being carried around all day. I grabbed it and opened the screen, a name lingering at the back of my mind, Wally. I didn't know much about him, just his name really. Our interaction hadn't given me much information. I was aware he was anxious, but he also had something that most trainers didn't. I typed his name into the search bar. The results appeared on the screen in an instant, and I read through the information. Wally Mitsuru. Class, Intermediate. Rank, 74. Record, 5-8. That was a bit lower than I expected for him, but there was something curious about his amount of losses. Was it a lack of experience, battle IQ, or something else? I scrolled down to look at his Pokémon. Pokémon. Ralts, level 14. Swablu, level 12. Not exactly the strongest team by any means. I paused for a moment, considering the possibilities with his team albeit small. The Ralts could grow into something more formidable, especially with the help of Mega Evolution. Swablu shared that aspect, the possibility of Mega Evolution. But overall, without seeing them in battle, I couldn't properly gauge their potential, I could only assume for now. Potential. It was always about potential. The only question now was if he could reach it. I locked the screen, placing the PokeNav down on my desk. Wally wasn't a challenge now, but maybe one day, he would be. That was enough for now. I already had my fair share of challenging trainers. Nothing wrong with waiting for another. Shaking these thoughts from my head, I grabbed a change of clothes, quickly releasing my Pokémon before heading to the shower. I hadn't expected much when I stepped out of the shower, just a quiet return to my living space to relax and maybe a little time to check up on my Pokémon. What I wasn't prepared for was the sight that greeted me the moment I opened the door, a blanket fort. It wasn't some half-hearted creation. No, this was an elaborate structure, built across the middle of the room, extending from my bed to the nearby chairs, the blankets draped over everything like some kind of makeshift fortress. How did they even get the blankets? Goomy sat in the center of it all, wiggling with happiness, oblivious to the fact that the fort's stability was likely questionable. Sandile had crawled underneath, tail flicking out from the sides. Grovyle stood by the structure, leaning against one of the support beams as though ensuring everything stayed upright. His leaves were scattered across, pinning the blankets to various surfaces. And Monferno was perched on top of the fort on my bed, arms crossed in a manner that said he had absolutely contributed to this project and was proud of it. I paused in the doorway, my brow furrowing as I took in the scene. There was a certain kind of pride in the way Goomy puffed up his chest, body wiggling in delight. Sandile was peeking out, his eyes wide with excitement, his small body almost completely hidden beneath the blankets. Grovyle was standing still, a detached calm about him, though his gaze never strayed far from the blanket fort's structural integrity. And Monferno was just staring at me, as if waiting for approval, or maybe a reprimand. I wasn't really sure. I leaned against the doorframe, not sure whether to punish them or just sigh. I was gone for 15 minutes. I murmured. Goomy let out a triumphant goo, as if to say he was proud of their work, his body wiggling in his little corner. I stared at them for a few more moments. There was no use in getting angry or frustrated. This was probably one of those things I could have prevented by keeping them busy with something else, but I didn't. Instead, I allowed myself to simply observe for a moment, the absurdity of it all sinking in. My Pokémon collaborated on the creation of a blanket fortress with an amount of blankets I certainly didn't own. Just don't leave a mess, I muttered. Monferno's eyes brightened, the smirk turning into an almost playful grin, like he'd just been given permission to keep their creation. Goomy let out a satisfied goo, and bounced around in the fort center, while Sandile wriggled deeper into his hidden nook, no doubt trying to create even more instability. Grovyle gave a faint nod, seemingly content with the way things had turned out. I sighed, closing the bathroom door behind me and walking over to my desk. It wasn't the first time I'd walked into a scene like this, but it was always amusing how they managed to come up with something new each time. I took my seat, the sound of my Pokémon playing in the background, each contributing in their own way. It didn't bother me, maybe there was something about their little antics that made all the chaos worth it. The day was coming to a somewhat peaceful end when my phone buzzed, pulling me from my quiet thoughts. Luckily, they hadn't knocked the fortress over yet or created any further messes. Unluckily, they had put a blanket over the entrance, so I had no clue what Monferno, Sandile, and Goomy were doing. Even if I tried to enter, Grovyle was standing guard outside the entrance. I looked back at my phone, surprised to see an unexpected call from Horikita. She wasn't the type to make small talk, nor did she strike me as someone who would reach out without a specific reason. We had barely spoken, only exchanging the odd greeting or interaction. I answered, keeping my voice neutral. Yes. I said, sensing a brief silence on the other end. Ayanokoji, she started, her tone distant but hesitant. I need your help with something. I raised an eyebrow, surprised that Horikita needed my help. What's the problem? It's hard to explain, she admitted, her voice laced with uncertainty. I think there might be a ghost-type Pokémon in the dorms. I blinked, not entirely sure if I had heard that correctly. A ghost-type Pokémon? I glanced around, wondering if I was caught in some kind of joke. You think there's a ghost-type Pokémon haunting the dorms? I repeated for clarity. She didn't respond immediately, and when she did, it was almost as if she was trying to convince herself as much as me. Yes, she said, her confidence returning. I've heard strange noises coming from the walls and vents. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but it keeps happening. I could hear the slight edge of frustration in her voice. Even though I wasn't entirely convinced yet, I sensed this wasn't something she would call me about if it were a minor issue. All right, I replied calmly. I'll come by and check it out. There was a brief sigh of relief from her end, and then she added, thank you. Don't mention it, I said before the line went quiet, leaving me alone with my thoughts again. After ending the call, I made my way to Horikita's dorm, telling my Pokémon to behave on the way out. The halls were quiet at this hour, save for the occasional student passing by. I arrived at her door and knocked once. A moment later, it opened, and Horikita stood there with her usual composed expression, though there was a subtle stiffness in her posture. You came quickly, she remarked. You sounded impatient, I replied. She gave a small huff before stepping aside to let me in. The room was as tidy as expected, not a single thing out of place. If something had disrupted her usual sense of order, it had to be serious. I glanced around. So, where's this ghost? Horikita folded her arms. The sounds happen late at night. Scratching, scurrying, sometimes faint cries. It's coming from the walls or vents, I'm sure of it. I walked closer to the vent, crouching down slightly. And you're certain it's not just a Rattata or something similar? She frowned. If I thought it was something so mundane, I wouldn't have called you. Fair enough. I placed a hand on the vent, feeling for vibrations. Nothing. If a Pokémon had been moving around, there would be some signs of activity, but for now, it was quiet. Have you actually seen anything? I asked. No. Just the noises. That made things more difficult. If it were a ghost-type Pokémon, it could easily move in and out of sight, hiding within the walls and reappearing elsewhere. Horikita watched me closely, as if expecting me to have an immediate solution. Well. I stood up. I'll need some help. Her brow furrowed slightly. From who? I know someone who has a ghost-type Pokémon. If it really is a ghost-type causing this, it'll be easier to find it that way. Horikita's expression shifted, not quite pleased with the idea of relying on someone else's help. But after a short silence, she sighed. Fine. Do what you need to. I left Horikita's dorm and made my way toward the upperclassmen's dormitory. While it wasn't too late, most students were winding down for the night, which worked in my favor. Less questions for later. Finding Manabu wasn't difficult. I'd heard he often overlooked the courtyard at night, and luckily, that was the case. He stood near the entrance of his dorm building, seemingly engaged in thought as he stared at the courtyard. He noticed me approaching and turned slightly. Ayanokoji. What do you need? Your Jengar, I said simply. Manabu raised an eyebrow. For what purpose? I considered keeping my explanation vague, but knowing him, that would only prompt further questions. A classmate believes a ghost-type Pokémon is causing disturbances in the dorms. I need Jengar to confirm it. Manabu studied me for a moment before responding. And this classmate couldn't handle it themselves. She asked for help. He remained silent, then closed his eyes briefly. That I assume you're referring to Suzun. She hated ghost types. I didn't answer, but the lack of denial confirmed his assumption. With a slight shake of his head, he pulled a pokeball from his waist and tossed it toward me. Don't waste my time. I caught it, nodding once. I'll return it soon. Manabu didn't respond, simply turning back toward the courtyard as if I had already left. Returning to Horikita's dorm, I knocked once again. She opened the door faster this time, arms still crossed. That was quick. I held up the pokeball. Let's see if we're dealing with a ghost. Horikita stepped aside as I entered, and I released Jengar. The ghost type emerged with a mischievous grin, stretching its arms as if waking up from a nap. It glanced between Horikita and me before snickering to itself, eyes gleaming with amusement. Horikita tensed slightly, apparently not accustomed to ghost types. Jengar picked up on it instantly and, with a wide grin, suddenly disappeared into the shadows. A second later, it reappeared behind her. Jengar, I warned. Jengar cackled but didn't push further, floating idly in the air. Horikita shot me a glare. Is it even going to be helpful? It'll do its job, I assured her before turning to Jengar. Jengar, search the room. If there's another ghost type, you'll find it. Jengar nodded, its grin never fading as it phased through the walls, disappearing into the unseen spaces beyond. Horikita exhaled. I don't like it. It's amused. She gave me a flat look. That's the problem. We waited in silence as Jengar moved through the dorm. Minutes passed, then suddenly, a sharp cry echoed from inside the vents. It wasn't a ghost type's cry. A second. Later, Jengar reappeared, holding something small and squirming in its hands. A Piku? Horikita muttered. The Piku flailed, then turned to Horikita with wide eyes. Almost instantly, it leaped from Jengar's hands and clung to her, nuzzling against her chest. Horikita stiffened, completely caught off guard. Wa. Piku chirped happily, clinging to her like it had found its favorite person in the world. Jengar, still floating nearby, let out a deep chuckle. Horikita stood frozen, her usual composure utterly shattered. I watched, mildly amused. Looks like the haunting wasn't a ghost type after all. She slowly turned to me, expression unreadable. Shut up. Horikita sighed, still stiff as Piku clung to her, its tiny paws gripping onto her uniform. Get off, she muttered, trying to pry it away. Piku didn't budge. Instead, it chirped happily and rubbed its cheek against her. A faint static shock crackled, making Horikita flinch. She scowled. You're joking. I watched as she tried, unsuccessfully, to detach the Pokémon. Seems like it likes you. Horikita shot me a glare before exhaling sharply. She tried again, this time gentler, but Piku merely snuggled closer. Jengar chuckled at the scene, floating lazily nearby. Its job was done, and now it was just enjoying the show. Horikita finally gave up, standing still with an annoyed expression. I'm returning it somewhere. I'm not keeping this. Do you have a receipt? I asked, teasingly. She stared at me with a completely blank face, apparently not finding my joke funny. Piku let out a small whimper at her words, looking up at her with wide, pleading eyes. Horikita faltered. It's late, I said. Where would you even return it? She frowned, looking down at the Pokémon still clinging to her. Her irritation remained, but there was hesitation now. Piku blinked up at her, then let out a soft, content sigh. It wasn't letting go anytime soon. This is ridiculous. I glanced at Jengar. We're done here. Jengar smirked and phased back into the shadows. I turned to Horikita. I'll go return it. She barely acknowledged my words, still looking down at the Piku in disbelief. I took that as my cue to leave. After returning to the upperclassmen's dorm, I asked the desk lady for Manabu's room, explaining I had to return a borrowed Pokémon. She gave me the information without further questions. Once I arrived, I knocked twice. Manabu opened the door, eyes narrowing slightly when he saw me. "Finished?" he asked. I held up the Pokeball and handed it back. It wasn't a ghost type. Manabu raised a brow but didn't press for details. He took the Pokeball, giving a brief nod. "I assume this matter is resolved." "For the most part." Manabu studied me for a moment. "You don't seem the type to entertain these kinds of things." I met his gaze evenly. "Just helping out a classmate." He smirked lightly, stepping back into his dorm. "Try not to make a habit of borrowing Pokémon, it's not good to owe favors." With that, he shut the door. I stood there for a brief second before turning away, heading back toward my own dorm. Horikita was likely still dealing with the Piku. That wasn't my problem anymore. As I made my way through the main lobby of my dorm building, a few scattered conversations filled the space. Most of it was background noise, students chatting, footsteps echoing against the polished floors, the faint hum of an ongoing news broadcast from a mounted screen. I didn't pay much attention to any of it until I overheard a conversation near the front desk. "Another one? That's the 5th report tonight." I glanced to the side, where a staff member was rubbing his temples, clearly exasperated. Another staff member stood next to him, holding a clipboard. "Yeah. Some students keep coming in saying their blankets are missing. At this point, we might have a serial blanket thief." A slow blink. Blankets? I thought back to what I had previously walked into in my dorm. The blanket fort. Monferno, looking far too pleased with himself. Goomy, wobbling with joy. Sandile, burrowed inside like a little gremlin. Grovile, the only one who at least looked like he had been trying to maintain order. A quiet realization settled in. They didn't. Did they? I kept walking, maintaining my usual pace, but my thoughts lingered on the sheer possibility. The idea that my Pokémon had somehow contributed to the sudden rise in missing blankets wasn't impossible. If anything, given the timing, it was very possible. I resisted the urge to sigh. If anyone comes asking questions, I'll just say I don't know anything. Which wasn't technically a lie. I didn't know if they were these thieves. I stepped into the elevator, letting the doors shut behind me, leaving the conversation behind. It wasn't my problem. Yet. Horikita stood stiffly in the center of her room, arms crossed as she observed the tiny Pokémon now making itself comfortable on her bed. Piku let out a small yawn before curling up against her pillow, its tail twitching slightly as it settled in. Horikita sighed. "You're really not going to leave, are you?" Piku blinked up at her with wide, innocent eyes before letting out a soft, content pie and nuzzling deeper into the fabric. She exhaled sharply, running a hand through her hair. This was ridiculous. She hadn't even wanted another Pokémon, yet now, here she was stuck with one that had practically glued itself to her. Still, she didn't move to push it away or kick it off her bed. After a long pause, she reached out, hesitating just before her hand made contact with its fur. Then, finally, she gave Piku's head a light pat. The small Pokémon let out a happy squeak, leaning into her touch. Horikita sighed again, though there was less irritation behind it this time. "Fine." She shook her head, sitting down beside it as Piku let out another content noise. The room was quiet, save for the faint hum of the air conditioning and the occasional rustle of fabric as Piku shifted. For once, Horikita didn't mind the company. I wasn't paying much attention when it happened. 1 second, I was walking around the cafe, my drink in hand, and the next, my shoulder clipped against someone in passing. The cup tipped forward before I could react, the cold liquid splashing directly onto their clothes. A brief silence followed as I looked at the person I bumped into. Dawn stared at the stain spreading across her shirt, her lips parting slightly in shock before pressing together in clear frustration. I exhaled. My bad. She let out a sharp breath, shaking her head before grabbing a handful of napkins from a nearby table. You've got to be kidding me. She dabbed at her shirt, though it didn't seem to be helping much. I could hear murmurs start to spread around the cafe. A moment later, she looked back at me, brows furrowed. All right, she said, straightening up. You're buying me a new shirt. It wasn't a request. I considered arguing that this was, at best, an accident and, at worst, a mutual failure to watch where we were going. But Dawn didn't seem interested in negotiations. Fine, I said. She blinked, like she hadn't expected me to agree so easily. Then she huffed, folding her arms. Well, at least you know when you're at fault. Come on. With that, she turned on her heel and walked out of the cafe, dragging me by my wrist. I followed, aware of the growing murmur of voices as we stepped into the open mall. I hadn't thought much of it before, but now that we were walking together, the occasional glance from passing students turned into lingering stares. I caught snippets of hushed conversations, people questioning why we were together, making note of Dawn's very public dislike for me. She's actually talking to him. I thought she hated Ayanokoji. Maybe it's a punishment. He looks like he's being dragged. Doesn't he always look like that? None of it particularly mattered, but Dawn's sharp gaze flicked to the side at one of the comments. People are nosy, she muttered, more to herself than me. So are you. I murmured. Say something, she questioned, a look that would make anyone quiet on her face. I very gratefully took her offer. Nope, nothing. She turned back to me, the scary look gone. So. Why'd you agree so easily? Because you weren't going to let it go otherwise. Dawn pursed her lips, but there was something appraising in her stare now, like she was trying to gauge something. You're hard to read, she noted after a moment. I didn't respond. She sighed, shaking her head. You don't talk much, huh? Neither do you, I replied. She scoffed. Hey, I talk plenty. You just don't say anything back. I didn't respond to that either. Dawn let out a short breath, but this time, her irritation seemed lighter, like she was still trying to figure something out. I had a feeling this wasn't just about the drink anymore. Dawn led the way, her strides purposeful as we weaved through the crowd. I kept pace beside her, hands in my pockets now, uninterested in the murmurs that followed. Despite the number of people moving about the mall, there was a noticeable gap around us. Not out of respect, but curiosity, and maybe a little bit of fear. How do you do that? Dawn suddenly asked, her voice cutting through the mall's background noise. I glanced at her. Do what? She gestured vaguely. That whole thing. Walking around like you don't care about anything. I don't see the point in caring about something unimportant. She gave me a look, unimpressed. So what is important, then? Depends on the situation. Dawn let out a small, almost amused huff. That's a bad answer. It's still an answer. She shook her head, but there was no real bite to it. Instead, she let her eyes scan the mall as if searching for something before finally coming to a stop in front of a clothing store. All right, she said, stepping inside. Let's get this over with. I followed Dawn into the store, already aware that this wasn't going to be as simple as picking the first shirt in sight and leaving. She was in the same boat as Serena and Ichino's, wanting to be a coordinator, I mean. Dawn moved through the aisles with ease, flipping through different shirts, holding them up to herself in the mirror, and then tossing them aside as if they had personally offended her. This would have been avoided if you just watched where you were going, she said casually, holding up a blue shirt before shaking her head and putting it back. You also weren't paying attention, I pointed out. She scoffed. Oh, please. You ran into me, not the other way around. Mutual fault. She shot me a look, but I caught the faintest hint of a smirk before she turned back to the rack. You're really not good at taking blame, huh? You're not either. I expected a small insult, but instead, she picked up a simple white shirt and held it up. Alright, this works. I nodded, already moving toward the counter. To my mild surprise, Dawn didn't push the issue further. She let me pay without complaint, taking the bag when the cashier handed it over. Well, she said, stepping away from the counter. That settles that. For a moment, it seemed like that would be the end of it. But instead of immediately walking away, she lingered, staring at me with an unreadable expression. You're weird, she finally said. Am I? Yeah. You don't react to anything the way I expect. I raised an eyebrow slightly. What were you expecting? She frowned, like she hadn't actually thought about that part. I don't know. More resistance. Less. You're just, she gestured vaguely at me, you. I didn't respond to that. Dawn exhaled, then looked at the bag in her hand. Well, anyway. Since you actually went through with it, I guess I owe you one. I tilted my head slightly. Owe me? Wasn't the whole point of this me owing her? She nodded, then smirked. Yeah. So, as thanks, I'm taking you somewhere. That sounds more like a punishment. Before I could say anything, she turned on her heel and walked off, clearly expecting me to follow. I debated leaving, but knowing Dawn, she'd just track me down and drag me there anyway. So, I followed. She led me through the mall with the same purpose as before, ignoring the occasional stares and whispers. Eventually, we stopped in front of a bright, neon-lit store. An arcade. Dawn glanced at me, her smirk widening. What? Never been to one? She jokingly asked. I considered lying, but there was really no point. If she asked why, I would just say I had strict parents or something. No, I replied. That seemed to catch her off guard. Wait, seriously? I nodded. She blinked, then shook her head almost dismissively. Well, guess that makes this even better. Come on, let's fix that. Before I could protest, she grabbed my wrist once again and pulled me inside. The arcade was loud, filled with flashing screens, overlapping games, and the constant chatter of other students. Dawn walked through it all easily, leading me past rows of random games before stopping at one in particular, a racing game. She handed me a token. Alright, we'll start with something simple. Just try to keep up. Alright? I blankly stared at the token for a moment. Where did she get this? I slid the mysterious token into the machine and took my seat beside her. After picking a map and a car, the screen lit up with a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Go. Dawn immediately took the lead, driving through the track with clear experience in racing games. I lagged behind at first, adjusting to the controls, as I had never driven a vehicle nor played a racing game before. She glanced at me, a teasing grin on her face. What's wrong? Not used to losing. I didn't respond, focusing on adapting instead. It didn't take long to get the hang of it. Within the first lap, I started closing the gap. Another lap, and I passed her. At the start of the third and final lap, I was leading by a little over a second. Dawn let out a noise of disbelief. Wait, what? I crossed the finish line first. She stared at the screen, then at me. No way. You've never played before. I adapt quickly. She narrowed her eyes, then scoffed. Alright, fine. But racing's just one game. Let's see how you handle this. She grabbed my wrist again, dragging me to another area of the arcade. An air hockey table. Dawn smirked. Think you're fast enough for this? I picked up the striker. Let's find out. The game began. Dawn was aggressive, sending the puck flying toward my side with sharp, calculated shots. But I was faster. I deflected her attacks with ease, redirecting the puck at angles she didn't anticipate. The score climbed in my favor. Dawn's frustration was obvious. Her movements got sharper, more determined, but it didn't change the outcome. I won. She groaned, leaning against the table. You're seriously annoying, you know that? So I've been told. She exhaled, then, to my mild surprise, she laughed. Alright, fine. You win this round. I set the striker down. And the next one. She shot me a look, but there was no real irritation behind it. We'll see about that. For the first time since we ran into each other, she didn't seem like she was analyzing me. Instead, she just looked amused. Dawn crossed her arms. You know, for someone who's supposedly this cold, unreadable guy, you're kind of fun to mess with. I raised an eyebrow slightly. That so? She smirked. Yeah. Guess I'll have to do it more often. Feel free, I responded, though I questioned if she actually meant that. Whatever the reason, Dawn seemed to like me a little better, though not by much. Her tone softened a bit. Hey. Can I ask you something? She asked. I nodded, sure. You know how people talk about you? She asked. I imagined it was rhetorical, but I nodded nonetheless. They say you're heartless and cold to those around you, that you don't even show much attention to your Pokémon. She paused for a moment, before I believed it, but now. You don't seem to be all that bad, maybe just a bit monotone, she said with a chuckle. So what's the question? I asked. Oh right, sorry. I guess I meant to ask, why do you let people talk like that about you? I pondered for a moment, feeling it was a moment to reflect. I just don't care much, I guess. I don't necessarily have friends or care to make any, I just focus on my Pokémon. How people see me doesn't matter. She seemed to think it over, and I added, you're not as bad as I thought either. She blinked, then laughed. Wow. High praise coming from you. I meant it, I replied simply. Dawn smirked. Gee, thanks. Not as bad. You really know how to flatter a girl. You want me to take it back? No, no. She held up a hand. I'll treasure those words forever. I might even write them down. Frame it, maybe. Oh, absolutely. Not as bad as I thought. Ayanokoji's seal of approval. Her teasing had a lighter edge now, less judgmental than before. Still sharp, but not hostile. I'll get it engraved for you if it means that much. She laughed again. Okay, now you're pushing it. I didn't respond, but I didn't look away either. Our eyes had been locked for a little too long, making the moment feel charged. Dawn continued to hold my stare and tilted her head. What, you surprised I'm not yelling at you right now? A little. Well, don't get used to it, she said, though her tone lacked any real aggression. You're still not off my list. Didn't know I was on one, I replied. She raised an eyebrow. Everyone's on a list. Just depends which one. We continued our walk around the arcade, making light banter. Dawn was clearly looking for something in particular, and I followed her lead. Dawn slowed her pace as we passed another corner of the arcade. Her eyes landed on a tall, glowing machine near the back, the kind with a narrow column of stacked blue squares and a jackpot flashing at the top. Stacker, she said excitedly, stopping. This is more my speed. I looked at the machine's prizes. You planning to win one of those stuffed EVs? She shrugged. Maybe. Or maybe I just want to beat you at something. Is this not one player? I questioned. Yeah, but we just see who wins first. I thought you were supposed to be smart, she joked. She stepped up to the machine, pushing in another coin that I had no clue where she got. Let's see you stack under pressure. I'm not the one playing. She flashed a grin. Exactly. Watch and learn. The game started, the line of blue blocks zipping back and forth across the screen. She timed her taps well at first, stacking with sharp focus, but the higher she got, the faster the blocks moved. I watched silently, hands in my pockets. She reached the small prize, only having lost one block so far. The screen flashed, continue playing or take prize, it asked. What are you thinking? I questioned, though I had a feeling I already knew the answer. She sent a sideways smile, going for the top prize obviously. She continued moving up, and upon reaching the top few rows, the speed grew even faster. Miss. She stepped back, letting out a groan. I swear I was close. Should have taken the small prize. Yeah, right. She laughed, the small prizes aren't worth it. It looked difficult, I said. Don't patronize me. She turned, poking a token toward me. Your turn. I looked at her, then the machine. I don't want a stuffed evolution. You're scared. That's not it. Aha. You can say you're scared, you know. I won't tell, she joked. I sighed, taking a token and sliding it into the machine. Fine. The game lit up again. I started playing, keeping my eyes on the flashing blocks. My fingers tapped without hesitation, stacking each row quickly and efficiently. By the time I neared the top, I could feel her watching me a little too closely. Don't choke, she muttered. I didn't. The stack hit the top. A ring of lights flared as the jackpot beep echoed across the arcade. Dawn stared. You've got to be kidding me. I turned to her. Do I get to pick the prize? She folded her arms. You're not seriously going to. I clicked on an icon. The Sylvian. The machine ejected it into the prize spot. I picked it up and handed it to her. You're welcome. She stared at the large plush for a second, then at me. You know I'm still supposed to dislike you, right? Then take it as a parting gift. She snorted. Not a chance. This is proof that I'm going to win next time. Whatever you say. As we walked away from the machine, Sylvian now tucked under her arm, I noticed her mood was lighter. Not exactly friendly, but warmer. Progress, maybe. Until she added, you're still weird, though. So are you. The battle hall had become louder lately. I couldn't tell why. It was always buzzing with something, shouts of trainers, commands being echoed across the field, the occasional crackle of electricity or roar of fire, but there was a different energy in the air today. Not enough to be worth caring about, just slightly more noticeable than usual. I sat on the upper benches, leaning slightly forward, elbows resting on my knees. From here, I had a decent view of two battlefields. Ash was on the far left, full of movement and noise. His Pikachu was darting across the field with the kind of energy that made Goomy tired just watching. His opponent was a taller boy I didn't recognize, Class C, I think. Their Pokémon were already worn out, and Ash hadn't even broken a sweat. Typical. On another field, Hirata was mid-battle too, though his approach couldn't be more different. Calm and composed, he gave instructions as if he were organizing a school event rather than battling. It was perplexing how different Hirata was in battle compared to in class. At times, it made me think he might have a side we don't usually see. I shifted my gaze between Ash's energetic style and Hirata's methodical approach. Both were effective in their own way. The scoreboard to the right of the hall flickered as it updated, catching a few glances from the audience. I glanced at it too, mostly out of habit. A few names shifted around in the mid-ranks, nothing that concerned me. Hey. I turned slightly to see Gold slumped into the seat beside me, a half-eaten protein bar in one hand. His hair was messier than usual, like he'd just finished a battle himself. You see the leaderboard? He asked through a mouthful of food. I'm looking at it. No, really look at it. I blinked and glanced back. There it was, slot 13. A new name, Arisu Sakayanagi. No record yesterday. No mention last week. Now suddenly sitting above students who'd been grinding for the past month. The name didn't ring any bells. Gold let out a low whistle. 9 straight wins, apparently. All today. I didn't respond, but my eyes lingered on the name a little longer. It wasn't impossible. Unlikely, yes, but not impossible. People climb ranks. It happens, I mean, Ash did the same thing. Though not nearly as drastic as this. Still, there's a difference between rising quickly and materializing from nowhere. Gold leaned back, hands behind his head. Wonder who she even is. Never seen her around here before. You think she's one of those prodigy types? Maybe, I replied. I feel like we would have heard of her before this, though. He nodded. That's what I was thinking. If someone had really won 9 straight battles in one day, they wouldn't stop at the 13th position. They'd be here, somewhere still battling. I stood up and began to walk, not out of interest, just curiosity. Who wouldn't be curious? The crowd grew denser the further I went, voices overlapping in uneven waves, half reacting to the ongoing battles, half whispering about the same thing Gold and I had just seen. A few students tapped at their poke-navs, probably cross-checking her record or looking at her team. Others stood in clusters, pointing toward the far end of the hall. No one said her name aloud, but it didn't take much to piece together where they were all looking. I slipped past them without comment. I doubted all 10 battles happened here. There were smaller training rooms, auxiliary fields outside, but if she was still going, the battle hall was the best place to draw attention. And I had a feeling she wanted attention. I followed the direction most people weren't paying attention to. Sometimes the crowd is too busy looking at the aftermath to notice where the spark started. Sure enough, one of the back arenas was filled not with spectators, but with silence. That was the first thing I noticed. Unlike Ash's battlefield, where the energy was reckless and unfiltered, or Hirata's, filled with the steady rhythm of commands and counters, this one felt composed. Focused. Controlled. Like walking into a room where everyone already knew the outcome but was too polite to say it aloud. I imagine she had the same feeling that Alan and I did. Like victory wasn't necessarily a question, but rather how did we want to win. I stopped just outside the ring. The girl stood at the edge of the battlefield, one hand loosely gripping a polished black cane with intricate engravings. Her uniform was pristine. Not a strand of her lilac hair was out of place. Her expression, if it could be called one, was calm, almost indifferent. On her side of the field stood a Togekiss. A rare sight, especially for a first year. Fully evolved, huh? I imagine she used a shiny stone. The opponent across from her, a boy I recognized vaguely, ranked somewhere just below the top 25, was clearly trying to mask his frustration. His Torkoal was breathing heavily, black smoke leaking from its shell as if it had already given everything it had. But Togekiss wasn't fazed. His eyes darted between the battlefield and his Pokémon, trying to figure out how this match had spiraled. The answer was obvious: he was outclassed by his intelligent opponent. Taking my eyes off her intelligence, Togekiss floated higher, its wings shimmering. She didn't shout her command. She didn't really need to. Air slash. The attack came down like a wave of pressure. Clean. Unhurried. Final. Torkoal staggered and then fell. The referee didn't hesitate. Torkoal is unable to battle. The winner is Sakayanagi Arisu. No cheers. Just silence. Maybe it was respect. Maybe confusion. I watched her return. Togekiss with a soft tap of the Pokeball, as composed as when the match began. There was no visible satisfaction. No showmanship. Just efficiency. 10 battles. No losses. I wasn't sure if it was talent, planning, or something else entirely. Whatever it was, she had it. And she knew exactly how to use it. She walked down from the field with that same unhurried pace like the battle hadn't been a challenge, just an exercise. Most of the students nearby still hadn't processed what they'd seen. A few leaned in, whispering about her team or trying to confirm if that really had been her 10th match. I was about to leave when she turned. Her gaze swept the back of the crowd, slow and searching, until it landed directly on me. Not a glance. Not an accident. She saw me and didn't bother pretending otherwise. Upon reaching me, she spoke out, "Ah," her voice smooth and light. "I didn't expect you to be spectating, Ayanokoji." I didn't respond at first. Maybe it was the way she said it, like she already knew I would be here. Or perhaps, she continued, taking a few steps closer, you were simply curious about who just broke into the top 12. I met her gaze. I was wondering where you've been hiding. I asked. She smiled, a small, measured curve of her lips too precise to be casual. Finding the most efficient way to train, of course. You know, having to use a cane makes typical training difficult. Her cane tapped against the floor as she stopped just a foot in front of me. She didn't look tired, if anything, she seemed like she was finally where she belonged. The murmurs around us grew louder, with remarks about how she didn't seem intimidated or how she had the same aura Lan and I did. I suppose even someone like you must get curious, she added lightly, when someone from outside the standard system appears. I held her gaze for a moment longer. Was there a possibility? Most people would just be talking based on my reputation, but she said it like it was personal, as if she knew me more than I was aware. I didn't press it. There was no point in stressing over it. You're not tired? I asked, keeping my tone neutral. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Why would I be? Her voice tilted into amusement. They were only warm-ups. Her eyes lingered on me a second longer, as if waiting to see what I'd say next. I said nothing. Eventually, she gave a soft laugh, almost imperceptible. I look forward to the day we battle, masterpiece, she said, then turned and walked off, her cane clicking neatly against the floor as the crowd parted around her. I felt my eyes widen in surprise as I watched her go for a moment, then turned away myself. Her hint earlier was meaningless in the face of her practically admitting she knew my background, a seemingly fearsome battler with a history I wasn't content without knowing. So that's Sakayanagi Arisu. As I stepped out of the battle hall, I sent a silent prayer that my author wouldn't include filler interactions just to make the chapter longer. I wasn't headed anywhere in particular, I just didn't feel like sitting back down next to Gold while he narrated someone else's battle like it was a sports broadcast. Hey, Ayanokoji. Ichino's called as she jogged up beside me, her usual half-out-of-breath energy evident. Behind her trailed May, holding a half-eaten sandwich in one hand and brushing crumbs off her skirt with the other. You watching the matches too? Ichino's asked, stopping beside me. I'm literally leaving the battle hall, I replied. May grinned. Bet he's scouting the competition. Or maybe trying to keep his #1 spot safe. I didn't bother responding. They both had too much energy for a post-battle afternoon, especially considering the information I had just received. Ichino's, either not noticing or ignoring my silence, smiled as she walked with me. Some of those matches were wild, huh? I saw Ash earlier. I think Pikachu ran a full circle around the opponent's Pokémon before landing the last hit. Sounds like Ash, I said. She nodded. I feel like everyone's kicking it up a notch this week. Kinda makes you want to train more, doesn't it? I looked at her for a second. Not really. That earned a laugh. May chimed in, come on, even you gotta admit it's getting exciting. You should have seen my battle this morning. My Torchic jumped off a tree branch. Didn't even know it could climb. Where did the tree come from? I questioned. Don't ask me, she shrugged. They steered me toward a vending machine on instinct, and I let them, even as I debated walking off. Ichino's was already debating drinks out loud. I'm in a soda mood but not a super fizzy one. What do you think? I think you're asking the wrong person, I said. Rude, she joked, reaching for the orange soda icon anyway. May grabbed a grape one and offered me a sip without asking. I declined with a shake of my head. I checked the time and then gave the most convenient excuse I could think of while also addressing a problem that had come up close to an hour ago. I should find Goomy, I said flatly. Ichinos blinked. Wait, Goomy's not with you? Nope, I had let him out of his pokeball for a second earlier, and he disappeared. I didn't really care to find him right away, not like he could get far or even had the energy to. He gets bored. Likes to roam, I deadpanned. May looked amused. Sounds like he's the one training you. Sometimes I think so. Ichinos smiled again. Alright, good luck finding him. Tell him I said hi. I nodded once and slipped away before either of them could drag me into a mall trip or a battle planning session. Luckily, I didn't need to look far. Goomy had managed to wedge himself halfway under a bench in one of the tiled garden areas just outside the battle hall. A quiet spot, or it would have been if not for a small group of girls currently crouched around the bench like they were watching a rare Pokémon in the wild. There it is, one of them said, her voice hushed like they were birdwatching. He's so squishy looking. Look at his little face. I want to pet him, but I don't want to scare him. Too late for that. Goomy was frozen in place, halfway between trying to escape and acceptance, with his usual glazed expression that could have meant panic or boredom. Then someone noticed me, much to my dismay. Wait. Is he your Goomy? She questioned, clearly recognizing me. A short girl with a camera already pointed halfway toward me asked the question like it was a crime. Yes. Oh my gosh. Can we take a picture with him? Please. Before I could answer, they had already gently lured Goomy out and formed a loose semicircle around him. Goomy made a faint, "goo" sound that could have meant help or yes, depending on the lighting. He was lifted not by me, mind you, into someone's lap, and another girl offered him a bit of strawberry drink she must have bought from the cafe in the battle hall. He accepted it without hesitation. Another student, someone vaguely familiar from Class C, pulled out a phone. You too, Mr. Number 1. Get in the photo. I feel like I am, but I also have no clue, I muttered to myself as I tried to navigate the chaos around me. I'd really rather not, I said, but it didn't seem to matter. One of my classmates had already looped an arm through mine, while another held Goomy up like a trophy. Someone counted down from 3, and then the flash went off. I hate this school, I whispered under my breath. Goomy responded with a cheerful "Goomy," as his cheek squished against mine, as if this was all part of his plan. Maybe it was. Maybe I was just a part of Goomy's toolbox. My dorm room was unusually quiet for once. No Pokémon made forts, no Sandile trying to eat Goomy, and no uninvited guests, just stillness. Goomy lay in my lap, breathing slowly and napping, while Sandile was half buried under a pillow, his tail flicking lazily whenever someone was loud in the hallway. Monferno sat against the far corner, arms crossed and eyes closed, pretending he wasn't eavesdropping. Grovile was somewhere in the kitchen, likely up to something I should probably be concerned about. We had already trained that morning, and I wasn't in a rush to do more. I leaned back, letting my head rest against the couch. There was nothing urgent to do, no rankings to chase today, no rival waiting just outside the battle hall. Just stillness, and for once, that was fine. My PokeNav buzzed against the table. It wasn't a message but a system-wide notification. I sat up slightly, careful not to disturb Goomy, who let out a soft "goo" in protest. The screen lit up on its own. Notice, first-year special tournament duo format. Registration for the upcoming first-year double battle tournament is now open. Format. Teams of 2 students. Each team may use 2 Pokémon per battle, 1 per trainer, no substitutions. Both Pokémon must be defeated. Random terrain generation per round. Rules and rewards. Registration closes in 24 hours. Winning duo receives 130 class points, split across classes if applicable. Both winners will gain access to restricted training zones for 1 month. Rare item bonus, each winner receives 1 trainer voucher to exchange for a high-grade evolution item or held item. To register, select your partner via PokeNav and confirm your team entry. I let out a small sigh. So that was the commotion the instructors were teasing last week. Behind me, Monferno opened one eye, and Sandile poked his head out. Dill. Even Goomy sluggishly raised itself, as if it could sense something was happening. Grovyle was still nowhere to be seen. I scratched the top of Goomy's head. Don't worry. I doubt we'll have any trouble. I would have to see the confirmed teams first, but I doubted there would be any super teams. The PokeNav buzzed again, this time with a new message from Ash. Ash, yo. You saw the duo tourney, right? Wanna team up? I stared at the message for a moment before locking the screen. Maybe teaming up with Ash didn't sound so bad. I stood, gently shifting Goomy onto the seat beside me. It made a faint squeaking noise in protest but didn't follow. I made my way down to the common area, driven by curiosity. The hallway just outside the common area was already starting to stir. Not chaos at least, not yet just movement. Small groups huddled near couches, some already halfway through forming teams, while others pretended they hadn't just seen the announcement. Students compared PokeNavs, pointing at names and analyzing who had what Pokémon. I spotted Hirata shaking hands with Horikita, which was a bit unexpected. For something that had just been announced, the tournament was spreading fast. I leaned against the far wall and listened to fragments of conversations drifting past. You think Gold's teaming with Iris? One student asked. Dude, Sakayanagi and Nolan already submitted their team, another replied. That sounds fun, I thought. I swear if I get paired with someone who just spams status moves. Did they know they got to pick their partner? I tuned it out. The pattern was easy enough to read. Battle-crazed students saw a new opportunity, and now everyone was scrambling for the optimal partner. Some would go full strategy, some would choose based on friendship, and others just didn't want to get left out. My PokeNav buzzed again with another message from Ash. Ash, I'm nearby by the way. You in the dorm lounge or did you already leave? I didn't respond. Instead, I stepped a little further down the hallway, letting the noise fade slightly behind me. Not because I was avoiding him, but because I knew he'd find me anyway. And sure enough. Ayanokoji. His voice was unmistakable, always a bit too enthusiastic to be subtle. I turned halfway as Ash jogged up, already grinning. You did see it, right? He asked, holding up his PokeNav as if I hadn't read it twice already. The duo tournament. It looks awesome. I nodded. It'll be interesting. I figured you'd already get a bunch of people asking you to team up. But I wanted to ask first. So, he held out a fist like he was about to propose an oath of honor. Wanna team up? I stared at the fist, then looked at him. Is the fist bump needed? He laughed. Yup. I didn't say anything right away. Sure, I'll team up with you, I finally answered, slowly obliging with his fist bump. Ash didn't seem nervous, just eager. He didn't seem like the type to plan out reasons or strategies in advance, he just chose people he liked. Apparently, I fell into that category. A partnership with Ash was probably my best choice with a LAN off the board. His eyes lit up. Awesome. Before I could add anything else, he was already pulling out his PokeNav again. Come on, let's register before someone tries to poach you. Ash dropped onto the nearest couch, PokeNav already unlocked and halfway through the tournament screen. Okay, just gotta tap your name, confirm pairing. And, he frowned, thumb hovering over the screen. Wait, your name's Gray. Did you accidentally pair with someone? I checked my own screen. I hadn't. Nope. He tilted the screen toward me like I might not believe him. Well, it says you're not available. Oh, wait. That's just the thing lagging. You're good. I nodded slightly. Good to know you trust me. Ash grinned without even looking up. I trust you. I just don't trust this school's IT department. Fair enough. He tapped my name, confirmed the duo request, and after a soft beep, the screen flashed green. A new bracket square lit up near the top of the list. Registered team, Ash Ketchum plus Kiyotaka Ayanokoji. Right below it, a few names had already filled in. Alan Allen plus Sarisu Sakayanaji. Predictable. Alan wouldn't settle for anything less than a competent partner, and Sakayanaji didn't settle for anything she couldn't control. Together, they'd probably be as challenging to fight as they were to watch. Paul Shinju plus Ryueen Kakeru. That one stood out, but not because I understood it. I didn't know much about Ryueen. He was ranked somewhere in the top 15, not a pushover, but not particularly high profile either. Pairing with Paul, though, meant he either had something to prove or something to gain. Probably both. Karina Corny plus B-Saitu. I didn't need to analyze that one. It was as straightforward as it was dangerous. Ash leaned over to see my screen, thumb still scrolling. Yup, that one's terrifying. Did you see B sweep 2 trainers just outside the top 25? Her holucha is impressive. I didn't answer, mostly because I was remembering the last time Monferno saw that holucha. He still flinched when the wind blew a certain way. Gold plus Iris. I wasn't surprised. They trained together often. Sparred often. Laughed a lot more than most students here did. Theirs wasn't a power pairing built for intimidation, even though it was intimidating to most. It was built on rhythm. Chemistry. A comfortable kind of synchronicity most teams couldn't fake. Ash kept scrolling, but I stopped watching. Our team was locked in, seeded automatically. I was rank 1 and Ash rank. It made sense. Not because we were the strongest, necessarily, but because we performed against strong opponents. I leaned back on the couch, arms folded loosely. Ash hummed under his breath. Think we'll dodge the really scary ones early? We're the highest seed. Oh. Right. That's us. He grinned again like he'd just remembered he was part of it. I opened my PokeNav once more, just to make sure of my assumption. And sure enough, our team name hovered near the top. Ash Ketchum plus Kiyotaka Ayanokoji, Seed 1. It was official. And now, very visible. I closed the screen and glanced over at Ash. Ash. Yeah. You're not opening with Pikachu, right? He blinked. Should I not? He's your ace. People can study him a lot easier than the rest. He sighed, leaning back with mock agony. You're lucky he's asleep. I'm aware. He snorted. It's not like I didn't want Ash to use Pikachu, that would be idiotic. I just wanted to see the rest of his team more up close when the stakes weren't high. That Frogadier specifically. And just like that, the matchups were set. Or at least, our duo was. We had 24 hours before the bracket locked in, which meant the rest of the school was scrambling. Whispering, cross-checking ranks, trying to predict what the terrain generator would throw at them. I doubted we'd stay out of the spotlight for more than a few minutes. Iris leaned back against the training wall, arms behind her head. Top seed, huh? Think they'll live up to it? Gold didn't look up. He was crouched by his Kalava, tightening a band around its foreleg. They should. Ayanokoji's the top ranked for a reason, and Ash is a bit chaotic. Iris nodded thoughtfully, they'll be tough. I feel bad for whoever has to deal with them early. Gold chuckled in response, they'll battle the worst duo in the tournament first. It'll be a challenge. He paused, the same can be said for us, though. Iris grinned. Still planning to carry me, partner? Gold laughed, maybe if you didn't specialize in one type I wouldn't have to. Dragons are the coolest. At least I didn't accidentally rob a store like you, she retorted. Gold flinched remembering the incident but still made light of it. Who said it was an accident? Sakayanagi's cane clicked softly against the polished tile as she walked down the hallway. Alan walked beside her, silent as usual. Her pokenav hovered in her free hand, glowing with the tournament bracket. Top seed went to Kiyotaka and Ash, she said, more amused than surprised. Most certainly a fearsome duo. Maybe even more frightening than ourselves. Alan gave her a sideways glance. You never told me your relationship with Ayanokoji. She chuckled softly, we're something like childhood friends. Alan didn't respond. She tilted her head slightly. What do you think, Alan? Should we aim for efficiency or spectacle this time? He gave the barest shrug. That was enough. She knew Alan was steady and composed. Paul was seated cross-legged just outside the battle hall, Ellicott at his side. Ryueen stood behind him, a cruel smirk on his lips. Paul scrolled through the duos, jaw tightening slightly when he saw the names at the top. Ash and Ayanokoji, he muttered. Ryueen laughed. Look at that. You'll get your shot at both. Paul didn't answer. His eyes lingered on the screen a moment longer before he stood. First seed means nothing if you don't make it to the end. Horikita stood near the dorm lounge entrance, reading the announcement a second time as if it might change. Hirata approached casually, a small, polite smile on his face. I submitted our team entry, by the way. Hope that's all right. She nodded. Fine. It's in the class's interest either way. And mine. She thought. Hirata glanced at the pokenav in her hand. Ayanokoji and Ash at the top. Scary team. Horikita didn't respond. He hesitated for a moment, then added, we might not have much synergy yet, but I'll support you however I can. I don't need support, she said curtly, then caught herself. But I won't turn it down. Hirata gave a small, non-committal nod. Then we'll make it work. She didn't reply, but she also didn't walk away. In one of the smaller lounges tucked near the back of the dorm building, Matsushita scrolled casually through her pokenav, legs crossed and leaning against the couch arm. Beside her, Kikyo Kushida sat with a bright smile, leaning close enough to show interest while maintaining her image. Oh, Alan and Sakayanaji. Kushida chirped, eyes wide. That's a scary combo. Top-tier offense and top-tier strategy, Matsushita muttered, sounding unimpressed. Not surprising. Kushida giggled. True. But still kinda unfair, don't you think? Sakayanaji just showed up, and she gets Alan right off the bat. Matsushita glanced at her. He probably knew about her before anyone else. Oh, I'm sure he did, Kushida replied sweetly. Plus, boys always like girls who act like princesses. She tapped a perfectly polished nail against the screen. Ayanokoji and Ash, though. That one's weird. Matsushita laughed a bit. No, it's just like him. She paused. Kiyotaka tolerates Ash more than most other trainers, and he's strong. I guess that makes sense, Kushida said, twirling a strand of her hair. But it's hard to imagine them actually talking. They probably don't. Ash seems like the type who wouldn't care about Kiyo's quietness. Or the type who doesn't notice when he's being ignored. Kushida let out a light laugh. Matsushita didn't react. They continued down the list. Oh, Gold and Iris, Kushida hummed. They're cute. They train together a lot, right? Matsushita nodded. They have chemistry. Should go far. Lucky, Kushida said in a sing-song tone. Some people really do get all the good options handed to them. Another flick of the screen caught Kushida's attention. Paul and Ryueen. Matsushita tilted the screen back toward herself. Ha! That's a disaster waiting to happen. Or a bloodbath. Kushida laughed again, perhaps a little too quickly. Yikes. No thank you. They fell silent for a moment, watching the newest names fill the list. Oh look, Hirata and Horikita registered, Kushida said cheerfully. Matsushita shrugged. Makes sense. You think so? Kushida tilted her head, smiling just a little too much. I didn't think Horikita liked anyone enough to team up. She doesn't, Matsushita replied, locking her pokenav with a tap. But she's practical. Kushida leaned back, still smiling. Aren't we all? With that, they moved on from the groups on screen. The buzz of the hallway had started to mellow, replaced by murmurs and the occasional laugh echoing from various rooms. Ash had hurried off, already talking strategies, though Kiyotaka doubted much of what he said would make it into the actual battles. That was fine, Ash had energy to burn. Kiyotaka did not. He stepped back through the corridor, letting the conversations fade behind him. A few stragglers passed by, and he noticed a pair of students near the stairwell arguing over team strategies. A second year walked by, glancing at him without a word. Near the elevator, Kiyotaka caught a glimpse of Alan. He was walking beside Sakayanagi, slow and composed. She was speaking softly, something short, maybe pointed, but he couldn't make out the words. Their backs were turned, and his ears weren't that good. Alan didn't respond, just gave the smallest nod and kept pace. They didn't look like teammates, they looked like a plan already in motion. Kiyotaka reached his floor and slipped back into his dorm. The moment the door clicked shut, Goomy perked up from its spot on the couch. Goo. He gave it a small nod and sat beside it, letting it squish comfortably against his side. Sandile was still under the pillow, Monferno hadn't moved, and Grovile had finally reappeared, now perched on top of the fridge like he owned it. Looks like we're in for some battles. Goomy blinked slowly and yawned. They didn't fully understand what that meant, but they would soon. Kiyotaka leaned back, resting his head against the couch as the last echoes of the hallway slipped into silence. Most people were excited. Some were nervous. Some probably thought this was just for fun. He wasn't sure what he thought yet, but if nothing else, it would be interesting to see what happened when everyone had to work together. Or pretend they could. The battle hall's central arena looked like it had swallowed every other battle zone whole. Normally, the place was compartmentalized, segmented into neat little rectangles with polite boundaries. Now, it was a stadium. A full-blown coliseum with holographic terrain shifting between rounds and a massive screen overhead flashing team names in bold, dramatic letters. Ash stood beside Kiyotaka, craning his neck like a kid at his first amusement park. This place is insane, he muttered, eyes scanning the crowd. And it's just round one. Kiyotaka nodded slightly. They're not holding back, he said, referring to the school. They weren't seated in the stands with the rest of the masses. They had managed to find a balcony-level spot tucked away from the chaos technically meant for upperclassmen, but they had special privileges. The next matchup flickered onto the big screen. Match 3 Arena 1. Gold, Konosuke and Iris Arisu vs Random 1 and Random 2. Ash grinned. Boo, Gold and Iris. This'll be fun. Fun for them, Kiyotaka replied. These early rounds would be tough for the lower seeds. Unfortunately, that was how seeded tournaments worked. The battlefield below adjusted, trees sprouting from glowing platforms, tall grass rising around uneven terrain. Forest terrain. Probably randomized, though it suspiciously favored fast Pokémon and status moves. Gold sauntered in like he was bored already. Iris walked with more purpose, confident but relaxed. They weren't tense, just comfortable. Their opponents were less so. Kiyotaka recognized them, vaguely low-tier trainers in Class D, not threats. Let's go, Togepi, Gold called out, yawning. Iris laughed at his behavior and sent out her own Pokémon. Dratini, come on. The random duo sent out their own Pokémon, a Hoot and Seal respectively, but didn't make any sound large enough for Kiyotaka to pick up. Iris didn't waste time. Dratini, Thunder Wave. The dragon snake darted out from her side of the field, barely visible as it slipped between bushes. A flash of yellow light caused Hoot to freeze midair, then it dropped gently into the underbrush. Gold sighed and called out, Togepi, metronome. Ash leaned in, surprised. Wait. He's using metronome first turn. Bold of you to assume he has a plan, I remarked. Togepi waved its tiny arms as if conducting a silent orchestra, and the air shimmered before bursting into flame. A gout of fire erupted from its mouth, flamethrower engulfing Seal in an unintentional but effective inferno. The poor creature screeched and dove into a bush to extinguish itself. Gold gave a lazy thumbs up, as if this had been the strategy all along. Ash burst out laughing. Togepi just took them out. Accidentally, I pointed out. Still counts, he chuckled. Iris nodded and pointed forward. Follow up, extreme speed. Dratini lunged like a spear through the forest and collided with Hoot's paralyzed form, causing it to faint on contact. Seal popped its head up from the bush just in time for Togepi's second metronome to trigger a thunderbolt that struck a tree behind it, knocking Seal unconscious from sheer panic. A quiet buzzer sounded. Winners, Gold and Iris. The match had taken under 2 minutes. On the screen, their portraits flashed with a clean green highlight, no damage taken. A perfect round. Gold offered Togepi a high five, which it missed but celebrated anyway. Iris said something to him as they exited the arena, both smiling. Ash whistled. Man. I wonder how strong they are when they actually work together. They train together a lot, I replied. They'll definitely be strong. Think we're next? We'll get a notification, I answered, pulling up the bracket on my PokeNav. A few more matches. He leaned over to look. So far. No surprises, huh? Not yet. But we're still in round 1. Only a couple of these battles will be competitive. Ash nodded thoughtfully, then added, think Togepi knows it's not supposed to win like that? I glanced back at the battlefield where Togepi was now spinning in circles, chasing a leaf. Highly unlikely. And to think, that Togepi had rejected me. We didn't have to wait long for another one-sided match. Match 5 Arena 2, Paul Shinji and Ryueen Kakeru vs Random and Random. Ash raised a brow. Paul's next. The name beside his was vaguely familiar, and I recognized the face. I'd seen him during the entrance speech, one of the few that stood out, lounging against a wall with a smirk that invited confrontation. Ryueen, I said aloud. Ash blinked. Wait, that guy's in the top 20. He is, I confirmed. He wasn't very active the first 2 weeks from what I remember. The terrain reshaped into a rocky plateau, jagged ledges and uneven footing, perfect for power plays. Not much room for subtlety, which was appropriate for what I expected from these two. I had heard vague rumors about Ryueen, something about a failed takeover. They both seemed worrisome to a degree. Paul was already on the field, arms crossed, eyes scanning the battlefield with a look of disappointment. Ryueen strolled in like he was crashing someone else's match, his posture lazy and a grin sharp enough to cut through tension. His partner didn't say a word, merely casting a side glance. Neither of them looked particularly concerned. Across from them stood 2 students I didn't recognize, both of whom looked like they regretted signing up the moment they saw their opponents. One had a Rosalia, while the other sent out a Buniri. Ash winced. Poor guys. You know we fight the worst duo in the tournament first, right? I questioned. He shrugged. They might be hiding something. Paul led with Elekid, as expected, while Ryueen sent out a Bagon. Whoa, Ash blurted out, sitting up straighter. What, Bagon? I asked. Ash nodded. Yeah, not a lot of first years have anything like that. Maybe he likes dragons. Or maybe he liked intimidation. Who knows? The match started, and everything exploded immediately. Paul didn't bother calling out attacks. Elekid darted in with a thunder punch that floored Buniri in one hit. Rosalia tried to counter with Magical Leaf, but Bagon just walked through it. No dodge, no deflection, just a brute force charge straight into Rosalia with headbutt, flattening the grass type into the dirt. Ash blinked. Did they just win in 2 moves? 3, I corrected. If you count Rosalia trying. No words had been exchanged between Paul and Ryueen. No glances, no coordination. It wasn't a battle so much as 2 separate acts of power occurring in the same vicinity. The buzzer sounded. Winners, Paul and Ryueen. On screen, the victory picture tried to make them look like a team, but it didn't work. Paul recalled Elekid and walked off without a second glance. Ryueen lingered a moment longer, looking up toward the stands, not at anyone in particular, just up, as if he wanted to be seen. Ash leaned over the railing. Yeah, they're terrifying. No teamwork, I noted. Don't need it, Ash replied. I didn't say anything, just watched as Ryueen finally turned to leave, still smirking like he hadn't used even half of what he brought. That was my first real look at him. I already understood enough. If I was right, Class D might be more intimidating than Class B.